Educated Luck, Book 3 of the Twisted Luck series. Written by Mel Todd. Narrated by Autumn Juliet. Howard Lowry. You were the best beta reader I've ever had. You are missed. Chapter 1. Education is the cornerstone of all magic. While some people are naturally talented or possess an intuitive ability to use their magic, we have found most mages find their skills increase by learning the foundations of science. Magic is based on science. You just need to understand it well enough to use magic efficiently. OMO Statement on Higher Education. The mix of multivitamins, not enough coffee, and a breakfast burrito rolled around in my stomach as I recentered my backpack and trudged towards the brick building. That imposing edifice hosted classes in magic and the science of magic, as well as more things I'd probably regret learning. It's just college. You can do this. Get your degree. You want to be a doctor. This way you can do it and the FBI can take a flying leap. Though being a pathologist might work well for both of us, crime and medicine. The path to my first class seemed more arduous than it really was in the chilly January morning. The last 3.5 months had disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Alexan hadn't been kidding when he said my name had gotten out to the papers, and until they captured a unicorn in Centennial Park, not one with sharp fangs, thank the Merlins, I remained their favorite story. What I'd done, who I was, every detail they could dredge up got plastered across the headlines, especially my double Merlin status. They'd even gotten a pic of my tattoo at some point. While I looked forward to getting this new phase of my life over, I dreaded going back to school. After earning my associate's degree in medical assistance, criminal justice, and the paramedic course, I'd figured I'd met my goals. I could have my own life. Finding out I was a Merlin who emerged when my brother died a good 10 years earlier threw all my plans into disarray. Emerging again as a double Merlin elevated me to celebrity status among the mage stalkers, not to mention the story of the year. I feel sorry for all the kids who get saddled with my name over the next few years. Course end is a bit much for anyone. Through much negotiation with the GA MagTech administrators, with both Stephen Alexan and Indira Humbert weighing in on my side, I entered as a junior. My science classes were all upper level, but the college stuck me in all the freshman magic classes, as my knowledge of my abilities consisted only of what I've read over the last few months. "Would you stop? I can hear you stressing," Joe said, hip-bumping me as we walked. "The class isn't that big of a deal. I bet you already know most of it. At least you can read without struggling." Her voice teasing. Josepha Guzman, my best friend in the world. Her hair had grown at least 6 inches since she sacrificed it, and more, to save a stadium full of people. The vitamins Marisol Guzman, Joe's mom, shoved down our throats helped our hair grow. The glow on Joe's face and the sway to her walk were all related to Sable. They'd made their relationship formal at Christmas. I still didn't know how I felt about that. I liked Sable, but I didn't really know her. Both of our faults, I suspected. I was too busy trying to work while avoiding the press, and Joe was too over the moon with Sable to want to share, though at least that had started changing. As a water mage, Sable seemed to take on the aspects of water, just flowing with everything. I didn't know much about her, besides her dad had been in the army while her mother was Japanese and had died when she was 2. I couldn't even remember what her dad's name was or where he lived. My hair had grown too, for the first time in years, and now hung in a ponytail about halfway down my back, and I'd gained weight, luckily in all the right places. It had the side effect of giving me a bit more in the chest area, bringing with it more clothes shopping, which I regarded as a definite negative. Joe, however, approved of my new figure. Too bad I didn't like girls. Yes, I can read, and I might know some of it, but I've had to change my phone number twice. Be nice if I could keep this one. I'm just worried and not sure why. I'd rather be working. The last place wasn't too bad. I'd spent my time working as an on-call paramedic for the various companies in the area. It wasn't consistent, but they paid well. Alexant had arranged for the FBI to keep me on retainer. Not that he needed me, but the extra money helped. Caroline ate a lot. All high-protein, expensive food that the stipend barely covered. I think he eats better than me most days. As if thinking about him grabbed his attention, his leash tugged on my wrist. "Slow mortals, ready for nap," Caroline said in my head. His voice was still that rich, masculine rumble that vibrated through my mind while my ears heard nothing. "Am I going to get used to that someday?" Joe asked, regarding me as he walked ahead of us. His rich red fur looked like rubies in the light of the halogens on the campus. He walked slowly, giving off an air of boredom, but from his twitching ears and whiskers, I knew he tracked everything that moved. "I'll let you know when I do. So far, the answer is no." Caroline talked more lately, and he had the subversive habit of ignoring all the typical familiar expectations. Most familiars were one-mage creatures. They almost never associated with anyone else outside some married mages. My familiar was an attention whore and absolutely shameless. He spoke to me, Joe, Sable, Marisol, even Stinky if he was eating a BBQ sandwich that Caroline wanted. If you offered to scratch his ears, he'd accept and drool on you. Personally, I thought he did it to thumb his metaphorical nose at someone or something, but I didn't mention that. "Well, I'm dropping you off here. My class is in the next building. See you at home tonight?" "That's the plan." I gave Jo a smile as she headed out, watching her go with a vague sense of envy. She still checked every box for Latina bombshell and loved playing it up. I was average as you could get, except for the Merlin tattoo with 4 strongs filled in. I had the sudden urge to pull my brown hair out of the ponytail and cover up the tattoo that went from above my eyebrow to the cheekbone under my right eye, which meant there was no way to hide my status. "Come on, Caroline, let's get the learning off to an educational start." He twitched his ears at me, his opinion of school guarded, but we entered the building. A few other students were up for this morning class, all clutching coffee just like me. At least I didn't have my first class until 9 a.m. on Mondays. It was one of the few benefits, but Tuesday and Thursday mornings, a class started at 8:30. I was cramming courses as much as I could, wanting it done as soon as possible, which meant 24 credit hours and early mornings. Oh well, at least I have good coffee to get me through. As we passed students in the building, many of them did a double take at Caroline, then a triple take when they looked at me. Caroline was worth the second look. He'd grown fast over the last 3 months, where he'd barely weighed a pound when he flew into my arms. Literally, he was pushing 15 pounds now, though he really was still just a kitten. From the size of his paws, the front ones with opposable thumbs, he had another 20 or more pounds to go. Some books suggested he would grow to about the size of a large bobcat or lynx. But human smart, with thumbs? I avoided thinking about that whenever possible. Once he realized he could operate a can opener, the apartment would reek of tuna. The leash and harness he wore was purely for show. He could get out of it if he wanted to. Per him, it was amusing to take his mage on walks. I wasn't about to argue. The other students' hard looks at me, specifically the side of my head, made me cringe. I'd have to learn to own my status, but for now, I missed being able to fade into the woodwork. It had made everything easier. I pasted a smile on my face and headed for my classroom. Joe and I had mapped out all my classes last week before school started, so I knew where I needed to go. I slipped into the stadium's seating classroom with seats for about 50. Since I didn't know how full it would be, I went all the way to the back and got an aisle chair. That way, if the class met capacity, Caroline could nap in the area behind my seat and be out of the way. Till then, he sprawled on a ledge behind the last row, surveying his domain. Scoping everything out, I dug out my book, notebook, and a set of pens. 5 rows of 10 chairs, with a podium, medium stand, whiteboard, and pull-down screen. Beige walls ran into worn red bricks with windows that looked out at the Atlanta freeway system and downtown. Not the best view, but considering our apartment had the view of another apartment, it rated higher. One other student had been there before I walked in. He had dirty brown hair, pasty white skin, and was significantly overweight. He sat in the middle front row with his eyes closed. Glancing at my phone, I saw class would start in 15 minutes. 10 till 8, and students started trickling into the classroom. By 8, the classroom contained 25 students. Most stayed down closer to the podium. I didn't mind. 1 or 2 glanced at me, then Caroline, but they didn't say anything. At 1 minute after 8, a man in jeans and a long cable-knit sweater stalked in. Part of me imagined him with a cape billowing behind him, and I smiled a bit. He looked like he just had that sort of panache. I figured his age at mid-30s, with dark brown hair, skin darker than Joe's nutmeg color, but very European facial features. He didn't smile, but he didn't frown. He just gazed at us.
This is Magic Basics 101, the first class you take. As a mage, you are required to take this course at the start of your academic career. I am Professor Bernard Smythe. I will be your taskmaster, your guide, and your foe as I make sure you all understand the basics of magic.
He spoke with an assured manner, his accent clipped and brisk, but with an odd softness to some vowels. It reminded me of an actor from a TV drama show set in New York.
I don't care if you show up to this class or not. But let me make it very clear. You cannot graduate if you do not pass this class, and I do not give easy grades. Is that understood?
His eyes roamed across the classroom, and I wanted to shrink away from his gaze. As he turned, I saw the tattoo on his temple, a pattern mage. Odds are, if he's a teacher, he's an archmage. This should be an interesting class. I pushed my doubts away and focused on the class. The requirements to pass it factored into my thoughts, but I also needed to know this stuff. It would give me the ability to act and maybe quit letting people die.
Everyone has different strengths, and what you are strong in tends to be what you focus on. Raise your hands as I say the element you are strong in. Transform.
I watched 2 kids raise their hands. I watched him make notes on his phone as he stood erect at the front of the class, eyeing all of us.
Psychic.
I raised my hand. I was the only one. He kept going through all of them, the last one being time. Once again, I raised my hand just as I had for non-organic, earth, and relativity.
Thank you, everyone. You, in the back.
He pointed at me.
Stand up.
Unsure, I stood. Once again, a kid trying to figure out what I'd done wrong.
Did you misunderstand my instructions?
His voice was biting and snide, and it kicked my issue with authority into gear. No, your instructions were very clear.
Then please explain why you raised your hand for 5 ability sets, which isn't possible, so you must not have understood what I asked for.
Even from the top of the seats where I was, I could see his sneer. Because I am a double merlin, and I am strong in all the branches I raised my hand for. Plus, I have a familiar. At my words, Caroline jumped up past me, walking on the back of the seats as if they were a smooth, flat surface, not pointed edges, his tail lashing and glaring at everyone who stared at me. Every head in the classroom turned to look at me. Bernard froze, then his sneer deepened.
So, you're the one that media is fawning over. So special that you have not only double in the access to power than any other mage, but a familiar to boot. The one who saved a stadium full of people with ease and fought not only a unicorn, but a gorgon back to their planes.
His voice mocked me. I wanted to give Jo the credit. She earned it. But every time I tried, people wouldn't believe me. So I'd quit, and I didn't bother now. I was there, yes, but I'm here to learn because I don't know how to use the magic they say I have. And I didn't. I knew that, and it drove me crazy.
At least you have some humility. Fine, course in Monroe. Don't expect me to go easy on you because you're the media darling or the rare unicorn mage. I have no use for people who take the painless way out.
Anger flashed through me, but I just smiled, my customer service smile. All teeth, no meaning. I wouldn't expect you to. Bernard turned away, and I sat back in my chair, all too aware of the students staring at me. Most of them didn't turn from gawking at me until he started talking. The boy, the one who I thought was sleeping when I came in, looked at me for a long time, and something moved on his lap. A creature with more legs than was natural, even for a spider, climbed his shoulder. Its many eyes didn't move away from me the entire class. Chapter 2. It is well known that the various ranks of mages have different power levels, and the more powerful you are, the smaller an offering is for the same effect. While a hedge mage may require upwards of 100,000 molecules for a specific action, an archmage may only require 5,000 for the same action. When you factor in merlins and familiars, the cost can drop into the hundreds. As no mage does magic exactly the same, even with identical understanding of science, a definite matrix has not been created. Magic explained. I met up with Jo for the next class, Magic 101 lab. My temper still simmered as I walked into class. Jo already had a seat, and I headed towards her. I saw the student with the familiar coming in after me as I reached the top of the stairs. I swear, if this teacher is as big of an ass as the last one, I'm quitting. I all but threw my books into the chair next to me as I dropped down into the seat. Jo flinched at my words and then glanced at Caroline, whose lashing tail reflected my mood perfectly. What happened? Did you have Bernard Smythe for Magic 101? I asked as I settled into the seat. I needed to calm down, but my blood boiled under my skin, making me snappish. No, I think he's new this year. Why? What happened? She looked at me, brows furrowed. I sighed. Tonight. I start now, and I'll miss most of this class due to my annoyance. That good. Dang. Is it okay if Sable comes over for dinner tonight? I'm going to make enchiladas. I snorted in amusement. For your enchiladas, I might put up with Bernard Smythe coming over and sneering at me. Jo snickered, but hushed it as Indira walked in at the front of the classroom. Indira Humbert had barreled into my life as an expert to train me on closing portals. The part that I still needed to figure out is why she had tried to seduce me. Her long ebony hair, curvy figure, intelligence, and husky voice would have made most people tumble for her. Me? It kinda creeped me out. Oh, we get her as a teacher? Jo all but purred the words and sat up straighter. And here I thought you were committed to Sable, I teased, giving her a side-eyed look. I am, she protested. That doesn't mean I can't enjoy the world around me, does it? No, but I guess I find Sable prettier. Hey, you trying to steal my girlfriend? Jo had a smile as she wiggled her eyebrows at me. Please, Sable would never stoop to me. Nah. Just, Sable is... I sifted through the words to find the right one. More real. Indira? I'm never sure if I'm dealing with her or the acts she's putting on at any given moment. And I really want to know who was behind her trying the whole seduction thing on me. Jo shrugged. Ask her. I have. She just smiles and changes the subject. Oh well. As a teacher, I can deal with her. We fell silent as Indira cleared her throat and the class quieted down. Good morning, mages. My name is Indira Humbert. and I'll be your teacher for the magic lab. Mostly, we focus on offerings and how to make them. As you get more skilled over the years, these classes will become more specific, allowing you to use stored fat, blood, even your teeth if needed. For this, your first course, we will focus on using your magic to the best effect. How many here have already made an offering of one sort or another? Every hand in the classroom raised as she smiled, red lips full across white teeth. Excellent. Then you all know that feeling, that knowledge of what it will cost. How many of you were presented with a cost that was too high to pay? She paused, and I swore her eyes darted to Joe. Or a high price that you chose to pay. Only 3 hands raised. One was Joe. I squeezed her leg, so glad the cost of saving everyone in the stadium had only been her hair and nails, things easy to grow back. Joe ducked her head and flicked her hand at Indira. I let my emotions settle and focused on our instructor. I see some of you have found that some things are beyond your abilities. What I'm about to tell you may or may not surprise you. You can control both where the offerings come from and the quantity of the offering based on what you offer. Murmuring met her comment, and she laughed. I see many of you don't believe me. I'll prove it. For those of you in the back, I'm an entropy mage, also strong in time. My expertise is planar openings and time effects on materials. She smiled again. This time her smile held a threat. So, don't think I'm a pushover. Her smile felt like a bladed weapon as she raked the classroom with it. Now that we have that settled, let's get into what I meant about offerings having different values. Indira moved to the cabinets in a corner and brought out a candle and a clear mug. Fire is one of my weak branches, but it works excellently for examples in lab settings. The effects are unmistakable. She set the items on the table at the front and filled the clear mug with water from a bottle in her bag. As I am sure many of you have played with your elemental abilities, as they tend to be the easiest to tap into. Not to mention stories, movies, and books love to play with them. Earthquakes and fire make for sensational effects as well as primal terror. No one likes to feel the ground give beneath their feet. Stepping back, she waved at the 2 objects. Most of you have played with lighting a candle and know how little it takes. In terms of hair, what have most of you found is the standard offering for lighting a candle? My fire counted as null, though from what Alexant said I should be able to use it, if desperate enough. I realized the only element I could access was earth. Was that normal or strange? Like I have to ask. It's me. Of course it's strange. People were raising their hands, and after taking answers, the group agreed it cost less than 3 inches of a strand of hair. But when it came to boiling water, at least 5 or more 10-inch strands, a decent-sized offering. Here is my question. Do any of you know why there is such a difference? Indira scanned the room, and I was very glad she hadn't done more than linger on me for a second. I thought I knew the answer, but after the last class, I had no desire to draw more attention to myself. The class was silent, as no one provided an answer. Indira smiled. How many of you look at the wick of the candle and will it to ignite? Half the room raised their hands. What about making the water boil? How many just will it to boil? This time about a third. I couldn't see facial expressions, which frustrated me. She moved back behind the table and scanned the room. You. Indira pointed at a woman seated near the front. Come up here, please. The woman froze for a second, then rose and moved to the front. I asked her up here because no matter how good your eyes are, you will not be able to see me holding up a single strand of hair, but she can. She made as if she lifted something from her head. I am holding 1 strand. I want my witness to watch the end of this strand very carefully. The student leaned forward, peering at the strand. The candle lit. The woman jerked upright and looked at Indira in surprise. Only about a fraction of an inch disappeared. Not even half an inch, she said, her voice carrying in the suddenly quiet classroom. That is what you can do if you know what you're doing. Rather than me lighting the entire visible wick, I encouraged one molecule of the wick to speed up. That brought others, and once there was a flame, the rest joined in. I didn't need to make all of them burst into flames, just one. It clicked in my head, and I knew I'd be studying a lot about molecular structures and patterns so I could think how to break them. The comment Scott Randolph had made back in Rockaway made sense. He talked about the difference between H2O and H2O2. If you didn't understand how the molecules went together, you could create the wrong one. It also meant I would be studying all those anatomy books I'd gotten until I had everything memorized. The decision to go for pre-med by getting my biology degree and to minor in criminal justice as well as psychic magic seemed perfect now that I finally realized how to get it. Back at the stadium, I'd been guessing and hoped Joe had learned enough to pull it off. I still didn't know how Caroline had contributed to her success. I suspected lots. Shaking myself out of my musings, I focused back on Indira, who pointed at the water. Most of you tell it to boil. We all know, or should, that the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius, or 100 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take a few degrees depending on your altitude. Now, don't get me wrong. Depending on the profession you go into, those few degrees might make an immense difference. But for this point, I'm just going with the basic of 100 degrees Celsius. And note, if you get into some of the edgier science jobs, knowing how pressure works can make your life easier. But we are dealing with basic molecules of water, H2O. If I want this to boil, the easiest way is to move them faster, which agitates the other molecules of water, and they move faster too. This creates the temperature change we call heat. But I don't need anywhere near as many because I'm not trying to move heat into the water. I'm making the water heat itself. Watch, if you please. Indira had grabbed 3 strands of hair, and her hair was at least 10 inches long. The students focused on those strands of hair, and they vaporized as the water came to an abrupt boil, and then slowed down. Who can tell me the problem with doing it this way? Indira asked, dropping what remained of her strands of hair, now about half gone, though still a fraction of the price most of us would have had to pay. It isn't boiling anymore, said someone in the front row. From what I could tell, everyone in the room was absolutely focused on her. Even Caroline had his ears and whiskers flicked forward, his eyes not moving from her in the front. Exactly. Oh, I can make tea with it, but it hits that temperature once, and as soon as you quit providing power, it stops. This is why generally building a fire and then feeding it materials is much more efficient than trying to heat things yourself. Those chefs with fire will find they can control temperature almost exactly, pulling heat away from food with barely an offering because it is so subtle, and in some ways, it provides its own offering. It what? I jerked straighter in my chair, and a mischievous grin crossed her face. Which you will find out about in later classes. This is an intro lab class. We will have guest speakers and talk about the intricacies of how to cast spells, even in branches you are null in for your class. So, by the time you are done in this course, everyone should be able to do spells in all 4 of your classes. Though some of you, her eyes darted to me for a split second, will be able to do them in all 12. Before anyone could react to that, she turned to the student assistant. Thank you. You may return to your seat. As the student turned to her seat, Indira addressed us again. What if I told you I could do the exact same thing for a fraction of the offering that I paid? As she spoke, She dumped out the still steaming water into a thermos and dropped a tea bag in it. She then refilled it with water from her bottle. There was a murmur, but not as much disbelief as there had been. I had zero doubt about her abilities. She already showed me how dangerous she could be. Same water, roughly the same temperature as the plastic container, is hot. Previously, it took me, 10 inches of 3 strands of hair, which will take me about 6 months to replace, which is why you rarely do offerings like that. But you don't get to your cosmetic offering class until you're sophomores. Well, some of you. Her eyes flicked up to me again, and I wrinkled my nose, disliking knowing she was talking to me. But we've always known some offerings had more power than hair or nails, which, to be frank, are the weakest and easiest. Indira bent over, getting something else from her bag, and I noted half the people in class leaning forward to get a look at her ass as she bent over. Really? I muttered, and Joe laughed a bit. She does have a nice figure. So? Joe just snickered, and Indira stood up, holding something. But all I could tell was she held something. This is a lancet. She uncapped it and jabbed her finger. A tiny spot of red appeared. This drop of blood, as small as it is, will do the same as my multiple strands of hair did. Watch the water. She glanced over towards it, and the blood disappeared in a tiny puff, and the water roiled in the container. I watched and counted internally to myself. Where before the water had boiled for a few seconds, maybe 5, this time I reached 20 before it stopped boiling. Living cells are the most powerful offerings we have. Dead cells, like hair, nails, etc., are the weakest. Often you will have to decide how important something is to you. Blood can be replenished comparatively fast, but if you offer too much, you die. People have died doing that, sometimes knowing the cost, sometimes not thinking it through. Always think it through. Though some will give their life anyhow. It might be worth it. Indira let that sit as she filled up her thermos with the still simmering water and sealed it. The scent of cinnamon and chai hit my nose, and I snickered a bit as she sipped her tea. Now, since that information has sunk in, here are the realities of what this course will entail. Mostly, we will parallel what you are learning in your other magic courses. This is a lab class, which is why it is only 1 credit hour, and we only meet once a week. You will do monitored experiments here and talk about the results. A lot of this will be me showing you various ways to do the spells for the different branches. The good thing for me is there's no assigned homework. There was a low mutter of joy at that, which I couldn't argue with since just the amount of homework for my first class worried me. Her smile chilled the little spurt of joy I had, and I heard some other students wake to that fact. I will, however, be giving you experiments to try at home. This is because your finals, which will be an all-day class, involve you coming up here and demonstrating an example of using a branch for the least amount of offering possible. If you aren't doing the experiments, trust me, you will fail. I leaned over to whisper to Joe, "Weren't you supposed to have taken this last semester?" Indira's comment about matching what you're doing in your other classes made me think it was for freshmen in their first semester. Joe tilted her head towards me, her voice just as low. Yeah, but there was a conflict in a class that only offered once every 2 years, and I needed it. Since this is every semester, I grabbed that one. Not like I can't take what I've already learned and try to enhance it. That made sense, so I went back to what Indira was teaching. It proved interesting. Chapter 3. Retired mages are a strange bunch. They habitually break down into 2 groups. The first group rarely uses magic, again outside small daily things like cooling a drink or getting something off a tall shelf. They don't push the boundaries. They act like they've never been anything above a hedge mage. The other group experiments nonstop, creating an entire second job overseeing where the limits of our understanding of magic really is. There is an oddly high death rate. Those mages and merlins tend to die the most. Magic explained. 2 weeks into college, and I was about ready to scream. Students everywhere cast sidelong glances at me, and I had 3 who asked for my autograph. My tattoos were what everyone wanted to see, and if people didn't quit walking up to me and moving my hair to touch them, I might kill someone. It had gotten so bad, I started wearing my hair in a ponytail just to prevent people from touching me. That creeped me out. What it was doing was making college social isolation hell. If it wasn't for Joe, and to a certain extent Sable, I might have given up. Not having besties in class, I could handle. I had before. People treating me like I carried the plague was getting to me. Even Caroline was snarling more, and I didn't know what to do. Bernard Smythe taught the Magic 101 course, while Indira ran the Magic 101 lab course. I figured I could handle those along with the history of magic. My schedule for the semester looked packed, but I had enough money to get me through to the summer, where I would take 8 to 10 credits and work, trying to catch up and make it through to the next semester. I'd also set up to be on call during all the breaks, which should help with me staying above water. Financially, at least. The money I made while working for the FBI had been a nice chunk, and my bank account almost made me happy. But I had a long way to go. You don't have time to worry about people. Focus on class and get through it. It will be a long 2 years, and people need a chance to let this summer fade. Dinner was Sable tonight. I liked her. I did. But I still felt like the odd one out. Hopefully it would change now that we had a set schedule. Either way, a Monday full of classes had left me exhausted. Bernard Smythe hadn't warmed up over the last 2 weeks. If anything, I seemed to present a personal affront to him I didn't understand. At least Indira had said nothing directly to me, but I only had her on Mondays. Once a week didn't seem to matter. My chem class was interesting, but full of homework, as were the law, history, and biology classes. I laughed as I lugged books around. I understood why Joe had been struggling. My assigned reading list made me shiver and dread, but the day was over. Magic law and ethics were the last class of the day for me, so now to home, dinner, and study. Joe still cooked, though I'd gotten much better. Amazing how well you could function when things quit going wrong around you. We'd learned whenever I was stressed or upset, I had a habit of pulling both the Murphy's Curse and Lady Luck around me. But now we could both sense them and disperse them rapidly. It made for excellent practice for both of us. My plan for the evening was dinner, my magic paper, the same one I'd helped Joe with last semester, though I tried to come up with fresh ideas about biomatter you could use. I had a theory I wanted to play with and see if it worked. People would regard it as gross, but if it worked, it implied some interesting options should worse come to worse in a situation where you needed magic.
Home, tired, hungry.
Caroline whined in my head. His head stuck out of the bag, but when I looked down, his eyes were closed. How can you be tired? I'm the one carrying you. He didn't answer, and I laughed. Another 10 minutes, I should be at the apartment. Joe took a much lighter course load than I did, with only 14 hours, and her classes were over by 1 on Mondays. My phone jangled, and I fumbled to pull it out of my backpack. A number I didn't recognize sat on the screen. It didn't say spam or telemarketer, but I'd had too many reporters call me. I hit deny and waited to see if they would leave a message. To my annoyance, they did. With a sigh, I put in headphones and pushed play as I walked, almost home.
Miss Monroe, my name is David Carlson. I'm the lawyer for the estate of James Wells. I need to meet with you immediately to discuss the clause that is activated for your inheritance. You can reach me at...
He said the phone number twice and then hung up. What in the world? I never met James Wells. Why would he leave anything to me? I touched the missed call on the phone and waited. He answered on the second ring, which set off alarm bells in my skull.
David Carlson.
Hi, this is Corey Monroe. You called?
Yes, Miss Monroe. When can we meet?
His urgent request caught me off guard, and I slowed my pace. I felt Caroline move around in his bag, but I didn't look down to check on him. I might have time this weekend. Why? What do you need to talk to me about?
That is too late. How about tonight? I'm in Atlanta.
What is going on? What could be so important? I'm headed home, and I have a bunch of studying to do. Can it wait until Sunday?
I fear not. I have your address down as...
He provided the apartment number and complex where Joe and I lived, and my alarm bells changed to outright fear.
I can swing by in 20 minutes.
Somehow I didn't think I'd get to say no. Sable was coming over, so that was 2 archmages and a merlin. And Sable knew more than both of us put together. If the 3 of us couldn't handle one person... Who am I kidding? A strong merlin, learning what I am, could kill us as soon as he saw us. Either I say no or... Let me call you back.
Miss Monroe, it is imperative that I talk to you immediately.
He didn't sound stressed, just insistent. 2 could play that game. And I'll call you back. I hung up and dialed another number in my contacts list.
Corey, to what do I owe this honor?
Alexan's voice rang in my ears, and I closed my eyes for a moment. Scared or desperate, both were sucky reasons to call the man. But he'd been decent over the last few months, and while we weren't friends, I'd have agreed with amiable co-workers. Why is a lawyer contacting me about James Wells' estate, and why does he want to meet with me? Niceties were wasted on Alexan, so I never bothered. Silence on the other end, one that I recognized. You know something. What?
Know might be too strong of a word. Suspect is more likely. When does he want to meet?
Now. Tonight. He already knew my address. That part bugged me more than I wanted to admit.
Meet with him. Not sure you're gonna like what he has to say. Want a friendly shoulder?
His voice was a touch too casual, and I slowed my walk even more. I didn't need this today. I had homework to do, and it was already looking like a long week. I thought you were back at Quantico. I stood in the icy air. January was mild this year, but still it had a nip to it. The campus bustled around me, though students gave me a wide berth. Even after so short a time, the cat and my tattoos acted as a warning to everyone.
I was. They transferred me down here last week as my new duty post. They're concerned about the sudden spike of high-level emergencies in the Atlanta area.
I couldn't help it. I laughed. Ha! So I was right. The planar rips created a bunch of new mages?
While there seems to be a correlation, there is no definite causation at this time.
He replied, his voice dry, but I could hear a hint of humor in it. Just tell me nothing about the rips causing emergencies made it into the papers. I dropped my voice, barely whispering. People causing rips would be bad. The thing that had come out of the chaos plane and took the serial killer mage still gave me nightmares occasionally. While I knew there were other things roaming around, I'd take unicorns with fangs any day of the week over that thing.
No, we never wrote that information down. While there have been a few closed-door meetings about it, it has been very clear that nothing will be documented about it.
I relaxed, but he continued.
And I assume you are being as circumspect?
Did I strike you as stupid and insane? The last thing I want is any more like me. Or me. I didn't say that last part, just let it remain unsaid in the space between the words.
Exactly. If you want, I can show up as a disinterested third party.
I groaned silently, tilting my head back. He was too disinterested. Subtle was not something he did well. How badly are you going to throw me to the wolves? I picked up my pace, wanting to be home.
Depends on who you're talking to.
He didn't pretend not to understand, and I appreciated that.
Me? Not at all. My superiors? More than I'm comfortable with. I don't know for sure what he has to say, though I have a suspicion. I'm on your side, Corey.
That would be more reassuring if I knew which side that was in this situation. The one with the sharks or the one with the cannibals? He chuckled, and the laugh made me smile. Someday, if the stick up his butt disappeared a bit more, he might be a good friend.
Let's aim for the island you have all your friends on. Jo isn't to be discounted, nor her family. And for what I know about Sable and her dad, neither of them are pushovers either.
Really? How deep is the surveillance on me? Part of me wanted to spin in a circle looking for the spies, but I knew I wouldn't see them.
Not that deep. Basic records. Why don't you suggest the coffee shop off of First?
I knew that one. It wasn't too far from the apartment. If I picked up the pace, I could drop off stuff, tell Jo, and then get there all in about 20 minutes. I pulled the phone away and glanced at it. A few minutes before 5. Fine, I'll tell him 5:45, which will mean I don't have to rush.
Sounds good. I'll head that way shortly. Besides, Siab sent something for you.
Thinking of Siab garnered a smile. The Hmong scientist had been the first person to accept me in his group, and she had a personality I enjoyed. She transferring down too?
We're still discussing it, but maybe. There are other things at play. Remember, you're drafted, not a slave.
His voice held humor and a gentle reminder. Uh-huh, let's have this discussion after my service is done. I hung up and hit redial on the phone. It rang once, then Carlson answered. Miss Monroe, I'll meet you at Blue Donkey at 5:45. Are you sure? This really might be better at your residence. Blue Donkey or nothing, I replied, my voice firm. I didn't want someone I didn't know in our place. It felt too much like an invasion. Very well. I'll meet you there. Thank you. I hung up and glanced down at Caroline, who had seemed very interested in the whole conversation. Let's get home, get you fed, and then I guess I'll be finding out what lawyers want with me. He flicked an ear in response. I snickered and picked up the pace. I wanted to be there early. Maybe I could get something in a corner to provide some privacy. Chapter 4. While STEM courses are required for all mages getting degrees under the mage draft, many will choose minors in things like fashion design, graphic design, or other creative aspects that their personal interests lead them towards. This has benefited many of those who are magicians or wizards, as this will help them get jobs in industries that are not as heavy in the hard sciences. OMO Informative Brochure. I approached the Blue Donkey, Caroline on my chest, and Jo and Sable walking behind me. No one would let me go alone, and I'd run out of time to argue with them, so instead of me and Alexant, I had a group with me. But since I'd quit arguing with them and annoyance fueled my ability to walk fast, we got there about 5:30. The Blue Donkey had lots of funky tables and corners. There was one person seated in the back corner at a large table, a 4-person booth bench against the wall and 4 chairs. It would be perfect. I hate asking people to move, but I think we need isolation. I dug into my pocket and pulled out a 20, hoping it would be enough. Give me a minute. Sure. Want me to order you something? Dinner will be fine until we get back. Jo looked at me expectantly. Personally, I wanted to be home eating her chili. That was the nice thing about slow cookers. They could be set to warm. Please, I have homework to do tonight. Single origin coffee, extra sugar, large? Sable winked at me as the two of them headed to the counter, and I went to try to convince the person to let me have the table, even though they were there first. As I approached, I realized I knew him. Well, I'd seen him. He sat in the front row of the Magic Lab and Magic 101. Not that I had talked to him or even knew his name. He looked up as I approached, and his familiar, because there was no other way anything with that many legs would be allowed in here otherwise, peeked out from underneath the long hair that he wore loose. I cataloged him quickly. Young, and worse shape than me, pale skin, light brown hair, and light brown, almost amber eyes. He assessed me at the same time.
What does the savior of Sec want with me?
His voice flat and unaccented. Nothing southern in it at all. Oh, please, that name is so stupid and inaccurate. I felt my face heat. Of all the things the press had called me, that one had to be the worst. I was there. I did what I could. I'm frankly relieved the unicorn didn't eat me and that thing from Chaos left with only the jerk. His lip twitched, but his eyes stayed steady.
That didn't answer my question.
I swallowed and tugged on my ponytail. This is super rude, and I'm sorry to even ask, but some lawyer wants to meet me. I don't trust him, so I chose someplace public. My friends refused to let me come alone. I waved at Joe and Sable, who were waiting for our drinks. And I'd really like a table out of the way. I thrust the 20 at him. I can pay for the inconvenience, and I mean, you don't have to say yes, but please? He looked at me for a long moment.
Huh, not all pretty girls or bitches are full of themselves. Come on, Archina.
He stood and gathered his books into a pile as the familiar waved a leg at me.
Keep the money. I need to head home anyhow. Good luck with the meeting.
A quick nod and he headed to the door, leaving me standing there.
Cool. He let us use the table? Didn't charge you?
Joe asked, nodding at the 20 still in my hand. No, and I think he said I was pretty. The entire conversation had left me confused.
Corey, you might not be gorgeous like Sable is, but you are very cute and adorable, especially when confused.
Joe bopped my nose as she slid into the booth and Sable followed, laughing. Before I could respond or even address her comments, I felt Alexant come in. He had this presence that made me aware or annoyed. I couldn't decide which, but it was interesting to watch him walk across the coffee shop and see at least half the heads in the place turn to follow him. Damn, too bad I gave up men. Sable muttered. He's not that attractive, I protested, but it came out weak as I watched the calculating look from women.
Good choice of table. Joe, Sable, Caroline. I need a drink.
He nodded at each of us, including Caroline, who I hadn't had time to let out of the bag, then spun on his heels, striding towards the counter. Yes, he is. Sable muttered, then looked at me for the first time ever. I felt like she really saw me, the deep down me that only Joe had seen before. Huh. Yeah, I need to quit letting Joe distract me. About? I grabbed the drink and took a swig, the caffeine centering me. Nothing made sense, and I needed to focus. Before I could figure out what to follow up on, Alexant came back and pointed imperiously at the chair in the corner. Sable shook her head, avoiding my question.
Sit over there. Means you'll have Joe on one side, me on the other. And I assume Caroline will do what he does.
He's a cat. Regardless of anything else, he usually does. I let him out of the bag so he could make sure the location met his standards. Not that I had any idea what those were. Alexant smirked as I settled down.
He figure out how to open things yet?
Shush! All three of us said in vehement voices. We do not talk about that. We knew he had an opposable thumb. We were all rather terrified of what he might realize he could do with that thumb. A snark escaped from him before he managed to sit down.
Understood. Sounds like stories friends tell me about things their kids didn't need to hear, or about saying the walk word in front of their dogs. He'll figure it out soon.
He held the coffee in front of him as a shield. I just glared. There is no reason to hurry the apocalypse. Thank you. We are already aware of the fact that his tail can be used like an extra hand.
I can hear you.
His voice rumbled in my mind.
What don't I know?
Alexant arched a brow as Joe reached down and picked Caroline up, scratching behind his ears and under his chin at the same time.
"That we think you are the smartest, prettiest cat in the universe."
His eyes closed and he purred as she applied her magic fingers.
"Distraction acceptable."
I glared at Alexin, who held up his hands in surrender. Once Caroline figured out how to use his fingers, then we were in big trouble. As it was, neither of us ever used a can opener in front of him.
Here, Siab asked me to give this to you.
He handed me a small envelope package. I picked it up and opened it, curious as to what she would send. She had my email address.
"Oh, look!"
I pulled out a woven strap. It was a collar about an inch wide with Caroline's name woven into it in greens and purples. Oh, I'll need to send her a thank you. I admired the Hmong artwork, recognizing her skill in weaving it.
She thought you might like it. It's strong. Has room for a tag with your number, but since it's silk, his claws can shred it if he needs to.
Alexin watched, a half smile on his face. You like? I showed it to Caroline, who stuck his nose up from under the table.
"Yes, worthy,"
he declared, but sank back under the table, still investigating the area. The door to the coffee shop opened just as I checked my phone. 5:45.
That's him.
Alexin sounded absolutely sure as he watched the man walk in and pause, looking around.
"Do you know him?"
Joe asked it for me, which helped because a desire to dive under the table and hide had grabbed me and I struggled to not panic.
I'm aware of him. He handles a lot of the state laws for merlins.
But he's not a mage? Sable seemed dubious as she glanced at him, then back at all the tattoos on our temples.
No, he is pure mundane, and it is one reason so many people use him. No magic.
The man must have spotted Alexin because his face went into a blank mask I envied. My emotions still showed on my face, another skill I needed to develop. He stood up straighter, the thick black briefcase in his left hand moved in front as he came forward. What is he shielding himself from? Us? I looked around and wanted to snort. 2 women holding hands under the table if I had to guess, me, a cat, also under the table, and Alexin. Okay, Alexin had an imposing presence. The rest of us, not so much.
Stephen, to what do I owe your presence?
His voice sounded the same as it had on the call, smooth and flat, but lacking the urgency this time.
Corey called. Asked me to be here.
Alexin nodded at me as he spoke, and the man riveted his attention on me. I didn't pull back, but all my alarms were going off in my mind. No matter what he said, I knew down to my bones that I would not like it. Even worse, I suspected my life would get measurably more difficult.
Miss Monroe, David Carlson at your service. I thought we would talk in private.
He moved hazel eyes over my motley crew, arching a brown eyebrow as Caroline jumped up behind me and flopped on the booth ledge. I could feel his paws brushing the back of my neck. It gave me an odd sense of protection. Not that I had any idea what a 10-pound cat would do if he did attack. Not going to apologize. After the last few months, I don't trust anyone calling me out of the blue and wanting to meet. I'd rather have witnesses to anything you say or do. Having reporters harass me for 3 months had refined my ability to not trust anyone by leaps and bounds. I didn't need him, so I didn't need to try to curry his favor. I saw his jaw clench a little, but then he smiled and nodded his head. If I may. He waved at the seat we'd left empty for him, putting him between Sable and Alexin. He opened the briefcase and pulled out 3 thick folders and pushed them to me. These are yours. Please look through them at your leisure. He pulled out another thin folder and opened it. I need to verify a few details. I looked at the thick manila envelopes that looked like they were bursting at the seams. They lay there in the middle of the coffee-stained table, but I didn't touch them. Instead, I looked at the lawyer. Which would be?
You are, in fact, Coruscant Lorelei Monroe, 21 years old, born April 15th at 12 a.m. in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yes, I said warily, unhappy about his knowledge, but that information had been released ages ago. Reporters had pried into everything.
The date of your suspected emergence?
His eyes flicked to my temple, then he restated.
Your suspected first emergence is April 14th, the day your fraternal twin Stephanos Gregory Monroe died.
This all felt like some weird reality that I didn't fully exist in. My head nodded without my being in control of it.
I need your answer verbally, please.
He didn't snap or even seem angry, just someone going through a process. That helped clear away some of the fog. Yes.
Excellent. Then, given your registered status as a spirit merlin, and the only one who has emerged in the last decade that is female, you are officially recognized as the only heir to James Wells' estate. Sign here, please.
He slid the paper over to me, only in the file. I read it over, but it didn't say anything other than I was who I said I was. I signed and slid it back to him.
Stephen, would you sign as a witness, please?
Alexan took the paper, scanned it, and signed.
Excellent. David, what is this all about?
Alexan asked, his voice not even half as annoyed as I felt. All of this, just to make me verify who I was?
All in due time. Corson Monroe, you are officially designated as the heir to James Wells' estate. Everything he owned, all the safe deposit boxes, and his private research is yours, provided...
He broke off as people began speaking.
Merlin's balls, Corey, you're rich,
Jo said, her eyes wide, looking at the manila envelopes. Alexan almost spit out his coffee and looked at the lawyer.
Was he crazy? He left it all to some unknown Merlin? I just follow instructions. I have no idea what Mr. Wells did or didn't think. However, there are conditions to claiming his inheritance.
What little joy had been building in me snuffed out in a split second. Figures. Oh well, easy come, easy go.
Corey, let's hear what the requirements are. Maybe it's easy,
Jo protested, elbowing me. Jo, it's me. It's going to be something crazy, like climb Everest freehand or fly under my own power. Sable snickered, but she didn't disagree with my comment.
They are not quite at that level, though, well...
He cleared his throat, and I redirected my attention to him, sensing an even bigger issue than I thought.
The bequeathment is set up in stages. The first stage gets you the house. The second, all his bank boxes. And the third grants all remaining lands and holdings. It is my understanding that his research will be yours when you meet the second requirements. Let me do them in reverse order so they don't seem so daunting. I don't believe you'll have an issue with the second or third.
Which meant I'd have an issue with the first, and these were a succeed in order thing. Why did magic think I was its chew toy? Caroline snickered in my head, and I turned to look at him, but he was watching my hair and avoided my gaze. With a glare, I settled back against the booth and felt Caroline bat my ponytail immediately, catching and tugging, but never hard enough to hurt. I didn't mind, as it let me feel him there without having to look around for him. So far, he hadn't scratched or bitten me, but being able to say stop or him giving me a warning growl in my head also accounted for that. With his gentle touch keeping me centered, I waited for the lawyer to speak.
The third condition is completing your draft term of service. It is entailed so that if you die during your draft, it would follow the terms of your will.
He smiled at me, and if he meant that to be reassuring, it wasn't. Both Jo and Sable had gone silent.
The second condition is to start your draft service. At that time, the bank boxes will be released to you.
I shrugged, trying to push away my unease at the idea of dying while in service. I still had to get through school, probably earn my master's, if not my doctorate, before I even started my draft. Great. The next 15 years or so of my life all planned for me, regardless of what I wanted. The urge to pout or throw tantrums strummed through me, but I pushed it away. That sounds easy enough. What is the first condition? He looked down at his paper and cleared his throat again. I was about to offer to get him something to drink.
You need to understand this was all done assuming you were of college age when you emerged, and when James was dying. He set all this up figuring it would be an incentive. I also wasn't involved when it was created, so I don't know what his thought processes were.
He looked down at the table, but shuffled the papers in his hands, making me doubt he actually saw them. Whatever you think it is, it probably won't be that horrid. Just say it. I just wanted this over with, and had never counted on having anything to begin with. Alexin had an odd look on his face, and I reminded myself once again that he must know something.
Very well. Note that if you do not meet any of the conditions, all remaining items under the will are designated to Hisahito Yamato.
A hissed intake of breath had me glancing at Alexin. What? Do you know who that is? He gave me an odd smile.
When you take some of the later classes, you'll learn who the most politically influential mages are. That is the Majutsu Shi of the Japanese royal Yamato family. He is a merlin by rank, and the best English equivalent would be royal magician, though his title is Majutsu Shi Yamato. He's a spirit merlin, and the third cousin of the emperor.
There was much that lay unsaid there, like the fact that the U.S. and Japan had been on polite but distant terms since World War II, when 3 U.S. Merlins had transported a nuclear weapon into the heart of their military forces. The bomb had not reacted well to the teleportation and took out a nearby town, Hiroshima, at the same time. There were no survivors. While Japan bowed out of the war at that point, their government had never forgiven us, and few Americans went to Japan as tourists. I gave Alexin a look, guessing that the last thing the U.S. government wanted was anything to fall into the hands of Japan, much less the royal family. Great. What's the initial condition? I asked, exasperated. Tiptoeing around the issue wouldn't tell me anything.
Yes, well, the first condition,
he said, giving a reproachful glance. I rolled my eyes in response and motioned him to get going.
You will need to have your bachelor's degree by next summer. Basically, you have 18 months to graduate.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Chapter 5. Estates for mages work the same as for anyone else, but those who live to old age often spend a lot of their time in retirement tinkering with things. Heirs are often surprised at the wide variety of esoteric items, both magical and mundane, that these mages seem to have attracted over their lifetimes. But all such hoards should be regarded with suspicion. More than one heir has lost their life to odd traps left behind, and sometimes, as in the Lizzie Borden case, they take others out as well.
History of Magic. The outrage and arguing went on for another 20 minutes. I just sat there, thinking, mostly thinking about how hungry I was. Enough. My voice wasn't that loud, but still the few people in the coffee shop not looking at us did now. They all looked at me, and I sighed. No matter how much you yell, protest, or anything else, he can't change it. If I want this, I need to meet the clauses in the will. Anything else doesn't matter. Now, I have dinner waiting at home, I have homework to do, and frankly, I don't want to be here anymore. I pointed at the manila envelopes. Those are mine to keep, right?
Yes, they detail out the contents for each section of the bequeathment.
Great. I stood, swept them up into my arms, shoved the collar in my pocket, and grabbed the bag, slipping it on. Caroline, you coming? He jumped over to the table, letting me pick him up and slide him into the bag. Joe, Sable, I'm starving. You ready to go? Sure, Joe said, shrugging as she stood.
Corey, you need to take this seriously,
said Alexin.
There are dangerous people that are invested in this research. The government figured it might be something like this, but the terms were sealed. Which means they will not be happy finding out all that could go to a Japanese national.
He looked at me, his eyes dark. I'd worked my way around the table, holding the envelopes in one arm while trying not to bump Caroline into the table. As cute and funky as the place was, the coffee smells were making me nostalgic and starving. Two things I didn't want to deal with. Not my problem. Thanks for coming. I glanced at David. I guess I'll let you know if I fail or make it. Don't change your number. I knew I was being rude, and I didn't care. All these people, men, telling me how to live my life. I just wanted them out of my life.
Don't worry. Your progress will be tracked closely.
Good luck. He sounded sincere, and that sent my nerves jangling. Thanks, I said, forcing a smile that had no amusement in it. I headed to the door, all too aware that he sat back down and started talking to Alexant, their body language intent. I shook my head and pushed open the door, Joe and Sable following close behind me. Corey, what in the world was all that? Joe asked as Sable came up on my other side, framing me, or protecting me. Both ideas made me worry, not about them, well, not about Joe at least, but either way. You heard what I did. I don't know anything else. Are you going to do it? Sable asked, her voice low. I half shrugged, glancing at her. She had twisted her long, black hair, with its internally perfect corkscrews, into a different pattern today, while her light caramel skin and almond-shaped eyes just added to her beauty. It'd be easier if she had a big scar or was fat or something, but she, like most mages, remained trim with smooth skin. I need to look. I'd work it out to get my master's in 2.5 years, letting classes overlap as it didn't matter. This might change things. Might mean a full load this summer instead of a partial one. That thought made me want to growl. I hated being super tight on money, and if I couldn't work this summer, it would make next year difficult. We'll help! Joe burst out, and I looked at her confused. She grinned and expanded on her comment. Sable's a junior, so she can help with some classes. You can use my audio stuff, maybe listen while you walk or in between classes. Means you won't have to carry as many books. And since you've already challenged some classes for the history stuff, maybe you can challenge that too, or just write a research paper. If the government is as heavy about this as Alexan says, I bet they'd help to weigh in on you being able to challenge them. I'm willing to help. You should be taking classes with me fall semester, so I can help you get through it. Sable offered, giving me a real smile that made her even prettier. Warmth flooded me. I really do have the best friend. I winked at Sable. And her choice in girlfriends isn't so bad either. Sable grinned, and we stepped up our pace to the apartment. The chilly air acting as a motivator, though the folders in my arms were calling to me also. Out! Caroline demanded as we stepped in, and I let him down. He raced to the bathroom, and a minute later, I heard a stream of liquid in the bowl. I know he's as smart as we are, Sable started to say. Smarter, Caroline interjected, and Sable snickered. But it still seems odd to have him use the toilet. Trust me, after the first month of needing to clean the litter box, I was delighted when he figured out how to balance. Makes all of our lives cleaner and less smelly, which I think he agrees with the most. I kicked off my shoes and headed to the kitchen. What do you want me to do? Nothing. I want you to sit down and go through those folders. I'm dying to know what is in them, even if you aren't. What she said. I'm curious, Sable put in as she headed to the kitchen to help. That and Joe has told you horror stories about me in the kitchen. Possibly. Sable drew out the word, and I laughed. Fine. But I'm getting better. I can almost make soup without burning it. Besides, you're just dishing up chili. I protested, but moved over to the couch and put the envelopes on the coffee table. We usually ate there at the couch. Well, futon. Sable was the only person who'd really used the futon aspects of it, but it made for a nice couch. I looked at the 3 envelopes, with nice legible handwriting on each. They were labeled first section, second section, final section. Oh, let's see what I'll lose first. I didn't mutter it quietly enough, so Joe heard me.
Stop it! I know you. You don't let anything stop you once you get going. Just matters if you want it enough or not.
And if I can pay all the bills, I pointed out as I turned to look at her. She and Sable came into the living room carrying mugs of chili. Each mug had a creamy white dollop of sour cream covered with cheddar cheese on it. Sable had hot chai tea for each of us. Joe made her chili with fire. Milk or beer were the best options for cooling it. None of us really liked beer, so the chai with lots of milk proved the best option. Sable started to say something, but shook her head, dropping onto the floor as Joe set the mugs down.
Rewards first. Then we can see if it is worth it. Heck, it might be a 2-room shack in the Appalachians. Not sure that's worth anything. And I mean, if that is the house, the research might be a ready notebook in a bank box.
Joe teased me as she sat down on the other side. And the remaining lands and holding? I asked, getting into the game. Oh, I have that, Sable said with a soft laugh. A few acres of land that is contaminated by old leaking underground storage tanks, and the gas station remains that used to be there. We all giggled at the ideas, and I relaxed. It would be something more along that line than anything else, which made me less stressed about opening the folders. I got a few more spoonfuls of chili in my mouth. The jalapenos and the smoky bite of habanero salsa she always added, fading as I sipped my tea. Sable and I found the cinnamon and cloves of the chai made a nice counterpoint to the chili. Okay, first one it is. I pushed the mug to the side, did a quick check to make sure I hadn't wrapped any magic around me, and opened the one marked first section. It was the slimmest of the envelopes, and I pulled out what looked like a realtor's listing stapled to a list of items, and a typed piece of paper. I scanned the paper, but it said the same thing, providing the date I needed to earn my bachelor's degree by, a date that seemed much too close. I opted for the list of items in the house and let out a low whistle. Somehow, I don't think the place will be a dump. This lists furnishings, paintings, collectibles. It even says it's being maintained by a caretaker right now. A Lucille Magnum. I handed over the list for Joe and Sable to look at. It was 5 pages long and picked up the real estate printout. It listed the appraisal, the land, address, and had pictures of the house from the outside and all the rooms, fully furnished. I fell in love, head over heels in love with that house. It had 3 bedrooms, a study with a small library, a kitchen that Marisol would drool over, wraparound porch, and modern bathrooms. It'd been updated, but the outside screamed Victorian with character. From the deck to the burgundy trim on a light gray paint, the stained glass windows, and a 3rd floor that was listed as unknown. I wanted that house more than I wanted anything. It called to me, and I wanted to sink into the leather chair in the study. I wanted to put all my books in the small library and then get more. Wow, Corey, that house is incredible. Sable's voice made me realize I was holding the paper tight enough that it was wrinkling. I relaxed my grip and smoothed it out. Then, with fingers that didn't want to release, handed it to them.
Corey?
Joe looked at me, not the paper.
What is it?
I want that house. I want that to be my house. Joe, that is my house. All the dreams I never let myself dream, they are all there in that house. She frowned at me, then leaned over Sable's shoulder to look at the pictures. I closed my eyes and took deep breaths. Is the house worth it? Getting your degree won't be impossible, but it means killing yourself, overloading every class, and fighting to challenge anything you can. My heart responded to that internal question with a resounding yes. I swallowed. First, I needed to look at the rest. The second section had a list of banks, the various boxes, and cryptic notes about their contents. Notebook on psychic abilities, planar research notes, Georga's comments and instructions. Who the heck is Georgaz? I asked, looking up. Joe and Sable just shrugged as they finished studying the brochure.
No clue,
Joe said.
Friend? Imaginary friend? How am I supposed to know? But you're right, that's your house. I just have one complaint.
She pushed the paper back. I resisted grabbing it and holding it to me, as if I could keep the house to myself by protecting a picture. And what would that be, besides New York?
Okay, 2 complaints. New York, it snows up there and gets cold.
Snow is fun and pretty. Drinking hot chocolate while watching it fall is delightful. Sable responded with a wistful grin. Dad and I did that when we lived at Fort Drum. It was nice.
Shoveling the snow after it's done falling,
Joe countered, but she smiled.
But that is a minor complaint. We're supposed to grow old together. How am I supposed to do that if you live in the house?
As they teased, I pulled open the final folder, and it was the thick one. Multiple real estate listings, copies of deeds and properties owned, listings of businesses that were significant shares in, and then bank statements. Joe, that might not be an issue, I said, numb at this point. I slid over the real estate listings. If I understand this, he owned the entire street. There were only 3 houses. The one I loved at the end of the cul-de-sac, a smaller Craftsman on one side, and this one on the other. Says this was the original house before they parceled out the land. The Victorian was built in 1897, and the Craftsman in 1928. But this one was built in 1843, and remodeled and modernized about 10 years ago for his best friend, who died a few years ago. The house I pointed out to her was a brick and wood Tudor-style mansion. My Victorian, it was already mine in my head, had 3 full baths and the 3 bedrooms, but the Tudor was a monster. Per the listing, it had 6 bedrooms, including a master ensuite, a nursery, cold room, kitchen, 2 dining rooms, and a back lawn you could play golf on.
Wow, that's a nice house,
Joe muttered as she traced the images with her fingers. Even Sable seemed entranced by it. It has a mechanic's workshop and an experimental lab to one side, too, I teased with a grin. Lots of room for all the kids you want. If I hadn't been watching her, I wouldn't have seen the flicker of her eyes and the wince that flashed across her face. But then it disappeared, and she smiled at Sable.
So, want to move there and have a passel of kids with me?
Her eyebrows wiggled as she spoke. If that's a marriage proposal, it sucks. I'm worth way more than that. But if that's your dowry, I might not say no. She grinned back, teasing as much as Joe. I guess I'm going to do this, I said as I looked at everything. The houses mattered more to me than anything else. Though the number of zeros in the bank accounts would mean I'd never have to work when my draft ended, and still have money to keep all the houses up. I paused to grab the copy of the appraisal, and winced at the tax bill. Maybe I would have to work. No. I looked up in surprise at Joe, and she smiled at me.
We're doing this. All for one and one for all.
She'd been on a kick to watch all the Tim Curry movies this summer, and The 3 Musketeers had been one of her favorites. Though I thought it was because she lusted over the actress playing Milady de Winter. Great, now we're the Musketeers. Well, obviously I'm D'Artagnan, and you're Aramis. I think Sable must be Porthos, for your fashion sense and desire to be someone, but that leaves Athos.
Me. After all, I'm your guide. For all of you.
Caroline spoke in our heads, and Joe and I fell down in laughter, thinking about the young kitten being the older father figure. Sable just looked at him in astonishment. He spoke to me! Joe and I started laughing even more. I still wondered who Georgaz was. Chapter 6. France has one of the 3 family-based familiars. The dragon of China is the second, the wolf of Russia is the third, and France has the phoenix.
But while the Chinese and Russian both belong to the ruling families, or previously ruling family in Russia's case, as the Romanovs are down to a single branch, Francis Phoenix belongs to a small family that runs a bakery in Lyon. They are all fire mages, and all of them bake like it was born into their souls. History of Magic. I doubled down on my classes over the next week, but that weekend I pored over all the courses, what I could challenge, and what was scheduled to be taught over the next 3 semesters. That was all the time I had, and the summer semester would have limited class options. I think I have it, but I need to convince them to let me challenge or do independent study in 5 classes, and I suspect at least 2 classes will be at the same time in the fall, so I'll have to split my time. But it will be close. If they decide not to hold a single class, this game plan will fall apart. And I'm limited as to what I can do for some classes. That annoyed me as I wanted those extra minors. "You going to give up your CJ minor?" Jo asked as she finished up the fajitas. "Maybe. I shouldn't need to since I only need 3 classes total, and at least one of them is also required for the magic minor." There was a knock on the door, so I paused as Jo went to let Sable in. She had stress lines I recognized around the corners of her mouth, but smiled as Jo pulled her into a hug and a quick kiss.
Just dump that if you have to. There aren't any time restraints, and you can always go back to school later. From what I've read, some of the draft assignments will encourage you to. If you get a second degree, it's something they want, especially Merlin's, so you're stuck there for 10 years. Jo started setting the table. Fajitas were too messy to try to eat at the couch. Yeah, that only leaves the money problem. I mean, I don't think it'll get to ramen levels, but I like being able to go out occasionally, and I really wanted to go to Dragon World Con next year and be able to buy stuff. We already had our tickets, but if I didn't have time to go, it would suck. I might have a solution to that. Sable spoke, but she didn't look at me as she talked. Oh? The comment surprised me, and from Jo's frown, her too. Sable cleared her throat, staring at the ground. So, you know Jo and I are pretty serious. Well, my roommate is becoming a pain. Apparently, me making it public that I'm dating Jo is offending her sensibilities. She feels that sexual experimentation is fun, but to link yourself to another woman prevents the continuation of magical lineage, and is an anathema. My mouth dropped open. She's a follower of purity? Really? That was a splinter group formed in the early 1900s that decided magical lineages were all important, even though people from strong magical lines often had kids that were hedgies at best. And then you had me, a merlin, from a family no one had tracked as having any magic. Most people regarded them as crackpots. I sure did. Yeah, her father is some high muckety-muck in their church. So my dad supports me, and per how the education law works, if I move in with someone else that already has the cohabitation budget covered, I get it in cash. I checked. I get basically a monthly allowance for what they are paying for my rent. A sudden vicious smile lit up her face. And Daniela has to pay the other half, until she gets another roommate. So you want to move in here? With us? I asked. My voice was slow, hesitant, but not because I disliked the idea. I just needed to roll it around in my mind for a bit. Well, yeah. I was hoping maybe you wouldn't hate the idea too much. Sable cast a glance at Jo, and I saw she looked as surprised as I did, which meant they hadn't talked about it before. Jo took her seat, face serious. Then a smile flashed across it. I get to wake up with you every morning? I can handle that. But Corey, what do you want? I sat down too, catching the almost desperate look on Sable's face, a look I recognized from seeing it in the mirror most mornings. The bedrooms were the same size, but I barely used half of my closet. Jo, on the other hand, had hers bursting at the seams. But she didn't have anything besides a small chest of drawers in her room, and the rooms were spacious enough she could easily get a large dresser or armoire in it. It would give me a chance to know Sable,
If she was going to be a permanent part of Joe's life, I needed to. Hopefully she wanted the same. While I still worried about Joe leaving, they were more nightmares than active thoughts most of the time. I had finally realized nothing would chase her away from me, which helped, but I knew if I screwed up, I could push her away. I don't have an issue, and the extra money might help since I will be tight between paying bills and feeding greedy guts. Caroleon had his own chair at the small table with a booster seat on it, so he could sit and watch us easily, though only occasionally wanting what we were eating. Joe made most of the food way too spicy for him, though I thought he was growing to like it.
Growing Kitar. Need nutrients,
he responded, and I could see from the flash and grin that Sable had heard that too. I filed Kidar with Queen as odd words he used. He ignored any questions about life on the other side of plains. Basically, a typical cat. Go for it. You need to file the paperwork and figure out where your stuff can fit. You've seen Joe's room, but I do have some closet space. Sable had a wry smile. Yes, I have. Someone might need to do some organizing and cleaning out of stuff she'll never wear.
Hey, I love my clothes.
Joe's instant protest made me laugh. They settled into talking about how to juggle everything, while I made myself a fajita. They could have cold fajitas. I wasn't going to. The tortillas had fajita meat, peppers, sour cream, cheese, and salsa, and my mouth watered. As I lifted it up to take a bite, my phone rang. A familiar ringtone, the blaring of a car horn, the most obnoxious sound possible without me purchasing a ringtone. Joe and Sable stopped their discussion and glanced at my phone.
Stephen Alexant?
Joe asked, starting on her own fajita. Yes, I sighed and got up to grab it off my backpack where I had dropped it. What? I didn't bother being polite. He rarely was. And when he was, I worried. I need to talk to you. His sharp voice could be heard clearly through the phone's speaker. About? I tossed the phone on the table and sat back down, the fajita calling to me. It's better to talk in person. May I come over? I knew he'd come over whether I said yes or no, and some fights weren't worth having. Besides, cold fajitas. Fine, when? There was a knock on the door, and I dropped my head back. Really? Fine. I got up and pulled open the door, revealing Alexan and Indira. Both had pinched expressions, and I looked from one to the other. Then, leaving the door open, I went back to the table and picked up my fajita. If the world was going to fall down on me, I'd bloody well eat my fajita hot.
Come in?
Joe said, standing and giving me meaningful glances I ignored. She ushered them in, waving at the futon.
Sorry, not a lot of places to sit. Take the couch. So, what's up?
Aren't you going to talk to us, Corey? Indira had her soothing voice out, the one half sultry, half cajoling. With a mouthful of fajita, I shot her a look, and she sighed, sitting up straighter. Swear, we are delivering the news. We didn't cause it. This time normally, without the seduction lacing it. Fajita, hot, eat. I mumbled around food as I chewed and swallowed. Hunger had been high lately with all the practicing I'd been doing trying to ace my classes. And this was my dinner, darn it. I shouldn't have to interrupt it because they were here. I hadn't invited them. Alexant smiled a bit. It does smell good. That's fine. Eat. But I figured you deserved to know this as soon as possible because we had no say-so in the matter, and unfortunately, neither do you. That made me pause, the tortilla half eaten. I sighed and set it down, wiping my mouth and picking up a glass of soda. I turned my chair and looked at them. Fine. What is it now? Trying to get through my degree in under 18 months isn't enough? That is part of what prompted this. Alexant sat stiffly on the couch, and I didn't know if I should be impressed or worried. That couch invited slouching.
Prompted what?
Joe asked, leaning forward, giving both of them hard stares.
What does this have to do with Corey?
Indira waved her hand as if dismissing something.
The government is very invested in gaining access to Merlin Wells' research on planar rips. Even more so after the events at the stadium. They wish to make sure you meet the terms of the will, which means passing. In order to aid you with that, they've assigned mentors.
Worry sank into me. Mentors? To do what?
Assist you with schoolwork, smooth any issues you might have, provide support and research if needed.
She didn't look at me as she spoke. You mean they want me to cheat, and you to do it for me if it looks like I won't make it? I spat out, my fist clenching.
That was implied, yes,
Alexin admitted.
However, we did tell them it was unlikely you would accept or allow that. I pointed out you were perfectly capable of cutting off your magic just to piss everyone off, and that you had to agree to it for it to work.
I shrugged. I'd been planning on getting my degree. I wanted that house, but they didn't need to know that. Who are my assigned mentors? I already knew the answer, but making them squirm was enjoyable.
We were informed we would be filling that role, or our drafts would be reactivated,
Indira said, her voice as dry as Alexant, and her choice of words providing a wealth of information.
What?
Joe and Sable said together.
I thought once you finished your draft service, you were done.
Sable went on, looking at them in confusion.
There is fine print that says something like, in times of necessity, any mage can be pulled back in for further service if the situation is judged dire enough.
Indira said, her voice utterly emotionless, which was even creepier than her sexy voice. And me not graduating qualifies as dire? I said, looking at the two of them.
Preventing Japan from getting that research does. Apparently, he'd been working on a project for the government, but since it was unfunded and off the books, they haven't been able to gain access to research notes.
They realize forcing me into this isn't about to endear me to them, and I'm just as likely to refuse to share them, I pointed out, poking at my now rapidly cooling dinner.
We did mention that, but they figured they would have a decade to provide incentives to get you to release them, or at least tell them if it was what they were looking for. And either way, at least Japan wouldn't have them, and by then there would be new senators, a new president, and new dire situations.
If I get my degree, what do you two get out of this?
Besides not having the draft reactivated and losing my job at the university?
Indira asked, looking at me.
There are a few things, but for now, mentoring a student is relatively easy.
Her smile was serene, but I remembered all too well the other people she worked for, part of the world I hadn't been exposed to yet. I'll think about it. If what I read about mentorships was correct, there's a contract, something we both have to sign, willingly. They nodded in agreement. Well, right now the only thing I need is more classes offered when I need them, and a strong summer lineup. And worst case, maybe a hand with some papers? It's been a while since I've had to write a true research paper. I'm not agreeing to anything else.
Corey, we accepted this role for a few reasons. You know us, and I think at least tolerate if not like us. We won't treat you like a child, but there are some restrictions.
I jerked up straighter and looked at him, on guard.
You're confined to campus. You need to check in weekly with both of us, and all of your professors will be informed we have full access to your grades and studies. They are to let us know if you are having any problems.
He said all of this as if it wasn't a big deal, as if they were perfectly reasonable requests. No.
Chapter 7. The caste society of India fractured in the early 1900s when Britain withdrew, ceding control of the East India Company to the cohort of Merlins that arose from the untouchable caste, preventing British forces from entering India for 3 months. The system shattered, breaking into 2 groups, mages and non. While mages enjoy better opportunities in India, The ruling Parliament of India wrote in 5 years of civil assistance for all mages, and they are encouraged to follow Buddhist traditions which revere a life of service.
History of magic.
Excuse me?
Alexin said. I noted Joe and Sable had both retreated a bit. They were smart to get out of the field of fire. Not that I'd do anything to this apartment. I liked the apartment. I said no. I'll deal with checking in with you weekly, and maybe consider a mentorship. I'm not arrogant enough to say that having a bit of sanity checks as I try to pull this off wouldn't be nice. But no to the rest. I'm still going where I want, when I want. You do not have permission to speak to my teachers. You don't have a choice, Indira said softly. Yes, I do. I can drop out. They both paled at that. I read all the legislation on the draft. They had a few people who flat out weren't capable of college, either via reading level, intelligence, or just any desire to deal with it. You can petition to add an extra 2 years and go in at a lower level and higher pay as they are out no money for education or board. They try to discourage it, but it is legal. But if I drop out now, even if I decide to go back, I'll have missed the date. One corner of Alexin's mouth quirked up, but he kept a steady eye on me. I am required to work for the government for a decade after I graduate with whatever degree I want. I prefer to get my master's, then do something that will count as a PhD level research for my doctorate. But I don't care enough to put up with any more interferences with my life. That is all you. Tell them to take a flying leap. I did care, but there was no way in the world I was going to let them wrap me up in their little dramas. You told them she'd say that, Indira murmured. They didn't believe you. Alexin shrugged, never looking away from me.
They see you as an impressionable young woman, overwhelmed by all the things that have happened, desperate for guidance from your elders.
What? Why would they think that? I looked at them confused. That made no sense. But then, who knew how people saw me to begin with? Alexin and Indira exchanged looks, and she lifted one elegant shoulder. You two provided reports on me? Oh, good grief. Why? To whom? I had to fight not to jump up from my chair and start pacing. I wanted to tear my hair out. How much more ridiculous can my life get? This is crazy.
Oh, various people. I might have downplayed your stubbornness and independence and played up your confusion and need for guidance,
Alexin said, tilting his head to one side.
And we all play to multiple masters.
Really? Indira won't tell me who is pulling her strings. Who's pulling yours? It sounded like a question, but really I demanded. I was so tired of these layers of mystery. I didn't have time for it. Corey, things aren't as black and white as you think they are. Her voice soft as she glanced at Joe and Sable standing in the kitchen, watching all of this with fascination. You trade favors, get caught doing things you maybe shouldn't, and you make promises. Promises to people you don't double-cross. Indira looked old for the first time. Old and tired. You'll understand when you get to the other side of your draft, and the choices you have to make. The deals you make. I wanted to blurt out that I'd never do anything wrong, that I'd never make a deal that would cause me to hurt others. But Stevie's death hung in the back of my mind, always. What wouldn't I do or promise to find out why he died? To make sure no one else ever did that. To stop the person if Stevie really had been murdered like I thought. I get that, but that is your problem, not mine. A teeny part of me felt guilty, and I wanted to promise to be a good girl, but I clenched my jaw. This was my life. No one would tell me how to live it. You tell whoever thinks they get to control me what I said. I'll check in and ask for help if I need it, and I probably will. But the rest? Not a chance.
Your call.
Alexin pulled up his phone, and mine beeped a minute later.
There's my personal info and Indira's. If you need help, have a question, anything, ask. And Corey?
He waited until I looked directly at him.
People will not be happy with your answer. Expect consequences. Maybe intimidation or pressure.
I shrugged, pretending indifference I didn't feel. And if they go too far, I'll walk. I have nothing to lose. Indira choked.
Nothing to lose? Have you seen the value of what his estate is?
Yes, but it's nothing but pipe dreams until it's mine. And I won't destroy myself for pipe dreams. And I absolutely won't let anyone tell me how to live. I kept my face blank, but my hand clenched the underside of my chair so hard it hurt. I wanted that house.
I hope you always stay so innocent, Corey. I'm not sure I ever was.
The bitterness in Indira's voice slapped me. She rose and nodded to everyone.
Ladies, Corey and Joe, I'll see you in class. Good evening.
She headed to the door, Alexant following.
Be careful, Corey. Welcome to the real world.
Those were his closing words as they stepped out and shut the door behind them. Joe didn't say anything until she crossed over and locked it, for all the good it would do. I had the desire to get much stronger doors now. Did I just stand here and watch as you got obliquely threatened by the government and at least 2 different special interest groups, and warned that if you didn't go along with it, you would regret it? Joe asked as she sank down into a chair, her eyes wide and face paler than normal. That's how I read it.
Corey, I was about ready to cry and tell them that I'd do what they wanted. How did you sit there so calm and face them down?
Sable was shaking as she reached out to grab Joe's hand on the top of the table. I forced my hand to unclench from the bottom of the chair and brought it up. My knuckles were white and the indentations close to breaking the skin.
I wasn't.
My voice broke and I closed my eyes as the emotions I'd locked down ripped through me.
But if I caved on this, the people who seemed to control, or at least influence them, would think they could control me.
I swallowed and looked at Joe.
Do you remember reading that fantasy series back in high school, where everyone died except the people who had blackmail material on everyone? They lived until the people they controlled finally snapped and killed them, all with swords and magic going over generations?
Joe nodded, and Sable did too. The series had been widely popular with magical beings, not just magic users, set in a time where swords and chariots were the height of technology. I sighed, poking at the remains of my fajita.
I get the very bad feeling that might be closer to reality than I had thought. I think there are a lot of people in power who read and believed in Machiavelli's The Prince, and I'm starting to think we need to be reading Sun Tzu's The Art of War.
We sat staring at each other. College didn't seem much as a stepping stone to our adult lives, but a minefield full of traps. I forced down the swallow and looked at Sable.
You're a junior? Have you seen any hints of this or something? Are there really people like that? I didn't know if I was begging her to tell me it wasn't true or that she had never seen them.
Joe turned to look at her also. Sable frowned and shook her head, starting to answer. Then she stopped, her mouth snapping shut. Her brows drew together, and I saw Joe's mouth twitch. I couldn't blame her. Sable was the image of cute when her lips pursed and brows drawn together.
You know, I had a meeting with a group, one of the mage societies scheduled for the Monday after the game.
She didn't need to specify which game. For us, it all had an immovable importance.
Obviously, it was canceled, and I just never rescheduled it.
Her teeth bit into her lower lip, and I elbowed Joe in the ribs as she had that look in her eyes.
You're predictable. Quit it. This is important.
Joe laughed.
Sorry. She's just so damn cute.
Sable blushed and gave Joe a look. Joe settled back, dropping the act, but it had relieved the tensions, like she'd hoped. That woman, whatever am I going to do with her?
Love her and keep her close,
Caroline suggested. Since neither Joe nor Sable reacted, I figured he had said that only to me. He was winding around my legs, and I bent over and picked him up. Always, I murmured. He butted against my hand, purring softly. So what about this society? Sable shook her head. I didn't get approached until I had passed my magical applications class. That is the one where you specialize in your minor and prove you can do all the spells in your strongest branches. I've heard rumbles about them. You won't hear much until you get more magic under your belt.
So what makes you think these groups have anything to do with what Corey was talking about? I thought they were like sororities or extracurricular clubs. You know, socialize and network.
They are, but... Sable shook her head, looking at me hard. Now I don't know if I'm seeing conspiracy theories everywhere, but here's what I've heard. I don't know anything as I've never really talked to them. She pulled her hand away from Joe's and started fiddling with making a fajita as she talked. Word is, you get in with the right one and they can make your career. Get you a comfy draft assignment, make sure you live in the part of the country you want, and afterwards get you in with suitable companies that will appreciate your skills and pay well for them. Some alumni, heck, most of the alumni I'm aware of are rich, and I've heard one or two of the mages go in for masters or doctorates mention that if you had a problem, they could make it go away. A problem? Like what? I asked, feeling sick to my stomach. Sable shrugged, looking decidedly uncomfortable. From what they'd been talking about, I guessed a drug charge or maybe drunk driving.
But it could be more, like a felony, Joe asked.
I don't think so. I know their parties are supposed to be impressive, and people vie to get invited. I never cared much, but other people... Like Daniela? I suggested. I'd met the girl once, and I had no desire to meet her again. Spoiled and entitled didn't begin to cover it, even though she was only a sophomore. Her being a member of Purity kind of felt like an excuse to me. But what did I know?
So, it starts with small, petty things. They do favors for you, collect dirt, and then they own you when you get to be Indira and Steven's age.
Joe mused, leaning back. She looked rather like I felt, green and vaguely nauseous.
What are you going to do, Corey? You can't fight groups like that.
Fight? My eyes widened. I'm not going to fight. I'm just going to ignore them. Short of them putting me in prison, they can't make me do anything. There's a very valid reason why most mages are tried instantly, and for any major crime, their death sentence is immediate. They both nodded, and I petted Caroline. I will get my degree, and try very hard to avoid giving anyone a reason to think I owe them anything. Yeah, I think I'll graduate and work on my master's without aid from any of these groups. Sable muttered, though she looked more worried about that idea. More stuff I didn't know. Oh well. One day at a time. That was all I could handle right now. Chapter 8.
Mentoring still happens in U.S. culture, but it is much more prevalent in European and Asian cultures. Here it is more about having a favorite uncle or aunt to ask questions of. In other countries, it can be as serious as an apprenticeship or selling future favors. More than one gang or organization uses this to get mages under their influence and owing them after the draft.
Magic explained. The rest of the week, even though I walked around with a hair trigger, nothing happened. I had classes, did homework, helped Sable move her stuff in. It didn't feel any different than the first 2 weeks did, though I was more fluent with the schedule and not feeling lost anymore. I agreed to meet Alexant and Indira for lunches on Fridays as my weekly check-in. That part still annoyed me, but I had questions on some reading assignments, so I figured I'd ask them the questions. Might as well make them do me some good, besides buying me lunch. I walked down the street with Caroline investigating the foliage as we headed to the all-you-can-eat Korean BBQ restaurant we were meeting Indira and Alexan at. It would take me about another 10 minutes, but I enjoyed the walk. GA MagTech was part of the Georgia Tech College campus, which was huge in downtown Atlanta. It incorporated multiple blocks and included the students' apartments, dorms, restaurants, stores, and everything else. While there were trees and grass around this area, there were other routes with busy roads that still made me nervous about his roaming around. We'd had extensive discussions about cars and the road. I think the roadkill we found convinced him of how dangerous cars could be. I walked and tried to think about the paper I needed to write this weekend, but I kept looking behind me. It felt like someone was watching me. No one seemed to pay any attention to me, and I kept spinning around trying to catch someone, but there was nothing. Caroline, do you sense anything? Is someone following me? I don't see anyone.
No human follows. I follow squirrel,
he replied, distracted. I rolled my eyes, walking backwards to see his long tail racing up a tree. He hadn't killed one yet that I knew of, and I preferred to keep it that way. His pet store mice were bad enough. I spun around and slammed into someone. This time I fell to the ground with a whoosh of breath. I am so sorry. I broke off as I saw Bernard Smythe glowering down at me. He had a good foot of height on me, not to mention close to 60 pounds, so the fact that I went top lane didn't surprise me.
Miss, I'm so important. Too full of yourself to look where you're going?
He sneered down at me. Still stunned from the sudden impact with the ground, I had to catch my breath before I could even think about responding.
Just for your information, Miss Monroe, I have no intention of sharing your progress, grades, or anything else with the two merlins you seem to have enraptured. Though I must give you credit for having two such powerful and diametrically opposed skill sets dancing to your tune. I can see there will be multiple clubs vying for your involvement once you prove your skill set. Even mine, unfortunately.
Caroline had come sprinting over to me and licked my face once before sitting beside me and looking up at Smythe, his tail still. I noticed that with people he didn't like, Caroline tended to act more like an animal than a person. Around Joe and Sable to some extent, he behaved more like a small kid, but with strangers or people he didn't approve of, he played up the part of obedient cat, which really, even I knew should set off alarm bells. Cats are never obedient. Excellent. Thank you, Professor Smythe. We weren't really required to call professors that, but I'd found it made them feel better if they thought you respected them. I stood and brushed myself off, watching him from the corner of my eye. The impact had driven textbooks into my back, which hurt. Why couldn't everything be ebooks? Then I'd just need a large tablet and an e-reader. He seemed a bit less put out as I stood.
Good. Weren't you the one that asked for that?
Absolutely not. My grades are my business and only mine. I don't authorize anyone to share how I am doing. So thank you for that on my behalf. I will address it with the parties concerned. I am sorry about running into you. I was a bit distracted and trying to figure out if he had been the person watching me. My abilities to guess where someone was just sucked. It wasn't like I was used to people following me.
Oh, well, yes, if that's all. I have office hours to attend to.
He brushed by, but maybe not as abruptly as he might have done before. Honey, not vinegar. Professor! He paused and glanced back at me, his eyebrow raised.
Yes?
What club do you belong to, if I might ask? Bernard frowned, and then his face cleared.
Oh, yes. You came in at winter, so you didn't get an opportunity to attend their welcome brunch hosted for all incoming mages.
He tapped a small pin on his messenger bag, one I hadn't even noticed as it was a dark reddish brown, almost the same color as the bag.
I belong to the Builders. Their society favors Pattern Branch. You'll find all the groups have different specialties. They have a listing in the club section of the student union. You should go check them out. I'm sure all of them.
His eyes flicked to my temple, and he snorted.
Well, most of them would be delighted to tell you all about their benefits.
Thank you. I'm sure I will. Afternoon, Professor. He gave me one more nod before striding away at a quick pace. I couldn't blame him. I was pretty sure his office hours started in 10 minutes, and even at a decent pace, it was 15 minutes away. But now I had something else to address. I'd said no to sharing my grades, and apparently that hadn't been heeded. Come on, Caroline. I now have a bone to pick with 2 merlins. He came over and I snapped the leash back on. If nothing else, between the walking and my book bag, I was getting in shape faster than I expected. I picked up my pace, headed to the Korean BBQ place, my annoyance overriding the desire for meat. Since I'd been using my magic consciously, I'd figured out why I rarely gained weight, and now that I knew how to burn it off. Either way, meat I wasn't paying for sounded good. Plus, they had a special menu for familiars, and Caroline wanted to try it. They were standing outside talking as I walked up, Indira in her normal slacks and silk blouse that hugged all her curves, but Alexin, surprisingly, was in tight-fitting jeans and a sweater in a deep green that looked good on him. I smirked as I recognized her seduction body language and wondered if she'd get him and how exactly she wanted him. Was there something about no that wasn't clear to either of you? They both froze. I guess they hadn't seen me approach, and they turned to look at me. What? Indira finally asked as I stood there with my hands on my hips. Caroline pulled to go investigate something, and I had to move to not fall over. He was the epitome of curiosity. Joe had ordered him a special basket for her motorcycle so he could ride up to Rockaway. It should be here next week, and she'd managed to keep it a surprise for him. I couldn't wait to see his reaction. What part of, no, I will not provide access to my teachers or my grades, was unclear. I didn't soften my stance at all, chanting my inner mantra to be strong.
None of it. Why?
Alexin asked slowly, eyeing me like I might snap and bite him, which I never do. I knew how much bacteria people carried on their skin. Ick. Then why did I have a professor inform me he will not be providing access to any merlins, and he was well aware of who you are? I didn't move, watching.
Goddamn idiots,
Alexin muttered, and Indira rubbed her temples with both hands.
I see why you mentioned she caused you so many headaches. What is it about her that brings complications?
I have no idea, Indira said, her eyes closed as she rubbed. I almost smirked. Alexin sounded so put upon, but I didn't, and instead kept with giving them my best glare.
Corey, we passed that up the food chain. Either someone didn't listen and sent out the communication, or they had done it prior to us even meeting with you. Trust me, they're all having conniptions about you refusing their suggestions.
Alexin shrugged. You mean orders. Fine. Miss Humbert, I do not give my permission for you to discuss my standing, grades, or performance in class with anyone if I'm not present or provide my permission to do so. Indira had straightened up. So noted. Her voice dry. Does that mean you're done with us for the day? No. This time I smirked, and I swore I could hear Caroline snickering in my head. I want lunch, Caroline wants lunch, and I had a few questions and challenges I wanted to go over with you about getting my degree this fast. They both looked at me, and I resisted the urge to bop their noses. They just looked that surprised. You're going to try to graduate by next June? Her voice slow as she looked at me. Yes, I want this, but I'm doing it on my terms, no one else's. A bit of stress fled them, and I narrowed my eyes. Just how much pressure are they under?
That is good to hear. But one word of warning, anything that you tell us will be passed on. We don't have a lot of choice in that.
Alexin held open the door for us to enter. I mulled that over as I followed them to our table and let Caroline out into the special familiar seating area, basically a booster seat with a small screen guard on the table where a flat bowl waited. I guess other types of familiars must be messier eaters. Caroline was so neat he made me look like someone who played with their food. Once we were seated and the grill heated up, I directed my attention to them. Whose side are you on? Alexin shrugged.
The government's, I guess.
My own, replied Indira. Though I have people I owe to the point that my preferences are not always what I act on. Taking a shot in the dark, I'd been researching the societies. I asked, "And how much is the Nick Society having input on your actions?" She nodded her head to me. "More than I'd like." I started to ask a question, then paused. They'd have to share whatever I asked, and they said. So if I asked about if I could join a society, by definition, she had no choice but to answer yes, which told me more than anything else. "Do you belong to one, Alexant?"
Yes, but at this point my career and most of the debts I owe are all wrapped up in the government. I'm at the follow orders point. But I joined Emrys, as most Merlins do, and also builders. They are more interested in creating a fascinating structure than changing anything.
I caught the undertones to what he said and felt like I needed to dive into more conspiracy theories. "But you could quit?" I asked, not 100% sure he could.
My job? I could. But with my skill set and degrees, I'm not sure what else I'd do at this point. Besides, the government gives a damn good pension. As for the societies, yes, I could.
He stressed "I," indicating that he didn't have anyone with something over him. Indira snorted delicately. "Tell her the rest, that your job can make it very unpleasant for you if you quit before you reach retirement. And since you don't have people who owe you in the societies, you don't have much ability to swing things your way." We fell silent as the server got us started and laid down warm, uncooked strips of beef for Caerleon, who extended his claws and tore them into pieces before holding them up to his mouth. "Oh dear, he has opposable thumbs," Indira whispered. The blasted cat winked at them and continued to gorge himself on the beef. "Yes, he does," I muttered, giving him a look. The little rascal had been waiting for a chance to show off like that. Oh well, at least I didn't have to worry about him getting into things that might hurt him. Into things we didn't want him in? That was a different matter. Once the meat was grilled and the server left, I looked at Alexant thinking things over, trying to figure out how to phrase the question. Indira beat me to it. "There are good and bad things about the societies. You just need to be smart enough to only reap the good and never give them something over you. No matter what. Join the House of Emrys. It's both the most powerful from a networking perspective and the least likely to be eager to use you. Their long-term goals usually involve not being in the limelight. And remember, most societies are global, though Asia, Africa, and Australia have a few unique to them. I think that's all that is best said about them." I nodded and pulled out a book. "I have 2 courses that aren't going to be offered per the school schedule before my time limit is up. And I have a question about why fire and water are actually different branches when it comes to ice." We spent the rest of dinner talking about stuff that meant a lot to me and would have, I hoped, little value to any of the people pulling their strings. Chapter 9. The world today is biased towards mages. Don't let yourself become another victim of this discrimination. Contact Freedom from Magic. We have lawyers ready to help you with your work discrimination case. Freedom from Magic ad. I had signed up for on-call work on the weekends, and one of the local companies had pulled me in. I worked 2 12-hour shifts Saturday and Sunday. This would probably be my lightest semester until I had my degree. I struggled to line up 4 classes and 3 independent studies over the summer, which meant my ability to work would only be on the breaks between semesters. It also meant I spent a lot of time at the library researching stuff not available online. And when I returned home, I, like Joe and Sable, had my head down doing homework. Sable finished moving in while I was working. I felt guilty about that and leaving Caerleon there to drive them crazy, but they had waved me off, and by the time I came home Sunday, I could feel her presence there in the apartment. It fit and provided a balance to my almost obsessive neatness and Joe's more haphazardness, something I hadn't realized before we moved in together. Tuesday, I had history in the morning, then biology lecture, a law lecture, and biology lab. The lab didn't get out until 6. Bernard had assigned the homework of using your null magic to achieve something you couldn't with any of your other branches. With me, that made it a bit more difficult, as most people always had the 1 in their class. The only nulls I had were either fire and water in chaos, or everything except earth in order. And I didn't know if null in another branch meant anything to me. Either way, fire would be the easiest to test, as well as the most obvious. For the magic experiments I planned on doing, it would be safer to sit out on our tiny balcony. Carolean loathed magic law. All he could do was mutter about power of the mighty and that laws were for the weak. That worried me a bit, and I made a note to talk to Indira about it at our weekly meeting. Then the chem lab made his nose burn, and it was just easier to leave him at home. Unfortunately, the chem labs and our apartments were about a mile apart, which had me headed back well after 6. The evening had fallen faster than I had expected. As I walked back, the lights along the path created bright spots in the gloom. The feeling of being watched was back, usually when I was in the wider green areas, but Carolean would never tell me he sensed anyone. I felt like there was a target on my back, and added stress I just didn't need. I pushed it away and concentrated on what I needed to do and what deadlines I had, things that were real and non-negotiable. The footsteps behind me, close and loud, when I had been lost in thought, startled me. A squeak escaped my mouth as I spun to see who had made the noise, my mind already racing with my heart. 2 men in bland business suits were walking up to me. They had the short haircuts the government still preferred, even with the mages needing long hair for all their offerings. What worried me was the military precision in their gaits as they locked eyes on me.
Miss Monroe, we'd like to speak with you.
That dashed any hopes I might have had. Tension ratcheted through me as I turned to look at them. They halted a few feet away, but that didn't give me any warm feelings.
About?
I missed having Caroline with me, but I was just as happy he wasn't here. One less thing to worry about.
About your refusal to work with the mentors the government has picked out for you. It is in your best interest to do all you can to get that degree.
Anger sparked along the surface of my mind. My patience level with people messing with my life was getting lower every day, and now they were eating into my time for homework. You need better info.
Excuse me?
They looked at me with twin puzzled expressions, and I narrowed my eyes. I am working with them, and I am trying. I'm just doing it on my terms. The larger one, his skin seeming a shade darker in the gloom, took one step forward, and I tensed to run.
Miss Monroe, it would be to your advantage to work with the governments in this situation. Your terms are not acceptable. If you choose otherwise, we can make things very unpleasant for you, your family, and your friends.
My jaw dropped. Had he really just pulled that level of melodramatic crap? That didn't happen in real life, did it? My family? I sounded like an idiot.
We know where your parents are. We can make their lives very unpleasant. Everyone's life will be better if you go along with our advice.
I didn't know whether to laugh or rage. This just made no sense.
Miss Monroe, we are very serious.
I giggled, until he took another step forward into my personal space. With that action, my humor vanished. And so am I. Last warning, back off, leave my friends alone, leave my family alone, or I will file charges, and I'll drop out so fast the school won't know what happened. The man in my personal space smiled, and it chilled me to the bone.
I see you might be difficult. Let me make sure you understand just how painful we can make this.
His hand reached for me, and I snapped. I didn't know any fancy martial arts. I still barely knew how to use my magic. But there were 2 spells I knew intimately, Murphy's Curse and Lady Luck. I grabbed the offering, so tiny after a decade I didn't even notice, and threw Murphy over him and his friend while I wrapped Lady around me. My heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stepped back as he stepped forward. My foot stepped on a rock and I stumbled, falling backward as he swung, putting his entire body into it. I fell back out of the way as he tumbled forward, his foot slipping on what looked like goose crap, and he landed directly on his elbow. I heard a crack, even as I scrambled back to my feet. His other friend raced forward, eyes dark, and a bat — the school had multiple bat houses to help control insects — flew into his face. He recoiled with a shriek and tripped over his feet, landing on his friend with a thud. There was a scream of pain and the scent of blood in the air. With a few seconds to think, I reached for earth, and with a desperate pull, I opened the ground they lay on. That cost me more, and a good inch of my hair from the bottom up. Something told me there was better ways to do this than brute force, but right now I didn't care. Fear drove me as a rumble vibrated through the earth and a sinkhole appeared beneath them. Screams filled the air, and I started hearing others react with yelling and the sound of footsteps. Oh, Merlin, what did I do? Not knowing what else to do, and he was supposed to be my mentor, I pulled out my phone and called Alexant. Steve, I need you. I heard the moment of shock at me using his name, but he didn't remark on it.
Where are you? What happened?
At the campus. 2 men attacked me. I defended myself. My voice broke a bit as I looked at the 2 men lying at the bottom of the rather large sinkhole. It had to be 10 feet across and at least 12 feet deep.
Keep saying that. If anyone asks anything, say that. Share location with me.
His voice abrupt, and I could hear the sound of keys jangling. It took me a minute to figure it out on the phone, but I managed to share my location.
I'm 8 minutes away. I'll make it in 6. Say you have an advocate coming and don't leave the scene. Corey, I'm serious. You need to stay.
I know the law. I'm not leaving. I didn't think I could walk. My legs were shaking so bad. People had called 911, and I could hear the odd whoop of the campus police sirens.
Good. It'll be okay.
He hung up, and I didn't care. I just put the phone back in my pocket. The last thing I needed was spooked cops. People started to arrive 3 minutes later. Security, students, even a pizza delivery girl. Each of them looked down at the 2 men, then at me. No one spoke to me. I didn't know why, but every time they looked at me, they paled and stepped back. I pulled my coat a little tighter around me and wished I'd worn a hat. But the day had been pleasant, so my hair was back in a ponytail, exposing my tattoos clearly. I wasn't willing to get close enough to see how badly I'd hurt them, much less have to fight with myself to try and help them.
Ma'am, can you tell me what happened here?
I focused on the person speaking to me, a campus cop. He had a notebook out and kept flicking his flashlight between the men and the ground, my temple, my eyes. Each time a stab of pain hit, it eroded what little control I still maintained. They attacked me. I defended myself. The light hit my eyes and my temple again. I closed my eyes and breathed in deep. Stay calm. Wait for Alexant. What's wrong? Kirlian's thoughts filled my mind, and I started looking around for him.
Are you on something? Why do you keep closing your eyes and looking around? Was someone else with you?
That feeling of being watched amplified, and I could barely focus on the idiot with the light. I turned and looked, but saw nothing. Kirlian, stay with Joe. Don't come. I had no idea if he could hear me or not, but the last thing I needed was him here, adding to the things I needed to try to keep track of.
Ma'am, I need to ask you to come with me.
That caught my attention, and I narrowed my eyes on the idiot. He had to be about 20 years my senior, no mage tats, and nervous as all get out. If you'd quit flashing that light in my eyes, I wouldn't be flinching back and closing my eyes. It came out as a snarl, and I didn't bother to moderate it. They attacked me. I defended myself. I have an advocate on the way. I will not be going anywhere. The man swallowed, and I thought he would press the issue, but the blue lights of true first responders started up the road.
Don't move. I'll be right back.
I didn't answer as he hurried away to wave them down. I just stood there. The whispers and pointing of the students and faculty that had shown up flowed over me like a river of thorns. They cut and scratched me, but didn't cause enough damage individually to make reacting worth it. I watched 2 firemen and 2 EMTs rush up, a gurney with them. They stopped at the hole, testing the ground and looking down.
Idiots must have pissed off an earth mage.
Edge is stable. I'll give it a few inches, but we don't need to worry about it crumbling away. They did a good job of stabilizing it when they ripped open the hole."
One of the fighter fighters was speaking, and I listened with an odd feeling of detachment. I did that. I hurt people, and I don't feel anything. Shouldn't I feel something?
"I'll put on a harness, get some lights. If what I see is accurate, this will be interesting getting them out." They started discussing how to get down there and get them out. I listened more out of professional curiosity than anything else, trying to think what I'd do differently, if I hadn't been the cause, of course.
"This way, officers. She's over here. She admits what she did."
I looked in the direction of the voice of the campus police, and sure enough, he headed my way with 2 cops in tow. At least neither of them was Detective Stone. That meant it couldn't be that bad, right?
"Here she is. She did it."
The man stood, chest puffed out, as if he had gone through great effort to catch me.
"They attacked me. I defended myself. I have an advocate on the way," I repeated, already royally tired of the phrases no matter how important they were.
"Those 2 men attacked you?"
One of the cops asked as he wandered over to the hole and peered in. The shadows and the flashing lights made everything hard to make out, but he seemed a little older than me. His partner, a woman, had to be Marisol's age, so pretty old. She stood looking at me, eyes narrowed, pale skin all but glowing in the flashing lights. I just nodded, not wanting to say anything else.
"And why would 2 men dressed in business suits attack you? They don't look like typical robbers or rapists."
The male cop drawled slowly.
"They look like upstanding citizens."
The comment got under my skin. I hated being called out on rape calls and seeing the victims. For the first time in a very long time, I delighted in the existence of my magic. It ensured I'd kill anyone before they raped me.
"I didn't realize there was a type to rapists. Seems to me they look like politicians. I've read an awful lot of news stories about politicians being found guilty of rape. Or do they need to be poor and bedraggled to rape someone?"
Huh. Guess that means all the college girls getting raped by classmates must be mistaken. The venom in my voice should have torn the skin off his bones.
"Attitude and mouth,"
the female cop said in a mild way.
"A bad combination in someone at the scene of a violent crime. Though I can't say I disagree about your comments. After all, some rapists wear blue."
Her look skewered the younger male cop, and even under the flashing lights I could see him pale and flush.
"Ma'am, you're under arrest for—"
He started as he walked back towards me, reaching for handcuffs. I felt an annoyance get chased away by fear and a slowly bubbling rage.
"Yes, I'd like to hear exactly what she is under arrest for."
Alexin's voice had never sounded so sweet to my ears as he walked up dressed in jeans and a polo shirt. The fact that I was absolutely delighted to see him told me how scared I'd been. Even at the stadium, I hadn't been as worried. And what does that say about me? Monsters are less scary than humans?
"And you are?"
the female cop said, squaring to face Alexin, her eyes flickering over him and hitting his temple.
"Merlin Stephen Alexant, her advocate."
He used the words like stones, the impact creating waves. I admired his ability to do that. The woman turned her eyes on me.
"Do you agree to him as your advocate?"
"Yes," I answered immediately. I had no desire to figure this out on my own.
"She's under arrest for attacking those 2 men with magic."
The younger one bolstered. Merlin, had I been that stupid? How did Samuel stand me?
"Really?"
Alexin walked over to the hole where the firefighters had extricated one of the men. This was the man who'd fallen on top of his comrade, not the one who had tried to attack me. He groaned a bit, but I didn't see anything obviously wrong. Granted, I stood about 8 feet away, and with the constantly changing light, I could be wrong.
"Did that young Merlin attack you?"
Alexin asked him. His words had steel to them I didn't expect. The man looked at Alexin for a long time, then glanced over at me. I couldn't tell his expression from there, but I saw his body sag a little.
"No, we wanted to talk to her. We didn't think about how approaching a young woman at night in the park would look. I believe we might have made her think we meant her harm, and she reacted in fear. She defended herself.
Those last words had an aura of bitterness to them that you could taste.
And will your companion back you up?
The man turned to look into the hole and winced.
When he's conscious again, yes. Excellent. Officers?
Alexant turned to face them.
As you can see, there was no crime here. Just a young woman protecting herself. Though,
he paused and turned back to the man.
I am curious exactly what you wanted to discuss with her.
The man swallowed, looking back and forth between Alexant and me.
Just concerned about some of the choices she was making. We'll let our employers know she is very sure of her course. That would be wise. And please remind people that neither I nor Miss Humbert take our job of mentor lightly.
I looked at Alexant funny as he stressed that last word. The man nodded, and Alexant walked back to us. Chapter 10. We know that familiars, while always animals, reptiles and other creatures included in that category, they are never earth animals. There's always something odd about them that makes them not quite comparable to earth animals besides their intelligence. While it is understandable no mage will allow experiments to be done on their familiars, it is odd that no familiar body, even after the death of the mage or reported death of the familiar, has ever been found. Magic explained. 20 minutes later, Alexant drove me back to my apartment. I didn't protest. Exhaustion and guilt weighed on me like a cloak of mud. Thanks, I muttered as he parked in front of the building.
I'm glad you called. Stuff like that is always why I agreed to be your mentor.
I stopped as I pulled up my backpack to climb out. What exactly does being a mentor mean? I thought it was just a fiction for the government to stick their nose in.
It is and it isn't. Technically, for us to be a true mentor, you would sign a contract with us. Think of it as us agreeing to let you be our apprentice. In the old term of the word, where we would teach you a trade. It still has weight, and when you get out of college, you might want to look for a mentor to help you navigate the draft, get a job, and learn how to do the real fun things with your magic.
And what, traditionally, would you get out of it? My ability to trust had been shattered long ago, and everything I was learning lately had not improved it.
A protege, a spouse, a son or daughter-in-law more often than you would think, another link to tug on if things go wrong, and someone to make sure what I discover is passed on.
He didn't disassemble, but he also didn't look at me. And what are you hoping for? I had to force the words out of my throat. None of the ideas appealed to me at a base level, though I could see why protege might be nice.
Honestly, you seem to be at the epicenter of trouble every time. Right now, my goal is to get you as well trained as possible, so maybe when the shit hits the fan, you have the skills to deal with it.
His brutal honesty scared me more than anything else I'd ever heard. You think there will be more?
Corey, I'm pretty damn sure that by the time you die, there will have been multiple books written about your exploits. I'd just like you to die of old age and not from one of those exploits. Now get. My dinner will be stone cold by now.
I climbed out of the car and lugged my bag up the stairs, the assurance in his voice weighing on me more than the books ever could have. Between exhaustion, the fear his words created, and the books, I wanted to cry by the time I got to the door. I hadn't managed to touch the handle before it flew open and 3 worried faces greeted me. "Cor, where have you been? What happened? Get in here." All of that spilled out. I thought from Joe, but Sable was also saying things, so I wasn't sure. Joe grabbed me, pulled me in, and the door slammed shut as she hugged me. I felt Sable pulling the backpack off as Caroline wound between my legs and cried until Joe released me, and I bent to pick him up. "Worried. Mine," was all I could get out of him as he purred like a train and burrowed into my arms. "Sit, and then tell us what happened," Joe ordered as Sable dragged me to the table, and Joe grabbed a mug of tortilla soup, threw in a dollop of sour cream, and then handed it to me. I wrapped my fingers around the mug. Caroline lay across my lap, refusing to move. He kept up the steady purr, his paws kneading my leg without claws. It felt safe and familiar, and I slumped backwards, holding onto the mug for the heat and the scent of meat, cumin, and the cilantro that drifted up.
Spill, Corey! You're killing me here!
Jo protested as she sat on my other side, while Sable took a chair and faced me, her eyes just as worried as Jo's. Taking a spoonful of the soup to give me the heat, I hadn't realized how cold I'd gotten standing out there answering questions. I talked. I explained the men, what they had said, and how I'd reacted. I knew my fear slipped through, and I took more soup to keep me calm.
Felt hurt you too far. Not like being so far.
Caroline muttered.
I agree with him. I'm worried about you, Corey. What if they had arrested you?
Jo said, biting on her lip, brows furrowed. I couldn't resist the laugh, bitter as it was. Well, either they'd be bailing me out or they'd be making sure I failed. Which? I trailed off, staring at the wall. Why beat me up? I mean, that's what I thought they were going to do. If I got badly hurt, it'd do the same thing. Keep me from going to classes. Maybe just rough you up a little, or make you really scared? Most people don't like pain, and physical intimidation can be as effective as broken bones, Sable said, her words careful as she thought through it. Most studies say women will do more to avoid the threat of violence than the actual pain itself. We are more likely to be wired that way. A man is the opposite. They tend to avoid the pain and lead into the threat. Jo and I exchanged glances, then looked at her as she blushed. Psych minor, remember? While I'm getting my master's in environmental engineering, I have a psych minor to aid with it, and the magic minor in water. You aren't the only overachiever, Corey. She teased.
Wow, I'm starting to think I'm the slacker here,
Jo said, but she frowned as she said it. You are dealing with dyslexia and still getting good grades. You already probably have an AA in car mechanics, so I think you're fine. I worked as a customer service rep for the phone company. I can program your phone, not much else, Sable said, making a face at her girlfriend. I laughed and let the stress bleed off me. But Corey, what are you going to do? Talk to Alexin and Indira? They need to deal with it. I paused, though I'm thinking maybe I do need to join the Merlin Society, if nothing else. They might provide some sort of buffer. Can't hurt, but just remember, don't ask for anything. I think we all realize magic's a lot more hidden prices than they ever talked about, Jo said somberly. I wonder why my parents never said anything about it. Have you asked? I pointed out. But also, they're only wizards. Maybe it makes a difference as to how powerful you are.
Point. But I'll ask this weekend. You sure you don't want to come with us?
3 don't fit on your motorcycle, I pointed out. And I'm not ready to get a car or a motorcycle. Go, enjoy. Bring me back food.
Mommy will complain. She wants to see Caroline. Like Jo's milking,
Caroline commented. I frowned, unsure of the word as Jo laughed. And not just because she saves treats for you. I swear, she saves all the sweetmeats for you. She spoils you.
Am worth spoiling,
he said, but his eyes were closed as he needed. Okay, next weekend. Not this, but next I'll go up. I want to talk to Laurel anyhow. We can rent a car and go up, I offered in between spoonfuls of soup.
Deal. Now, eat. I've got 3 chapters I need to listen to tonight.
Ugh, never realized how slow people talk. She slumped backwards on the couch, groaning.
It's going to take me forever.
Sable glanced at her. Why don't you listen to it at a time and a half, or double time? Jo jerked up straight, looking at Sable. What? You can do that? I laughed, dropped off my too-thin jacket, and headed to the deck with my notebook and a candle. I had experimentation to do. I had planned on leaving Caroline inside, but he gave me no choice, darting out the second I opened the door and glaring at me. Okay, you could have just asked. He said nothing, instead jumped on one of the 2 chairs we had out there and settled into the inscrutable cat pose, tail wrapped around him. I rolled my eyes and set down the supplies. For a minute, I just sat there in the night air, letting the coldness settle onto me. If this was my new life, I needed to get a handle on it and learn to use my magic faster and more accurately. I knew I'd been wasteful with the earth, but I hadn't had time to think of a better way. I needed to start. Do I want to live my life always on edge, always waiting to be attacked? I mulled that over for a long time, looking at the lights of the other apartments around us. Life and excitement, people living and laughing. I wanted that. I guess that's the key. I want to live, and live the way I want. It's looking like the price to do that means learning how to make sure I'm safe at all times. Something in me withered as I came to that decision, but I let it go. I'd give up a lot more to be able to live my life. Okay, since you have decided to be my audience, I'm going to talk. I cast a look at Caroline, who didn't even flick an ear in my direction. Fine. Fire, a null for me. It should be very difficult to light the wick, taking twice or more what a fire mage would take. I set the candle down and separated out 10 strands of hair, each about 12 inches long, way more than I should need. I focused on remembering everything we'd been learning about conservation of effort and how fire feeds itself. Start with the smallest bit and let it grow. I focused on the wick of the candle and pushed out, willing the molecules at the very top to speed up, to burst into flame. A flicker of question, and my ascent and the wick almost exploded into a brilliant white flame, quickly settling back into yellow-orange. I yanked back, surprised at the size and quickness, and then I remembered the offering and looked. Half of 1 strand had been taken, less than most of those with fire as pale. That shouldn't have happened, I muttered into the empty balcony.
Powerful queen, my queen.
I gave him a dark look. One of these days, you'll have to explain exactly what a queen is. He flicked an ear at me, and I swear he smirked.
You, Joe, Sable. Queens, powerful queens.
That tells me nothing other than gender and mage, I protested, feeling more than a bit frustrated. Instead of responding, he just started grooming his paw, as if it mattered if a single strand of fur was out of place, leaving me with no more information than what I started out with. All I have are questions. What should I do, and what the heck does this all mean? And should I tell anyone about how easy a knoll branch is? That question nagged at me. Could I trust anyone? I knew I could trust Jo, but she had as little information as I did. Dare I trust either Alexin or Sable? I resisted the desire to scream. I packed up and headed back in, Caroline following me back into the warmth of our apartment. Chapter 11. R&D position available working with NASA, doctorate in theoretical physics preferred, Merlin rank bonus applied. Job listing on job board. The next day, as I walked out of the apartment, headed for my 9 a.m. magic basic class, Alexin stood at the bottom of the stairs. I paused, Caroline sticking his head out of the bag. He refused to let me leave without him. Why are you here?
Figured you'd like to know what Indira and I found out last night, as well as to escort you to class. We have a vested interest in keeping you healthy and hale.
But not happy?
That is more up to you than us, but we can try to make sure things aren't making you unhappy.
Merlin's sake, you make me sound like a fragile flower that can't be exposed to the harsh outdoors. I snapped as I turned and headed towards my class. I had almost an hour, but it would take me a good 20 to walk it.
Many things I might call you. Fragile flower isn't one of them,
he remarked as he walked with me. So, you have until I get to class. Your time. I'd woken up cranky, and the knowledge that I didn't know if I could trust him made me snappier than I should have been. But he didn't react.
We called our contacts and explained to them in detail what you wanted, as well as the consequences if you were harassed again. But then explained exactly what you did with the Murphy's Curse, and pointed out that if you could do so much damage with a spell most regard as a minor annoyance, did they really want you to regard them as a threat?
What do you mean, so much damage? I figured I'd broken his arm, but not much more, and the other guy hadn't really been injured that I'd seen. They had isolated me, so I never saw the other man. He looked at me, and I thought I detected surprise in that look, but he had an excellent poker face.
I thought you knew.
Knew what?
You mean you didn't plan on that level of injury?
What level of injury? My stress was climbing. Had I killed them? That was never the plan. I just wanted them to back off, go away, not get seriously injured.
Interesting. Per the hospital, and yes, they released the data to me because of the attack, even if you didn't report it. It is still logged as a suspected assault. As a member of the FBI, I can see medical data.
I found it amusing he forestalled my HIPAA argument before it could start. You still haven't answered my question. At this point, grabbing him and shaking him until he answered sounded like an excellent idea. He smirked at me. Jerk.
The man who you attacked, and he also said they scared you, broke his elbow in 3 places. Then, when the other guy landed on him, his scapula cracked as well as 3 ribs. The guy who held him back fractured his collarbone trying to avoid landing on the first guy, though we didn't realize it until he jumped up to help, and it separated.
I cringed listening to his reaction. I hadn't wanted to hurt them badly, but I had wanted them to quit attacking.
But the best part.
He sounded even more amused at this, and I looked at him, waiting. I scratched Carolian's ears as he walked, noting he was paying as much attention to Alexin as I was.
Because they attacked you and verified that you were only protecting yourself, they, or their bosses at least, are liable for all the damage you did. It's amazing. You were able to do that without ripping up any gas or water lines.
That possibility hadn't even occurred to me, and I swallowed as the idea registered. I really needed to practice more and get used to being in control of my magic. Thanks for telling me, I think. As we walked, I noticed more than one group of students that saw me coming. I guess Carolian was a bit obvious, moving out of our way before we could get near them. I could still hear the whispers as we walked by. Was there anything else? Alexit frowned, looking at the students.
You sure you don't want protection? We can get someone to walk back and forth between classes.
No, I'm fine. I don't need any protection, but I do need to get going. I stepped up my pace and all but ran into the building, Carolian protesting at being jostled. As this was the first class of the day in this room, my normal seat up at the back was empty, and I gladly hid up there. Few people wanted to sit up that high anyhow, so it worked. I watched people come in and get seated, but the only person I really noticed was the guy from the coffee shop. His familiar, Arachina, stuck out from his hair and waved at me. I waved back, oddly grateful for the notice, but he didn't seem to notice me.
Okay, who did their practice with their gnolls?
Bernard asked after he got settled at the front of the class. Everyone raised their hands.
Excellent. Who managed to do something? Anything with your gnoll?
About half the people dropped their hands.
Not bad. How many got the feeling they could have done something, but the offering amount was more than they were willing to risk?
10 students raised their hands and he nodded.
That matches what we expect on breakdowns. Not everyone can use it, and even if you could, the cost might be higher than you can or want to pay. But you should play with your gnolls and make sure you understand that you can use them.
With that, he jumped into the lecture, which today was about using science and your magic to achieve better results. In some ways, it was a class to encourage you to specialize, but he had both the knowledge and the ability to make me seriously think about physics or chemistry as a major. What you could do if you really understood how atoms and ions work together was amazing.
Next week, we'll go over the same aspects with biology. I know some of you are pre-med majors, so we'll have a doctor who's an archmage come in and talk and explain how he uses his abilities, the abilities and limitations.
He rattled off homework, which I didn't worry about as it was a few chapters on basic biology, and I was well past it. I gathered up Caroline, ready to head to the library and study before Chem Lab at 1. I'm headed to the library. You sure you don't want to go home before lab? I asked Caroline in a soft voice. He only flicked an ear at me and waited for me to pick everything up. Fine, but I'll be in the library for hours. You'll be horribly bored. The other students near me glanced my way, and I saw multiple reactions out of the corner of my eye. I try not to let the flinches or sneers affect me. Rather than replying, he just stood up so I could put him in the bag, groaning a bit at his weight. I headed down the steps in the classroom, mapping out the path I needed to take in my head. There was a nearby park I could let Caroline hide in while in Chem Lab.
Miss Monroe, come here, please.
Professor Smythe's words paused me in my tracks, and I pivoted to walk over to him. Yes? There was probably too much wariness in my voice because he arched an eyebrow at me.
I received notice that all prior requests to access your records have been rescinded.
He didn't smirk, but he somehow managed to sneer at me even as he spoke,
which I find amusing.
I shrugged. I never authorized it in the first place. He gave me a long look.
How did your tests with your null area go? Which one did you choose?
Panic looked me down for a second, and I chose my words carefully. I did some experiments with fire, as that is one of my nulls. One counted as some, right? Since that one freaked me out, I figured I'd stop there.
Oh, and how did it work out? Were you able to achieve results?
I did manage to light the candle, which was what I wanted to do.
Bernard shrugged. That is the obvious one. Most people choose it if they are null. The elemental magics are by far the most accessible of the branches.
He paused, eyes narrowing as he looked at me. Did I scream guilty or something? It felt like people always knew when I was hiding something, or uncomfortable.
How much was the offering?
I shrugged, shifting the backpack. Not what I expected, but not unmanageable.
Okay. See you in the next class.
He looked thoughtful, and until I was ready to discuss what happened, I didn't want to think about it. I headed out before he could say anything more. I didn't know why being able to use a null bugged me so much. Okay, that was a lie. I did know. Common knowledge said that your null power was unusable. But so far, Alexant told me different. The class told me different, and I'd proved it. But common knowledge kept tripping me up. Okay, so I need to trust what I can test or verify. I need to stop thinking I know anything I haven't verified. But that means, what else do I know that isn't right? The library lay on the other side of the building that held magic basics, and this campus, like the rest of Atlanta, had construction going on constantly. I walked down the sidewalk near the scaffolding that had been put up. A quick glance told me they were working on repairing brickwork that the kudzu had wormed its way into. Kudzu. The consumer of everything. I grinned as I walked by, amused by the thought. A creak and a bang had me jumping and moving before I even consciously registered what I'd heard. Years of things going wrong had created a very strong preservation reflex. With a cloud of dust and a clatter of metal and bricks that had me covering my ears, something hit the ground right where I had been standing. I waited for the air to clear, listening to people yell in alarm. Laying there was a part of the scaffolding and a load of bricks. Even from here, I could see the bolts were no longer in the holes they should have been in. Dang it, I muttered and scanned myself. Sure enough, there was a Murphy's cloak draped around me. With a sigh, I dissipated it. I thought I'd quit doing that, but with everything going on, I must have unconsciously recast it on myself. I'd done it for so long without thought that magic didn't ask for much in offerings. I wasn't sure what fueled it other than my magic, which went contrary to everything they were teaching us. Another thing to follow up on at some point. I checked to make sure no one had been hurt. but it looked like I would have been the only person hit if I hadn't moved as fast as I did. Annoyed at myself, I glanced down at Caroline. "You okay?" I got an ear flick as he stared up at the scaffolding. I followed his gaze, but other than upset workers, I saw nothing. Come on. Library. I continued my walk to the library, mentally working on the paper that would be due in about 3 weeks. Unlike Joe, I really did prefer to get things done before the deadline. Chapter 12.
While many organizations that serve the public hire mages, not all of them use them in the way you would expect. For example, NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, employs air mages to help chart and understand the way the atmosphere works. They do not, however, use them to cause weather events, regardless of what conspiracy theorists suggest.
Magic explained. At the library, my arms weighed down with the books I needed for the history of magic paper. I headed to where I'd left Caroline watching a table for me. After that near miss, I'd brought him in with me for now. I slowed down as I approached, seeing another backpack and someone standing there. I knew who it was, even without seeing the creature with too many legs perched on the table in front of Caroline. They looked for all the world like they were having a serious conversation. "New friend?" I asked Caroline as I set my books down. "Arachina, isn't it?" The thing, as I had no idea what it was besides a familiar, gave a weird hiss chirp and waved its 2 front legs. Now that I was closer, I could see it had 12, 6 on each side instead of the normal 6 or 8 legs I was used to seeing, and a body in 4 segments. Though I suppose the front 2 were something other than legs, maybe the equivalent of our arms. Either way, it was a whitish pink with blue rings around the joints. I only saw 2 eyes, but that didn't mean a thing. With her legs spread out, she was bigger than a dinner plate, but curled up with only her 2 front legs waving, she wasn't much bigger than a... "Arachina said it was okay for me to sit here. She said she wanted to talk to your cat." The voice spoke from beside me, and I turned to see the mage from the coffee shop and classes. Brown hair, those strange amber eyes, pale skin, a bit overweight, and the evidence of bad acne as a teen still obvious on his face. "Sure. Hi, I'm Corey," I said, sticking out my hand to him. He gave me a long look, then shifting his own stack of books to his left arm, shook my hand. "Charles." His eyes went to my temple, and I sighed. It isn't like I asked to be a freak, really. He looked back at me and grinned. The smile lit up his face and made him much more friendly and approachable. "You never do. It is a curse gifted upon those of us fated to be better, or at least different." He set his books down, and I did the same, grabbing my notebook. "I could do with a bit less gifting, thank you very much, though I suppose my cat isn't too bad a benefit." Caroline glared at me. He stood up and turned around, putting his lashing tail towards me. Arachina chittered and moved away from the tail, racing up the back of a chair so she was facing Caroline. Charles snickered. "Nice to see you treat yours the way I do mine. Were you expecting to get one?" "I wasn't expecting to emerge, much less all of this." I waved my hand at the patchwork of colors on my temple. While I'm not sure I'd give him up, still not sure it was or is worth it. "I hear you. Not what I planned either." With that, we both started opening history books, working in companionable silence, making notes and references. I'd managed to outline my subject, focusing mostly on Area 51 RIPS and their closure for 2 years, as well as the change in emergence stats during that time. I'd hit up SEOB to see if she could ask the OMO for any other information, as they were one of the few organizations in the 1950s that had any emergence data. I thought there had to be other RIPS around the world, mostly stable ones, but that the governments weren't making them known. If I had to guess, Siberia, Japan, and Australia. But I'd leave that out of my paper. I had no proof and only a vague feeling or idea, and I didn't want to worry about it before now. And I wouldn't mention anything about people emerging again.
Well, look here. Chunk has sunk to trying to get lesbians to take pity on him? I guess it's about the only people that would take someone like you.
A saccharine, sweet voice said. I looked up to see a girl with vibrant red hair and the pale, pretty skin you read about in stories about Irish lasses. She even had the pale green eyes to go with it. Charles had gone rigid at the words and laid down his pen very carefully. His familiar skittered over to him and up into his hair.
Oh, I can't believe you let that creature touch you, much less live in your hair. Who knows what is going on in there? Shitting, at least, maybe laying eggs. Gods, you'd be the next star in a reality TV show. Spiders came out of my brain.
The mocking level in her voice took me back. I glanced at Charles, who had the look of someone who contemplated how many buckets it would take to contain all her body parts. It flickered away, and instead of reacting to her, he looked at me. Lesbian, huh? The glimpse of pleading supplanting the calculation on his face confused me, and it took me a second for my brain to get on track. Nah, I just live with them. I mean, when you live with women as awesome as those two are, who wouldn't be jealous? True. I mean, at least a few guys on campus have mourned their loss for the dating pool, he replied in his inflection, almost flat as he struggled to maintain the mocking, but I could tell he wasn't into it. I'm sorry, we haven't been introduced. I'm Corey. You are? I turned and held my hand out to her, trying to take the attention off the poor guy who I could see retreating into himself. She took a step back, as if shit smeared my hand.
Ugh! I just can't believe Sable moved in with you. I mean, have a fling on the other side is one thing, but to actually move in with a proven lesbian? And you? Her eyes glanced to my temple and she shuddered. She overreacted, and the effect fell flat. I dropped my hand slowly. You're a freak, she snarled. No one should have that much power. I think Sable is much happier with us, Daniela. There wasn't anything else to say. I just felt so sorry for her. Her voice gave lie to the statement and a tone, discordant and harsh, but oh so faint, chimed in my head. She will never have eternal joy. She'll be thrown out of Merlin's realm after she dies because she didn't bear children. The conversation about her came flooding back, the purity beliefs that bloodline was everything. Well, I guess that is stuff for us to worry about. I smiled and waited for her to leave. At least that's your choice? She sniffed and tossed her hair over her shoulder. Poor Chunk here would only get a girl to sleep with him by drugging her. No one else would have him. Her sneer etched ugly lines into her face, marring her beauty. I couldn't believe she had just said that. Did you really just say he would have to drug and rape a girl to have sex? I realized I was standing, leaning towards her. She was only about 5'5", and svelte where I'd been putting on curves and muscle since Joe had dragged me to the gym all fall. Well, no one would sleep with him willingly, she said, the sneer still on her face. I turned to Charles, who had gone absolutely pale. That qualifies as slander. If you want to go to the college board, I'll back you up. That is not something you say, and per the code of ethics we signed, can get her kicked out. He blinked at me. You don't know me. I gave him a hard look. Have you ever drugged or raped anyone? No. This time I heard the gentle low tone of a crystal bell, so faint that if it wasn't for the quiet of the library, I wouldn't have noticed. He tells the truth. Caroline's voice whispered in my head, and I looked to see he had turned and was glaring at the girl. I looked at her. If I were you, I'd keep my mouth shut, or I'll help him file charges. Daniela had flushed a shade of red that made her look a bit like a tomato. Both of you are freaks! You deserve each other. She spat, then whirled, her hair whipping around her like a cloak, and stormed away. Dang, what is her problem? I muttered, sitting back down. Caroline came over for a pet, and I granted it.
I made the mistake in 6th grade of beating her in the spelling bee and getting honors over her all through high school. I was the valedictorian, not her. In retrospect, I should have just flunked one of the tests. She's been like this my whole life. I figured after high school I'd get away from her and be done with it. But then this happened.
He pointed to his temple, his smile bitter. Then it softened as Ericina stuck her head out.
And this.
He smiled as he petted her.
And to make matters worse, I emerged as an archmage. She only emerged as a wizard in a family where most of them are archmages or merlins, and over 50% have familiars. She was the escort for my orientation, at which point she made sure everyone knew I was a fat loser with a creepy fondness for bugs.
His nails on his right hand dug into the hard wooden table, even as he gently petted his familiar. Well, that's her problem. And seeing her, I get what you said the other night at the coffee house. I'm sorry. If you ever want to study or something, let me know. I ripped off a piece of paper from my notebook and scribbled my number down. Besides, Caroline likes you, which says a lot. He gave me a shy smile, and I could see the intelligence in his eyes.
Ericina says the same. Thanks.
Fudge, I gotta go. See you around. I scooped up my notes, dumped the books on the shelving cart, and called to Caroline. Come on, dumping you in the park. He twitched his ear at me and I shrugged. You really want to sit in chem lab for 2 hours? A tail lashed and he leapt off the table and followed me out in a typical cat fashion, darting this way and that to look at things, rub his muzzle on racks, and make me wait, holding the door for him. You're going to make me late, I scolded. He seemed unconcerned, though I managed to get him out the door. The park is there. I pointed at the small area with trees, benches, and rolling grass. If I knew him, he'd be up a tree sleeping in 15 minutes, after terrorizing various squirrels and birds, of course. With a flick of his tail, which sounded like a whip cracking, he darted across the sidewalks and streaked up a tree. I laughed at the chorus of alarmed squawks as birds went flying out of the tree. Picking up my pace, I headed to the lab to get prepped. Class might only be 2 hours, but it took 30 minutes or more to get ready for the experiments. By the time I left the lab, I had the principles of testing various chemical compounds firmly in my head, and I reeked of acetone. Queen! Caroline's voice slammed into me as I left the building. It was the first time I'd heard anything except amusement, pride, or contempt in his mental voice. I broke into a run, blessing Jo for her torture as I carried everything and still ran to the park.
Stupid cat! Call animal control! It scratched me! It should be put down.
Unnatural creatures. Anything not of this earth should be killed on sight. A female voice hissed the words, but I heard lust in them more than fear. I heard the words before I saw Caroline and the 3 students surrounding him. He perched on the back of a bench, hissing, ears laid back, and tail coiled up by his side like a whip. What disturbed me the most were the smudges of dirt on his normally pristine fur, as well as the clods of dirt laying around him.
What by Merlin's balls is going on here?
I snarled out the words and I felt my magic wrap around me, ready to attack.
Oh, look, one freak working with another.
The boy sneered. The other 2 students were female. I strode forward and Caroline leaped into my arms. He shook, though I had the feeling it was from rage, not fear. What exactly is going on? I repeated, even as I felt my emotions longing to strike at them.
This thing was chasing squirrels, torturing them. I knew it had to belong to the freak. Only a freak like you would have something this sadistic with her. They should have killed you when they realized what you are. Too dangerous to live.
The young man, though he acted like a spoiled teenager, stood with his arms on his hips, glaring at me. My queen, they think funny. Wrong. Caroline muttered as he snuggled into my arms. He is a familiar and is allowed here, and the penalty for attacking one is 5 years in prison. And I'm curious. I kept my voice mild, but I stepped forward with a snarl on my face. If you think I'm so dangerous, why are you attacking my familiar? This time I thought very specifically about what I wanted to do, and I pulled on fire. This time I felt a significant offering, at least a half-inch of my hair all the way around as I set the bench between us on fire. It burst into flames, bright and hot white before fading back to orange. The students screamed and jumped back. As I see it, you're attacking a mage and a familiar, so I'm expected to protect myself, with deadly force if necessary. Their pale faces almost glowed in the light of the flames, and they staggered back. Getting on my bad side is stupid. They looked at me.
You've made a mistake messing with us. We have powerful friends. You'll see soon enough.
The male student yelled it as he shielded his face from the flames.
They will get what they want. Why not just give them what they want now?
Which is what? What do they want? He just gave me a smile that reminded me of a snarling dog and whirled and ran away. The other two girls followed him, casting glares in my direction. They left me standing there holding my familiar, though I saw a trail of blood from one girl's hand. Are you sure you're okay? They didn't hurt you, did they? Caroline didn't respond, just burrowed deeper, my arms. Okay, I'll carry you. Let's go home. I didn't want to let him go. The heat of the fire reminded me, and I snuffed it out, again with a fraction of the offering it should have taken. I suspected doing that would haunt me at some point, but for now I didn't care. It was the easiest way to get them to back off, but I needed to double down on how to use magic, how to protect myself, and warn off others. School really was a jungle. Chapter 13. By 1860, more and more mages appeared, and the United States government grappled with the changing world. Acceptance of magic would not occur until the mid-1900s. In 1870, 40 years after the Trail of Tears, the House of Representatives was approached by a group of American Indians. Records are sketchy as to the various tribes they represented, but notes recorded 5 men and 3 women. They obtained a sealed hearing with the current congressman. When they left, the 5 reservations labeled as the American Indian Nation had been granted total autonomy from the U.S. and a pledge that the U.S. government would never invade their territories. The records of that hearing are sealed until the year 2200. Many have tried to open the sealed book over the remaining years, but it still refuses to open. No memoirs about that hearing have ever been shared with the public. History of Magic. Life settled down a bit, though it seemed like my stress was putting Murphy's cloak on me every time I turned around. I got into the habit of just checking every time I went outside, and at least half the time, there it was. Caroline was growing so fast, but I consoled myself knowing that packing him around added to my stamina, and growing made him better able to protect himself. It seemed like since that incident with the bench, he'd been growing faster and eating more than the months previously. Where he'd started out as a half-pound kitten, he now was the size of a Cocker Spaniel, and I knew in another week or so, I'd have to have him on a harness as I wouldn't be able to pack him around. With Caroline, I never knew if he'd reply or not. He seemed always distracted, and most of my comments were met with flicked ears or tail, though we had no issue letting any of the 3 of us know he expected some of what we were eating. While obviously a carnivore, he liked some vegetables and fruits, and was addicted to whipped cream. At least we didn't need to worry about him eating chocolate, because he just turned his nose up at it. No one had said anything about the destroyed bench, and it had been 3 weeks. I didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing, so I just kept quiet about it. I had more than enough to worry about with classwork. I loved the magic classes, even if I shouldn't be able to use as many things as I could, but learning just what I could do fascinated me. The magic lab that Indira taught continued to stretch me, and I was getting better at figuring out how to use my magic and understanding how I could kill myself by being stupid. I headed down the street to my weekly meeting with my mentors, looking forward to the food and exhausted by carrying the cat and the bag. I think we need to switch to the harness full time. You're getting too big to carry anymore.
Leash?
Yes, leash and harness. That way you can walk beside me and maybe even carry some of your own supplies when you get bigger."
"No leash,"
he muttered. "Yes, leash. We talked about this. While you are familiar and intelligent, a leash makes people feel better and keeps them from trying to take you. You know there isn't an option. Remember, you find taking your mages on walks humorous." He changed moods and decisions like a teenage girl some days. For a cat from another plane of existence, he had the art of pouting down to a science, and now he was sulking. "Don't care. I can't keep carrying you." I glanced at the walk sign and started to cross the street.
"Lady, look out!"
A hand grabbed my arm and yanked me back off the street, and I stumbled against the curb as a car sped by.
"Shit! He almost hit you. You okay?"
A man hovered near me, his face pale, and I took a shaky breath as he steadied me. "Yeah. Did I walk in front of him?"
"No, the idiot ran a red light. You sure you're okay?"
I checked for the Murphy's curse, but nothing was there. "Yeah, people need to pay attention. Thanks."
"No problem. Be careful,"
he said. We waited in silence until the walk signal came up again. Then, both of us checking both ways, we crossed the street. He nodded once to me and left, and I headed down the street, paying way more attention to my surroundings and working on getting my heart under control from the adrenaline spike. The restaurant we were meeting in offered Indian food, which I never tried, so it was something that made me pick up my steps. I approached the door and saw Indira and Alexant talking. As I neared, he bent over and kissed her lips gently. I paused to take that in. "You're dating now? Is that because of me or pressure from your other interest groups?" Alexant turned to look at me.
"No, we're dating because she's sexy. We're both single, and for some reason she likes me. Is that an issue?"
I shrugged. "I don't care who either of you date. I was just wondering if it was something they get to influence also."
"No."
"Sometimes," said Indira. Alexant glanced at her and she shrugged. "Not you, but..." "Me?" I said, my voice flat. "Yes," she admitted, looking at me, but there wasn't any shame. "I had no reason not to try. It didn't work, and I told them so."
"Huh. I guess there is more to this than what I've heard."
Before Alexant could continue, they called his name and we went into the restaurant. Like most places, they had a separate area for those with service animals or familiars. Once we were seated, I let Indira order for me as I had no clue what I would or wouldn't like. When the server left, I looked at them. "So, willing to say who asked? Or why you were asked to seduce me?" She'd never been willing to tell me before now, but maybe with Alexant there, she'd spill. "It really isn't that big of a deal. Sex is a straightforward way to control people, and people want to control you," she said, as if she was talking about the weather. I owed them, so when they asked me to try, I agreed. It didn't work. If it had, well, we would have seen where it went. That is extremely creepy and wrong on so many levels. Why in the world should I trust you? And I thought teachers weren't allowed to date students. Somehow I kept my tone level and not shriek like I wanted to. If it was a genuine relationship, I would have quit my job, and another one would have been found for me. Alexant shrugged.
"Sounds about right. The government and builders don't lean towards that level of manipulation, but I've seen it. Lots of students do stupid things with their magic when they are learning. Or do stupid things, period. And the society or a mentor bails you out. You then owe them. I know of one mage who is basically a slave to his mentor because the mentor sacrificed 3 toes and 2 pinkies to save his life. I'm not sure I would have been willing to do that."
The calm, logical reaction from both of them shook me to the core, and even the naan and plates of food that arrived didn't do anything to chase the chill away. "So, how or why should I trust you?" I blurted the second the waitress had left. They glanced at each other, and I started shredding a piece of naan, needing something to do with my hands.
"Maybe we should talk about stupid things first,"
Alexant said.
"I heard you set a bench on fire. It burst into white flame and basically burned down to ash. Even the metal holding it melted. But interestingly, I don't see a large amount of your hair missing. How much did you offer to get an old branch to work that spectacularly for you?"
He inquired, pinning me with his stare. Indira turned to focus on me too, and I gritted my teeth. "Enough to do what I needed." I evaded the question and took a mouthful of my food. I had no idea what she'd ordered, but the flavors burst across my mouth, distracting me.
"Yes, but for that level of fire that fast, even Indira with it as a pail would have had to lose, what, an inch, 2?
Indira shrugged. "Probably only an inch across the bottom. But then I've been practicing a long time." Her eyes narrowed at me. "But you haven't, even with a familiar." She trailed off, looking at my hair. I didn't say anything, but in the 2 weeks since I'd done it, most of what I'd offered had grown back. Not even Joe had noticed what I had offered, and I never told her about it. "What aren't you telling us?" Indira all but demanded, and that killed any guilt I might have had. "There are a lot of things I don't tell you. You aren't my mentors, at least not how Alexin described it, so I don't actually owe you anything. I'm willing to take your assistance to pull this off, but there's no reason to trust you. So I'm not giving you, or the people pulling your strings, any more ammo than I absolutely have to." I didn't snarl or snap, and the rumble purr in my mind from Caroline, who was busy eating the rare lamb, helped me stay calm. She blinked and sat back, then glanced at Alexin.
"She'll do. If she keeps learning and adapting at this rate, she might even survive her draft."
"I would prefer that, especially if James Bank vaults hold what everyone seems to think they do. Not to mention his house," Indira commented. "She gets out of here with a doctorate and doesn't owe anyone anything. She'll be better than most. Better than me." The last words sounded bitter, and I wondered what she'd done, or more exactly, how they had trapped her. "Excuse me, I'm right here. What are you talking about?" Again, those glances and Alexin reaching his hand out, and she took it. An oddly endearing gesture that caught me off guard. Alexin gave me a hard look.
"You're getting a lot of attention, and not all of it good. Just let us know if anything else like what happened with those 2 guys and what I assume happened in the park occurs. We have loyalty to other groups, but at this point what they can require us to do is minimal. And so far, mostly it's been passing information they could have gotten several other ways."
Indira picked up when he paused. "We are on your side, really. If you want, we're willing to sign a dual mentorship agreement. In many ways, that would protect all of us, as they are legal documents, and anyone asking us to break the terms in them would be challenged in court. I'd like to say trust us. We have your best interest at heart, but we all know that isn't exactly true." Alexin nodded and finished.
"So how about this? Trust that we have your best interest at heart, and the best long-term plan we see is to get you out of college and through the draft as a free person. Then while you might not owe us, you would most likely treat any requests or favors we might ask in the future with a more generous eye, and vice versa. Consider it more a strong friendship that we hope will last multiple decades. And that goes for Caroline too."
He let go of Indira's hand, and she nodded. "Having you as a personal friend would give both of us shields down the road, and might make a difference in the choices I at least have."
"They are right. People who owe you are always good."
I shot a startled look at Caroline, but he hadn't even lifted his head, still working on eating the lamb. "What did you do that they have such a hold over you?" I asked, blunt and to the point. Indira sighed, looking a bit green, but nodded. "If I want your trust, I suppose I need to extend it."
"Do you want me to leave? I don't need to hear this,"
Alexin offered, making as if to rise from the table. "No, stay. They mainly got me because I was scared and stupid. I don't think Corey would ever be as naive as I was back then. Indira sighed and settled back a bit against the chair, glancing around. The restaurant, done in bright reds and sunshine yellows, wasn't crowded, though the scents of curry and other spices I wasn't sure of surrounded us. There wasn't anyone sitting at the table next to us, as Alexin had asked for a corner table. Unless we started shouting, no one would hear what we discussed.
I'm going to need a drink to get through this.
Indira sighed. She waved down the waiter and a few minutes later had a very large glass of wine in front of her. She took a sip of the dark red liquid and sighed.
I was working on my master's, going to college in Wisconsin. Let's just say my coloring, my name, and my family all made me stand out as a foreign among all the blonde and brown-eyed haired boys. My family was a very traditional Farsi. Even for women mages, you stay pure, you don't marry outside the family, and you let your family pick your husband. It was how I'd been raised, so I wasn't even interested in dating.
She took another sip of wine. I tried to imagine Indira, who screamed sex and sensuality, ever being that obedient. I failed.
I'd been out too late at the library, lost track of time, and all the shuttles had shut down. As I walked the 2 miles to the public bus stop, I was attacked and raped.
The words fell like stones onto our silent table. With those words, a lot of my issue with her faded and fast. Alexit made a sound that I recognized, something deep and primal, but he didn't move.
He'd ambushed me, so I was dazed and confused far too long. He wasn't a mage, and apparently didn't realize I was until after he was finished and standing up. But then the concussion he'd given me had cleared enough I realized what had happened. I killed him.
She smiled a bitter smile.
Amazing what an entropy mage can do when she doesn't care what she sacrifices. I caused all his organs to rupture. His screaming brought campus security. They took me to the ER, and I went through all the unpleasant stuff. Found out he'd been raping women for a while, but I was the first person to get consciousness back before he left.
Her shuddering breath made me wonder if she'd ever told the story before.
I didn't tell anyone except my mentor, and he took care of it. No charges were pressed, and no record of it entered the system. And I was an idiot. I didn't tell my parents, and they continued to think I was their pure, dutiful daughter. I'm sure you know what happened.
The bitterness and self-loathing in the words made me want to cry for her.
I got pregnant. I'd been a virgin and never used birth control. I'd been so shaken up over it, it didn't occur to me anything was wrong until 3 months later. My parents lost it. Oh, the accusations. And I couldn't even prove I'd been raped because there was no records of me visiting the ER, reporting it to the police. Hell, even campus security had no records. They kicked me out, turned their backs on me.
This time Alexit did move. He reached out and touched her face. She shook his hand off.
Oh, the rest plays out like any good story does. My mentor arranged for me to have the abortion, got me a place to live, and made sure I got my choice of placement for the draft. He took care of me every step of the way.
And then he wanted payback, I said, my voice soft.
That he did. He, of course, had all the records, things that proved I'd murdered a man, but not that he'd raped me. Proof of an illegal abortion because I was past the first trimester, and proof of bribes he'd offered on my behalf to get me the position I had. I trusted him, and he took full advantage of that.
Indira released a shaky breath.
So, he has me, or at least did. His hold over the years has slipped, as I earned my own favors from people, and I've gotten some information on other things he's done. This request of his, trying to seduce you, working with you, and trying to sway you in some things, were easy to do and had no long-term downsides for me.
A smile flashed across her face, and I saw the woman I'd been getting to know reappear. Though it never occurred to me that you would turn me down. Even straight women normally crumble when I try. I rolled my eyes. I'm just special, I guess.
Queen,
Caroline murmured, but when I looked, his paw grooming had his full attention. You just might be. But that's why I owe people. She shrugged. The question really lies with, how much can you trust us? And how much can you afford to not trust us?
Chapter 14. Join the Elemental Society and be in your element. Together, the elements can do anything, and here you will find those that will push your creativity and provide opportunities for your skill to shine. Remember, to your element, be true. Elemental Society brochure. That question followed me. We hadn't talked any more about it at dinner, and I focused on school. The blasted cloak kept reappearing. I dispelled it whenever I thought about it, and the feeling of being watched all the time didn't fade, but I couldn't pinpoint anything. Oddly, I felt most exposed outside, but Caroline seemed less stressed outside, so I just chalked it up to all the pressure and focused on school. Friday came around, and that meant visiting the Guzmans. The four of us piled into a rented car, as we couldn't all fit on Joe's motorcycle, and headed up to Rockaway. We had barely gotten on Interstate 75 when Joe cleared her throat. She drove while Sable sat in the passenger seat, and I was in the back with Caroline. He wore his new harness and kept fiddling with it, but he agreed that I couldn't keep carrying him.
So, I got approached the other day.
Her voice way too nonchalant. By? My attention focused on the back of her head, and I wished I had taken the passenger seat. At least then I'd be able to see part of her face.
The Nick Society? They said they thought I'd get along with their members, that they had a need for someone like me.
Like you. What does that mean?
This is just me, but I think they wanted me to think it was all demographics. Female, Hispanic, lesbian. But the speaker, male and smart, not a Merlin, but very self-assured, asked about my roommates and what they might need to make their lives easier. So I'm pretty sure my attractiveness has a lot to do with you.
I got something similar, Sable said, though the person feeling me out wasn't nearly as subtle. They just pointed out that same-sex relationships can face discrimination, and they would assist if we needed help. The part that I found fascinating was, and I'm quoting this because it caught me so off guard, we also fully support and can assist with legal needs in non-traditional relationships like triads. A triad? I choked and leaned back, not sure how I felt. Why does everyone assume there has to be something sexual between us? That we can't just be friends? Good friends? And Sable was becoming a good friend. I still wanted more time, but so far, I didn't have many complaints. Caroline liked her.
Triad, good.
What? The words burst from all three mouths, and we looked at Caroline, the car swerving as we did. Joe snapped her head back around and got the car straight.
Okay, Caroline, I've got no idea what you're talking about, and I'm not 100% sure I want to know. Family, coven, triad, strong. 3 queens, best triad.
He sounded affronted and pulled far enough away I couldn't reach him with the seatbelt on. I think he means more like Wicca stuff, not sex. But family? Partnership? Sable talked it out, and I could remember things from high school, but not anything we'd covered in history of magic yet. Okay, the guy from the society probably meant the sex version, but the other? I trailed off, then shook my head. No offense to either of you, but I don't know if I'm even ready to consider that, because what little I remember, it would be almost a relationship, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed in theory, but that is way past anything Joe and I have talked about. Joe didn't say a word, just kept driving. the traffic lifting as we got past 285. So, back to the guy. Why would he think we are in a sexual relationship? I mean, I'm pretty sure Indira passed on the word that I wasn't a lesbian. Or at least she didn't do it for me.
Indira would do it for most people, us included. Sable and I talked about it, so her not doing it for you is a relatively big indicator you're not a lesbian. Or at least not a looks-oriented lesbian. As to the society, because it's mostly populated by males and they all think with their dicks?
Joe asked, and we snickered at the truth.
What about you, Corey? Anyone ask?
Not yet. Indira advised I feel out Emrys at the least, but I just haven't. Why? Sable asked, twisting to look at me. I don't know. Part of it is because if I join one, it ruins any protestation that I don't want to join a society. But also, I think it isn't worth it unless they owe me for joining.
What?
Joe craned to look at me. I swear, Josefa, if you don't pay attention to the road, I'm going to make you pull over. I snapped out, channeling Marisol to the point Joe paled and yanked her attention back to the road.
Yes, Corey.
Sable's snickers turned into laughing, which pulled me in, while Joe flushed and paid very close attention to her driving. So, I've been thinking a lot about what Indira told me. I told them about the societies and treatment, how they would try to get members to owe them, though in Indira's case it had been the member who was a creep. But the society had approved in an oblique way. I hadn't told them the details of her story. That wasn't mine to tell. Given that, I want it, so I'm doing them a favor by joining, not the other way around. I'm absolutely determined not to need them. But if they can owe me, it might be worth it. Even if I get this degree in the next 16 months now, I still have 3 or more years to get my doctorate. I have time to see what they have to offer and if it is worth it for me. Sable snickered. I knew you were thinking this out a lot more than we were. You aren't going to be someone they use. You want to use them. I sighed and sank back into the seat a bit. That sounds so cynical, but yes. I don't know why I emerged so young or why I emerged twice, but you can guarantee as soon as I get my degree, everyone will want to use me, or worse, study me. I hate to admit it, but right now my best bet is Alexan. He's honest about what he wants.
And Indira?
Joe didn't look at me, but I heard the worry in her voice. She has more people pulling her strings, but I think she honestly wants me to not be like her, caught in the mistakes she made. But that means they need to beg for my attention, not the other way around. What will we be giving up by not trying to seek admittance to their societies? Sable asked as I looked at her, oddly warmed and worried she used the we word. Maybe there was more there for our future than I thought. I couldn't even put a name to my thoughts, so I shelved them. Some things needed to be dealt with only when you reached that bridge. Off the top of my head, I think networking and maybe draft opportunities. Isn't your dad a mage? Yes, but he emerged as a wizard and chose to get only a bachelor's, then go into the military as an officer. He did his full 20. He's now a civilian with the DoD, so he never got into the societies. Well, he's Army, and that is its own society that few others can touch. True. Let's talk to your parents, Joe. Maybe they'll have an idea. Because I really didn't know how much pressure the societies would put on us. Maybe I was extrapolating too much from what happened with Indira, and that was one person, not the society as a whole.
Works. We should be there in another 10 minutes, and Mommy is expecting us, all of us, for lunch.
I nodded and checked on Caerleon. He had his paws on the door, watching the world go by, and I grinned. He really did love the speed of our travel. I also noticed for the first time outside the apartment, I felt like I wasn't being watched. Some of the tension bled from me, but there was another person I trusted. I sent a text to Police Chief Laurel Amison. Chief, it's Corey. Societies. Did you join? Have an opinion if I should? I left it at that. I didn't know she'd have time to text back, but at least I'd asked. I was about to put my phone away when I remembered Shay had responded at one time, and I now had his number. With a shrug, I texted him. Shay, Corey, should I join a society? Are they worth it? There, at least I would have some other inputs, and one of them from another Merlin, if he ever saw his phone and responded. We pulled into the driveway of Joe's house, and I got out with a smile on my face. Joe grabbed Sable's hand as we walked up to the door, and she walked in. Mommy, we're here! Joe called out in a clear voice as I followed behind, Caroline darting in with an odd gait as he wiggled against the harness. Joe, in here! Corey and Sable better be with you. Marisol called out from the living room. We turned the corner to see Caroline being petted by her. How's my beautiful boy? You're getting so big. That harness looks so handsome on you. I rolled my eyes as he preened at her compliments and stopped picking at it so much. She looked up at me and winked. Thank you, Tia, I said as I came over for a tight hug. To my amusement, she gave Sable the same hug, proving that at least she liked this girlfriend. Most of them Joe never brought home, much less introduced to her parents. Sable really was special. Just a girl's day. Henry's working at the shop with Sanchez. A special project. I figured we'd have margaritas, queso, and chips, and you tell me everything. Her voice sounded chipper, but I swear it had a hint of pleading in it. I'm driving, Mommy, but it sounds like the perfect day. Besides, we were hoping you could give us some advice. The smile that lit up her face told me she missed her daughter, and maybe me too, more than I could have guessed. Well, that is what mothers are for, isn't it? To provide advice. 10 minutes later, we all had margaritas, Joe just missing the tequila. Caroline had mini tamales she had made for him, and we were in the dining room around the table. They'd never changed it after Joe transformed it to petrified wood. While heavy as all get out, the table was solid and gorgeous, and I suspected Marisol would never part with it. Once we'd settled and had some of the excellent queso, she always put in chilies and chorizo, Marisol looked at all of us. So, what is the issue you need advice about? Normally, I think it was boys, but... She shrugged, a movement that made us laugh. Yes, I don't think boys are an issue right now, unless we're talking about Caroline, Joe said with a laugh. Caroline, for his part, was too busy unwrapping his tamales and eating them with great delight. I watched his manipulation of the small rolls and wondered exactly what else he'd learned to get into. So, she had leaned back, sipping her margarita as she watched us. Joe looked at me and waved a chip at me. I guess they were dumping this on me. I couldn't really complain, as I was at the center of all of it one way or another. Did you join a society? Marisol arched her eyebrows, looking at me. You mean one of the magical societies? We nodded, watching. Yes, my sophomore year. I still am a member of Elemental if it comes to that. Why? Is it worth it? What has it cost you or gained you? She looked surprised for a split second, then her eyes darted to my temple, and then her daughter's and Sable's. First, remember that neither Henry nor I are at the rank you two are, and definitely not Corey's. For us, it was more a social and networking group. A few people got help with tickets or getting a job after the draft. I can remember at least twice someone asking the society for tutoring of a child or aid with some accounting via the local Elemental newsletter. Henry has people who get free oil changes for life because they helped us with getting us the loan to start his shop. Joe's eyes lit up. Aha! I always wondered why there were some people. Poppy never explained it, just saying reasons. But they were payback for the assistance getting the loan? Co-signing and being our first customers. They helped bring in others. But all of that is similar to what you find in an Elks Lodge. What you are asking in what you'll face is much more layered. Marisol closed her eyes, sipping her drink. We just waited. Well, ate more. Filling our mouths with more queso was a wonderful way to pass the time. I don't know that I have the answer for you. There are good aspects to them. people who have become friends over the years and opportunities that otherwise may not have come our way. But while the costs, as you call them, for us were negligible, and in reality nothing we wouldn't have done even without the contract, you're going to have a lot more asked of and available to you.
Contract? I asked. I never heard anything about that before.
Oh, yes. Every society has an oath. I guess you would call it. You have to swear, and in theory you swear on your magic, that you will uphold their tenets. Now, does that mean you'll lose your magic if you break it? No. But I guess depending on the oath, you could find it used against you.
Marisol looked pensive now, and I could tell she was searching back through her memories.
The more I think about it, the riskier I guess it might be. I'm not sure I ever thought about it. It was just what you did. Everyone joined by the end of their junior year. In fact, anyone that didn't was regarded as strange and even might find themselves ostracized. Looking back, I'm not sure anymore.
I leaned back, letting the margarita wash through me as I thought. If Marisol was no longer sure, this might be one more battle in front of me.
Chapter 15.
Air is one of the most maligned of the branches, with most people dismissing it as means to stay cool in the summer. While this is true for most ranks of mages, archmages and merlins have access to more abilities. Do not misunderstand, even a hedge mage has access to lightning, one of the most powerful spells. But where a hedge mage can create static electricity, a merlin can call a lightning strike strong enough to melt steel.
Magic explained. Saturday had been great, though Marisol had given me much to think about. We left about the time Henry and Sanchez came back, enough for hugs and waves. Then we headed back. I worked Sunday, a 12-hour fill-in shift, and it helped improve the balance in my account. Monday found me back in the flow for the next week. February sped by, and March arrived with a storm that meant getting to class that Monday resulted in me and Caroline both getting soaked to the skin. I don't know who was more annoyed.
What?
He hissed in my mind, and I shivered as it tickled the inside of my consciousness, causing ripples down my nerves.
I'm aware. If you didn't notice, I'm wet also.
I spat out, wringing my hair. It had poured so hard it went through the zipper of my coat and under my hood. Caroline on his leash had no protection. I dug a towel out of my bag, one of those swimmer's towels that absorbed a ton of water, and dried fast. I dried him off, then my hair. My shoes and socks would just stay damp. With a sigh, we headed to Magic 101 class. Settling in, only Charles smiled at me as he came in, and Ericina waved. I snickered at how many people avoided her like she was the plague. I think Charles preferred it like that. Too bad Daniela didn't seem scared of his familiar, only contemptuous. What is her problem? If you aren't worshipping her, you are to be demeaned? She'd attacked me more since that day in the library, though as a sophomore, almost junior, I rarely crossed paths with her. Sable had Daniela in one of her classes, and just rolled her eyes when she came up in conversation. Which wasn't often.
If everyone will take a seat, today we have speakers from 3 of these societies. They will present their cases and how they work to make the magic you do even better. They will talk to interested students after class.
Bernard announced the second the clock ticked to 9. He was nothing if not consistently punctual. What interested me was his attitude. He was almost fawning over one of the men. So again, people get things for being in the society. I pulled out my phone and looked at my texts. Both Laurel and Shay had responded that weekend, and I'd thanked them, but I still hadn't decided how to take what they said. Laurel's had been direct and to the point. Be careful. They can be useful, but make sure you know exactly what you are getting for what you are giving. In the long run, they can help, but they can also destroy. With the type of person you are, I doubt you'll provide much leverage to them for the use against you. Shay, however, had responded like Shay, confusing and circuitous.
All things are variables depending on who you are and what you put into them. Think not that they are useless, but treat them like a venomous snake. Dangerous if it bites you, but very useful if you can milk it. After all, venom has many uses.
I still wasn't sure of anything he said, other than be careful. That wasn't a yes or a no, so whatever. The first person was in the same society as Bernard, a builder. He was in his 50s, with light blonde hair and a pleasant smile. He stood and talked to us, and Caroline just slept the entire time, telling me nothing. While he didn't make me wary, his presentation left me confused. I thought builders built things, but most of the people in the guild were doctors or structural engineers/architects. They were mostly research-based. Better alloys for construction, better medicine, better spells. It interested me to a point I hadn't expected. He spoke well, and by the end of his presentation, I could feel the urge to go sign up and work with other people that wanted what I wanted, to solve medical issues. Basically, they promised to get you in the labs, hospitals, and construction companies either during or after your draft. When he was done, he promised to be available for questions for 2 hours after our class. He sat back down along the wall next to Bernard, and they fell into quiet conversation. The second presenter stepped up, a thin man who screamed lawyer. He talked for a solid 10 minutes about the benefits of joining the Nix and Entropy and Time Society, the one Indira belonged to. He talked about power through law and perception, that everything people perceived needed to be what you wanted them to perceive. Laws were a matter of perception, and if the laws were altered to allow mages more power and better benefits, the perception of mages having power would become reality. He talked in circles, and Caroline growled, his nose under his tail. By the time this speaker was done, I just shook my head. That would never be a group I wanted to associate with. As he walked back to take his seat, where the others were, I realized there were 4 extra people there, not 3. Bernard had said 3 speakers, but there were 4 people I didn't recognize. The third speaker rose, this one a woman dressed in what I could only describe as a bohemian style. Her long hair flowed loosely around her and blended with the flowing dress in blues, greens, and reds. She reminded me of a flower, though she wasn't all that pretty. When she started to talk, her words grabbed me, and her charisma more than made up for any level of beauty she might have needed. My name is Elenia Traynor, and I am the president of the Elemental Society. Her voice rippled through the hall, and she held out a hand that had water and flame dancing on it. Despite my cynicism, the display impressed me. We are one of the largest magical societies around, and offer some of the best opportunities, bar none. Want to get into Hollywood and motion pictures? We know people. Want to work with cutting-edge technology? How about learning more about the oceans, or even space? Our society works in every industry and in ways you can only imagine. At the basis of all things is molecular structure, and elementalists can control it better than almost anyone. Transform mages are more than one-trick ponies. She gave a grin that was cute and mischievous at the same time, but I watched as she talked and realized she had more to her than being a great speaker. As she talked, she flicked her hands and had the elements dancing at what must be her mental commands, making it look powerful and easy. Remember our creed. Elements together are better than elements alone, were her final words before she stepped back to her chair. While Bernard came up to thank the speakers, I thought about it. Opportunity, friends, power, basically everything most people wanted. The question was, what did I want? Easy. I want my own life, with no one controlling me. My immediate reaction made me laugh, especially right now as everyone seemed to have a say in what I did or didn't do. The government influenced my degree selection. The teachers guided what I studied. The government would control my life for the next decade after my degree. So, the only way to make sure I had my own life was what? The 3 speakers stood near the door.
spaced out enough that they could talk to the students that clustered around them. I didn't see the other guy who'd been sitting at the back. All I'd been able to verify had been his white hair and slacks and a nice trench coat. The classrooms were still chilly. I shrugged, grabbed my books, and hooked the leash back on Caroline. We'd come to an agreement that I'd let him roam in the buildings or safe-ish places, but when we moved between classes, he'd be leashed. He muttered in the back of my head, but mostly he still came along with me just fine. Sniffing things and pulling at the leash would have been too plebeian for him. It took a minute to get through the gaggle of students, with Caroline having to walk almost between my legs. For the first time, I looked forward to maybe him being the size of a Labrador. Then we wouldn't have to worry about that. Making it through the door, I headed out. Mondays were busy, and I had class with Indira next.
"Miss Monroe, I was wondering if I might walk with you."
A cultured voice came from down the hall behind me. As I glanced back, the man from class stepped up next to me, but not close enough I felt uncomfortable. He fell into pace beside me as I didn't stop. Still dressed in the same trench coat, this close I could see he had to be in his late 60s, with the hair not being white, but instead white and gray, creating a silvery color. But his eyes were what grabbed me. They were the same color as his hair, a silver mix that didn't seem wise to stare into. "It's a free country," I responded as Caroline paced between us. I could tell he'd become very focused on the man, as his tail had quit flicking around, only swaying slightly as we walked.
"Indeed it is, and remains so often because of people like us,"
he responded, his voice carrying hints of an English accent. I knew what he hinted at, but I figured I'd rather play it obtuse, see if I could get him to lose his temper. Working with Samuel while in Rockaway had taught me how much people revealed when they got annoyed. "Americans? Odd. You don't sound American." He chuckled, but I didn't look at him. Still headed out into the next building over. I only had 30 minutes between classes, and having time to go to the bathroom made my life more pleasant.
"No, I call England my home. Well, Wales, to be exact."
"A long way from here."
"You were worth the trip. I saw your results from the second OMO scan."
That shook me. It meant either he was in the OMO or had high-up friends that were. I couldn't even see my own OMO scans. "Interesting. Were they pretty?" I tried to make light of it, but my voice had a higher pitch than normal.
"Not sure I would use that word. However, the range of power you should have was most interesting."
"Appealing, you mean? The question is, what society do you represent?" Abruptly, I tired of the game. I needed to go to the bathroom, give Caroline time to go, get to my seat, and maybe say hi to Charles and Ericina. We made it outside, and I abruptly stopped and stepped off the path. He slowed to a halt a pace or two later and turned to face me. "What do you want? I don't even know who you are, what you represent, and more, I don't know that I care." Looking at him full on for the first time, I saw a firm chin and lips, as well as his merlin tattoo on the right side of his face. He tilted his upper body in a sort of nodding bow.
"My apologies. Let me introduce myself. I am Gaylord Carstyles, the father of the House of Emrys."
It took me a minute to remember that father was how they referred to their president or head of their society. Dang, should I be worried or not that the head is here? I resisted the temptation to remark about his first name, mainly because I figured he expected me to, and right now the last thing I wanted to do was be predictable. "So why is the House of Emrys so interested in me?"
"Please, Miss Monroe, I'm sure you are well aware of why."
He chided with a tone that just annoyed me. "Okay, I know. Exactly why should I care?" That seemed to set him back on his heels.
"Because we feel you should be an excellent member of our house. You are a Merlin, in fact, the first double in history, though many of our researchers are scrambling to see if they can find evidence of it happening before. I want to make sure you knew exactly how interested we are in you joining our mission."
"Your mission? And what exactly would that be? And why would I have any desire to join it?" His calculated smirk did nothing to endear me to him as he peered down his nose at me.
Why? Because all of the things we can do for you. Get the right doors open. Get you the right sort of friends. Make sure you have everything you ever wanted.
Can you raise people from the dead? I snapped, annoyed and needing to go pee.
What? No, of course not. He sputtered, looking horrified. We are not necromancers.
I don't need a necromancer. I need a god. Not interested. I turned and headed towards the building, Caroline trotting alongside, a snicker of laughter teasing the edges of my mind.
But Miss Monroe, we only accept merlins. We can be your greatest asset,
he protested, following after us. Don't care. Not interested. Now I need to go. Have a day. I darted up the steps and into the women's bathroom, leaving him standing there spluttering. Personally, I found the look on his face amusing. Chapter 16. While Japan has their mages assigned to the emperor and empress, China took a unique route that is contradictory in many ways. The Chinese ruler's is always Merlin, with the same dragon familiar, and is known as Child of Heaven. Note that there have been male and female rulers. The Qing dynasty is going strong, but all other mages are assigned to their civil service. While it is not quite slavery, they are housed, fed, married, and assigned jobs per the whims of the Child of Heaven. In theory, they retire out after 45 years. No one has met an old mage from China. History of magic. I had to give him credit. He tried for 3 days, walking with me between classes and almost stalking me. He didn't give up until I finally turned on him, my patience cracking as I had to get 3 papers done and study for a chem test. Look, Mr. Carstyles, I get that you think I should belong to Emrys, but until you prove to me I will get more than it will cost me, right now I'm not interested. Tell you what, go back, figure out why I might need you, because I can promise you, I'm going to figure out why you need me. If you can find something valid, come back after I have my bachelor's. Maybe by then I will have figured out what you can actually offer me. He paled a bit, but nodded.
Very well, Miss Monroe. Good luck in your endeavors. Please, if you feel you need something, reach out to me. No strings attached. I swear.
He slipped me his card, a heavy piece of dark blue with silver font. I nodded, slipped it into my bag, and walked away, Caroline loping around me in amusement. Thursday, I had law and biology eating up my afternoons, and the paper of magic law was missing a reference. I let Caroline loose in the park, glancing at him. No inciting mobs this time, please?
No promises,
he responded, tail curving up in a question mark. Oh, Joe is such a bad influence on you. I sighed as I rolled up the leash.
Excellent queen.
So you've said. Still doesn't tell me much. I'll be back in an hour, then biology lecture. I reminded him, though I suspected he had my schedule as memorized as I did. He flipped his tail at me and darted up a tree. I sighed and hurried to the library. 65 minutes later, I had all the references I needed, and this time I'd taken pictures of the titles and copyright pages, so I could notate correctly. I picked up my pace as I knew I was running late, and I wanted a few minutes to scarf the granola bar and jerky I had in my bag. The librarian did not allow eating in the library. Sitting on the bench in the little park area for a few minutes sounded good. Caroline, where are you? I called out as I approached the little clearing.
Tree, meet at bench,
he replied. Sometimes I swear that cat knows what I want before I do. I headed for the bench and tripped, falling flat on my face. I heard a sharp crack, and one of the bench's back slats exploded into splinters in line with where my heart had been. Fuck! I reacted without conscious thought. I rolled and scrambled behind a tree just as another bullet ripped into the ground where I'd been sprawled. Caroline, hide! I screamed as I put my hands over my head. Not that I knew what good that would do. The sound of the rifle cracked through the quiet campus and people were yelling. I pulled Lady Luck around me as easily as breathing. Then I waited, not sure what else to do. I didn't have a bulletproof vest. I didn't have backup. That stopped me, and I dragged my phone out of my pocket. I didn't bother with 911, though that might have been smart, or smarter. I called Alexa instead.
Corey?
He answered warily. The few times I talked to either of them outside the weekly meetings was via text. I almost never called.
Someone just took a shot at me!
A long, tense moment of silence, then he responded slowly.
You're telling me someone just fired a gun at you?
I could hear him moving, though it sounded like he was in an office from the vague background noises.
No, I'm telling you someone used a rifle to take shots at me. I know the difference in sounds. Not that I can tell what type.
Samuel had taken Joe and me out to go shooting one weekend before I started college, saying with as much trouble that found me, I needed to at least know how to handle a gun. I wasn't great, but I could shoot one. I knew the difference between a rifle, a pistol, and a revolver.
Stay down. Have you called 911?
No, I admitted, annoyed that I wanted him there first. The last run-in with cops had not left a pleasant flavor in my mouth.
As soon as I hang up, do it. And for Merlin's sake, touch nothing.
He ground out.
I'll be there in 20.
That meant he was farther away. Not good. Should I call Indira?
No. Actually, yes. She's faculty and has a lot of experience using her abilities. Way more than you do. Call her. I'll push it. But then call 911.
The disconnect sounded in my ear. I sat huddled at the base of the tree, more terrified than I had ever been in my entire life. Caroline? My voice warbled as I spoke. Are you okay?
I'm above, hiding. Nazi villain.
The growl in his voice oddly made me feel better, knowing at least one of us was angry. Stay safe. I need you to stay safe. I pleaded. I tried to stop the shaking in my hands as I hit the contact for Indira's number. Indira Humbert. Her elegant, lilting voice purred in my ears. It's Corey. Someone is shooting a rifle at me. I tried not to sound like a scared 10-year-old, but all I could see in my mind's eye was Stevie laying there dead. But now it flipped between him or Caroline, or worse, me, and Joe holding me. I squeezed my eyes shut tight and tried to curl into a smaller ball, though I hadn't heard another gunshot past the first 2. Or was it 3?
Where are you?
Her voice sounded strong and sure, and I fought the desire to be brave like her. I didn't want to know what her life had been like to be so strong. In the quad between... I told her the 2 buildings I was between. In the little park. I already called Alexand. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Call the police now. She snapped out the order, then disconnected. All I ever did was call the police, it seemed like. Someday, maybe I'd quit needing to call them. That would be a nice day. I held the emergency button. The familiar, 911, what's your emergency? Did nothing to calm my racing heart or the panic. Corey Monroe at the GA Magitech campus between... I rattled off my location and closest cross street before the operator could ask any questions. Multiple shots fired. At me, I think, and I don't know where the shooter is. Are you injured? Is anyone else? I'm not. I don't think there was anyone else. I craned my head around but saw nothing besides a few other students huddled by stairs or trees. I can't see anyone obviously injured. Police have been dispatched. Do you see the shooter? The calm voice on the other end helped my nerves, and I looked at the destroyed bench and the disturbed dirt where I had been. I mentally backtracked where it could have come from and zeroed in on the roof of a building I didn't know, though from the air conditioning units in the windows, I figured it had to be one of the dorms. No, but given the shots, I think he was on the roof or one of the top floors of the building behind me. That information has been passed along. You should be hearing sirens any moment, she replied, and I heard the rapid clicking of keys in the background. I should have done a rotation as a 911 operator. I bet I would have been good at it. Biting my lip, my hand wrapped around the phone, I strained my ears trying to hear sirens. Looking around cautiously, something else caught my attention. Holy Merlin's ghost. I whispered, my voice cracking in shock. What's wrong? The operator demanded, but I couldn't find the words to respond as I stared at Indira walking towards me. In the movies, archmages and merlins always did fancy stuff with flames and wind, and the special effects made it look cool. Even with the showdown I'd witnessed at the fairground, when the badass mages biker gang got out of control, it had been flashes of fire, lightning, and wind. Impressive, but not jaw-dropping. This was jaw-dropping. Indira stalked across the park in my general direction, though I don't think she'd seen me yet. She'd always looked elegant, and what people assured me was sexy in silks, bright colors, and heels. Today, she looked dangerous and every bit what you thought of when you thought Merlin. She seemed to move as if time stood still around her. In the time it took me to blink, she had moved a good 500 yards. Fire swirled around her, and I swore I saw sparking in the corona that was her hair. Her long black hair waved around her as if it lived, or was live wires that harnessed her power. She held her hands out beside her, and they glittered as if made of steel. I'd never seen anything like this. Her eyes scanned, and I knew the second she saw me. Before I could lift my hand to wave at her, she was kneeling in front of me. How? I stuttered out, looking at her. She ignored me. Where is he? I swallowed. Her voice held something hard and direct I'd never heard before, something that scared me down to my toenails. Up on dorms, or top. Bullets hit there. I managed, my arms shaking as I pointed to the bench, then the ground. Stay here, she ordered. Then she was across at the entrance of the building. How? I stuttered, craning my neck to see her. That isn't possible. No one can move that fast.
Time. She is pale there, but a strong mage.
Caroline dropped into my lap, and I almost screamed, jerking back hard enough to slam my head into the trunk of the tree. Warn me! I screeched, but I pulled him close and buried my nose in his fur.
You safe. Villain eliminated.
He purred, snuggling next to me. Someone tried to kill me. They wanted to put a bullet in my head. For the first time in a very long time, I wanted to roll over and throw up, something I hadn't done since discovering my third body. I sat there trembling until I saw 2 police officers running in, guns drawn, but I noted both of them had tattoos on their temples. It made sense, but still I didn't know how to react.
You the caller?
One of them barked out, and I just nodded.
You hurt?
I shook my head.
Where's the suspect?
He barely looked at me, instead turning and surveying the area, even as his partner did it at a different rate. Merlin and Indira Humbert went to where I thought they were. She's not the shooter. She came to... I broke off. Came to what? Rescue me? Save me? Protect? Or just get me into her debt? A whole slew of suspicion and worry cascaded through me, and the urge to cry spiked even higher. Before I could figure out what else to say, they had snapped up their guns and were pointing behind me.
Halt! Identify yourself.
Their barked-out orders made me cringe, but I turned to see Indira walking out, all the magic and power gone, as if she did not just look like a goddess made carnate a few minutes earlier. Indira Humbert, Merlin, I'm a teacher here. There's a dead body up there. One I didn't kill. I saw claws and puncture wounds, but I did not enter any further, and I did not disturb your crime scene. With those words, everything dissolved into chaos, and I just sat there holding Caroline. A body? Someone killed the person who'd been shooting at me? That just created more questions, but at this point, I couldn't even figure out anything past why. Cops and other people peppered me with questions, and I answered when I could, but otherwise, I didn't move and didn't say anything. I focused only on Caroline and my breathing.
How are you holding up?
I jerked sideways and jarred my shoulder against the tree. Reflexively, I checked for spells on me, but neither Luck nor Murphy were there. I reached up to rub my shoulder. When did you get here? There had been a haze of people, and I'd watched in numb confusion as they had marked off the area as a crime scene, and people kept disappearing into the building.
About 20 minutes ago. You were in shock, but functional, so we let you be. You're done for now. Ready for me to walk you home?
Alexin crouched next to me, peering at me. I looked past him and saw Indira seated across the area on another bench, a man in a suit talking to her. The time sank in and I jerked up straight, dislodging Caroline, who tumbled off my lap with a hiss of annoyance. Shit! I'm late for class! I struggled to get up, but my legs had fallen asleep while I sat there, and I couldn't get past the pins and needles. I sucked in a hiss of pain and began to rub them. Being late wasn't anything I needed.
Corey.
His voice was gentle, and I looked up at him, confused by that.
There was a shooting. Someone or something unknown killed the shooter. They canceled all classes for the rest of the day. I'm going to walk you home. Then we'll talk tomorrow. Joe and Sable have been pinging you.
I looked down at my phone, lying beside me where I'd dropped it when Indira showed up. The screen was full of missed messages and calls. Oh, yeah, home sounds good. I let him pull me up, latched the leash on Caroline, and started to walk, Alexin by my side. Chapter 17. The number of people testing for magic is rising, and the overall stats associated seem to be rising as well. 10 years ago, approximately 35% of the population was assumed to be mages. However, we estimate that at least 75% of all humans are probably hedge mages. Unless testing becomes mandatory, this is only speculation. OMO Internal Memo. I crashed after reassuring Joe and Sable I was fine, but I felt like I'd just worked 3 doubles back to back. I woke up when my alarm went off, saw the notice that classes were canceled again today, and went back to sleep. I didn't really wake up until about 10 in the morning. When I did, everything surged to the forefront of my mind and I jolted upright, the memory of Indira striding towards me looking like something out of an action movie, then the comment about a dead body. I scrambled out of bed and hit the kitchen at almost a run. I was wondering when you'd come out of that, but Steven said to let you sleep. That shock would do that, and he suspected you used a lot more personal energy than you realized. Jo remarked calmly from her position on the futon, computer on her lap, while Sable sat at the computer desk. She turned to look at me, a half smile on her face. You feeling better? Her voice was gentle, and I saw genuine worry in her eyes. Yeah, I wasn't hurt. I mumbled, feeling stupid about the way I'd reacted. Someone tried to kill you, and instead he was killed. I think you earned a little shock. Coffee is ready to go if you hit brew. Joe's voice held a sharpness that cut through my fog, and I turned to head for the coffee. Thanks, I said as I hit the brew button. You might want to get clothes on. Don't think either Sable or I mind the view of your panty-clad butt and your naked legs and short shirt. She leered at me as she said that, and I rolled my eyes. I had more on than either of them normally wore. But I don't know if you want Steven and Indira to see you dressed in that. They should be here in about 15 minutes. I froze, looking at her, feeling the blood draining from my face. I turned and fled for my room to the laughter of that ungrateful wench. The slap and hiss, "Joe, you're being mean," from Sable made me feel better. 10 minutes later, after the fastest shower on record, I came back out with my hair still dripping. I had dressed in jeans and tee, just wanting comfy clothes on, and grabbed the finished coffee. I added cream and sugar, just a bit, and took a long drink, feeling it hit my mouth with the promise of brain activity. So, what do you know? I asked after I'd gotten at least half of my normal amount of coffee in my system and settled down in the other chair, an overstuffed club chair in dark brown faux leather. We still didn't know if it was coffee-colored or espresso. And where's Caroline?
Sleeping. Shush. Noisy queens.
Came a drowsy voice. I looked around, but didn't see him. Sable and Joe snickered. telling me they had heard.
Well, if he doesn't appear, he'll miss hearing what Stephen and Indira have to say,
Jo commented as she closed her computer.
But I think he's under your bed. He acted as zombified as you did. You sure you're okay?
No. I mean, I'm used to trauma, even bad situations, people attacking others with magic. But I've never had anyone try to kill me before. My voice broke and I snuggled down deeper into my chair. Before I could do more than take another sip of coffee, Caroline was in my chair, shoving me over a bit, and then he went right back to sleep, a rumbling snore purr as an underscore to the atmosphere. Sable opened her mouth, but a quick rat-tat-tat on the door made her shake her head and get up. I'll get it. I hope they brought food, I mumbled, knowing it was Alexin and Indira. Sable checked, then opened the door. The small hesitation created a lump in my throat. We'd never had to worry about it before. Alexin and Indira walked in as soon as the door opened. He wore his normal government casual, slacks, light blue shirt, with a sports coat. Indira caught me by surprise. She wore jeans that hugged her ass and a tight yellow sweater that hugged everything just as much. I glanced at Jo and saw she was trying not to stare. "See something you like?" I said in a sotto voice. She flushed red and glared at me, and I just smirked. Indira laughed and put a box on the table. "I bring food to soothe the savage beast." Alexin cast her a look I'd only heard of in books. Besotted. He looked besotted. Huh, and I thought Jo's doe eyes at Sable were bad. Indira, either unaware of his look or basking in it, opened the box to reveal breakfast sandwiches and chocolate croissants. "Okay, now you have my interest," I said, carefully prying myself up and grabbing a ham and egg sandwich as well as a pastry. See, I was trying to bribe you with sex, and I should have been offering chocolate. Shame on me," Indira said lightly, no hint of the powerhouse that I'd seen yesterday. Just a pretty older woman.
Chocolate, coffee, a foot massage, or me all work as things to tempt Corey with. You just tried the wrong approach, Jo said, grinning at me as I rolled my eyes.
"Look, when you're on your feet all day, a foot massage is never turned down," I protested, managing to take a bite of my sandwich instead of the croissant. "Try wearing heels all day," Indira commented, settling herself into one of the chairs around the table. "Do I look like an idiot?" My mouth spoke before my brain caught up, and I flushed, shoving another bite into my mouth. Why do I always say crap? Jo and Sable were both chuckling, and Indira's mouth twitched. "Let us agree that you have distinct skill sets, and I doubt you will ever be called upon to perform seduction techniques." Alexin cleared his throat. "Regardless, I figured you want to know what is going on and what happens next." I just nodded, my mouth too full to safely answer. "The police do want to talk to you this afternoon, but mostly just to verify your reactions and check the call log on your phone. Again, you are not in trouble for anything, but they want to check the timing as there were a few other calls besides just yours." I shrugged and took another bite. Keeping my mouth full seemed safer at this moment. "Indira found the man that is believed to have been the one shooting at you, dead on the rooftop, per what the police have released to us, and this is not to be discussed anywhere." He gave a sharp look towards Jo and Sable, who both just nodded. "The shooter was killed when his spine was severed at the back of his neck, where he lay in the prone position with a rifle on a tripod aimed at the park area. There were 2 holes from what looked like claws or talons in the middle of his back. Also not for release is the presence of some feathers and fur. At this time, they do not know what or who killed them."
Was he?
Jo asked, and I noted she'd pulled Sable onto the couch next to her. "A low-level thug named Tommy Rakis. So far, that's all we know. Mid-20s with a police record that goes back to his early teens." "But why was he shooting at me?" I blurted out, and I sighed, picking up the croissant and taking a bite. The rich chocolate distracted me. but I still saw the glances that Indira and Alexan gave each other.
Right now, we don't know. But because of that, we want you to quit working on the weekends, and we are arranging for you to have an armed guard at all times, if not an armed mage.
Alexan said in his typical, "this is how it shall be" voice. No, I sputtered, spraying crumbs everywhere. Looking at the two of them, I forced myself to chew and swallow as fast as I could, using coffee to rinse out my mouth. No guard, and I'm not quitting working. Right now, working weekends is the only thing keeping me afloat. Well, I had enough saved, but probably only for a year if I went back to ramen. And dang it, I liked eating good food.
Corey, this isn't a suggestion.
Alexan started, and I cut him right off as I sat up straighter, garnering a disgruntled noise from Caroline. Am I under arrest? I snapped back, anger and an odd fear burning past everything else. No, of course not, just... Indira started, but I cut her off just as fast. Then I am working, and I'm not having guards. I injected my words with absolute certainty, even as panic rippled inside. To be controlled and watched like that, I hadn't realized how precious my freedom was until they threatened to take it. Then add in the idea of a Hulk being around me all the time. I had to fight to remain calm. To be honest, the knee-jerk reaction surprised me, but they didn't need to know that.
Corey,
Joe asked softly. Look, how do we know he was after me? Was my name in his pocket? I asked sarcastically. He might have just been someone looking to kill people, and me, with my luck, was in his sights.
No, he didn't have your name. He had your picture.
Alexan pulled something out of his pocket and slid it over to me. It was obviously photocopied, being on plain printer paper, but it was me. The sandwich and chocolate rolled together into a mess and threatened to come up. I inhaled sharply through my nose and stared at it. This is me in a black dress. This has to be from where? The security cameras at the stadium? I didn't know if that made it worse or better.
Yeah, one of the stills the press got a hold of, which I guess makes it a little better. You kept a low profile after that, so it is one of the few they widely circulated.
So, again, why me? What do they want? They exchanged another look between the two of them, and I wanted to scream, but I bit my tongue. There is a reason to believe that there may be a link between that attempt on your life and Japan, Indira said as if each word was being dragged out of her. I choked. Oh, no, this is ridiculous. You're trying to tell me the country of Japan has put out a hit on me?
We didn't say that,
Alexan replied.
Just there seems to be a link. I very much doubt anyone in the upper reaches of government would sanction that. But I suspect there may be other parties that would very much like to see what James owned end up in Japanese hands.
I just stared at them. This entire situation was insane. No protection, and I'm still working. I didn't even bother to try and finish the croissant. Scared if I reached for it, they would see my hands shaking.
Corey, don't be ridiculous.
Alexan started, but Indira laid her hand on his arm and he broke off. She looked directly at me and smiled a teeny smile. This seems overwhelming and scary, and I get that you don't want to lose your freedom. At this point, we can't force you to accept protection, but you need to be careful. We'd also like to offer you the option to make the mentorship formal. It provides a smidge more protection. That made me pause, and I looked at her, trying to sort through everything. Joe and Sable were both pale, and that made my throat squeeze even tighter.
Corey will be safe, protected. My queen.
Caroline's rumble didn't help. What could a 25-pound cat do? Even if he'd end up in the 50s before he quit growing, he was still a small animal. Animals couldn't keep me safe. Them trying to scare me off didn't work. I'll be extra careful, but I'm not quitting. I won't let them make me quit, because at that point they will have won. I need to think about the mentorship. If you get me a contract, I'll consider it. Even admitting that much chafed at me. You were supposed to be independent as an adult. When would I be free from other people needing things? Good. Be careful, Corey. Neither of us want to see you hurt. I'll work on something you might like for the contract and send it to you. Indira's voice was soothing, but I got the impression she understood my reluctance to agree to all of this. Joe and Sable asked a few questions, but after that, there wasn't much more to say. Chapter 18.
Work for ITEL today. Looking to hire mages of wizard rank or higher for data analysis position. Must be at least pale in pattern. Starting pay in the low 6 figures. Non-mages require a master's in computer science to apply.
Job listing on job board. Classes started back on Thursday, as there didn't seem to be an existing threat, but my life changed. I mapped out 5 different routes to my classes, and I randomly chose which one to take each morning. The big thing today was meeting with the police, and Alexant promised to be there. Indira had said she'd see me at our weekly meeting, but it might be wiser to hold it at the apartment. She promised to bring enough food for everyone. Much to Carolian's annoyance, I left him home as I headed to the police station at 7 in the morning. I let the professor know I'd missed the lecture today. But of all my classes, the history of magic class was the easiest to keep up with by just reading, and I'd almost finished my semester research paper. I took the bus, figuring it'd be hard to try anything on public transportation. With Lady Luck wrapped around me and a hat covering my tattoos, no one even looked at me as I headed down to what had become my least favorite place in the city. Honestly, I preferred the morgue. Once there, it didn't take long before I was in a conference room waiting for people and wishing I'd brought more coffee. I'd smelled their coffees as I walked through, and I wouldn't touch it no matter how desperate I became. The door opened, and Alexant walked in with the man I recognized from my other encounters, Captain Jessup. More importantly, Alexant held an extra cup of coffee. For me? He grinned as he slid it over to me.
I figured I'd better try to get on your good side from the beginning.
Smart man. I took a sip and sighed with joy. Raspberry mocha. Yum.
Miss Monroe, I'm sorry to be meeting you again under these circumstances. Agent Alexant here tells me you have declined protection. You do realize you are entitled to it as a draftee if foreign powers are actively trying to prevent you from serving.
That made me blink. No, I was unaware of that. Why?
Look up the Treaty of Draft Interference. All OMO participants must sign it. It would prove interesting reading. It's something you don't normally get to until your senior year, but as it is, I have your statements and the police reports. What I wanted to know is if you've sensed or had anything else weird happen to you in the last few months, or since you started school.
I shook my head, then froze, thinking, maybe?
What do you mean, maybe?
Alexant demanded, his body snapping into rigid attention focused on me. Look, I muttered, feeling attacked. It's probably nothing, but I felt like someone's been watching me for ages. I never see anyone. It's worse when I'm outside. But even in some of the classrooms, it feels that way. Then last week when I was on the way to meet you and Indira, Alexant nodded, and I fiddled with the coffee cup for something to do. I was crossing the street on the walk sign, and some car almost hit me and Carolian. A guy grabbed me and pulled me back before the car struck. The car never slowed down, which I found odd, but not a huge deal. And then I swallowed, everything snapping into focus that I didn't like. The other day, scaffolding collapsed and dropped a load of bricks right where I'd been standing. If I hadn't reacted as fast as I had, it would have hit me. My voice dropped to a whisper. Killed me.
And you didn't think to mention this?
Alexant ground out, staring daggers at me. No, I didn't. Why would I? Things like that have always happened to me, and there wasn't anything specific. I shrugged. Not like people don't almost get run down by drivers in general, so there wasn't anything to tell you. He growled low under his breath, and the captain shot him a sideways glance, but Alexant just shook his head and sat back.
This feeling of having someone watch you has changed?
The captain asked, making notes on a piece of paper. I shrugged, not sure how to answer that. It wasn't something I'm aware of all the time, but I do notice it. Then I'll get busy on other things and won't. I'm not sure how to answer that.
I see. Well, Miss Monroe, please remember you are entitled if you want it. It would be best for you to remain out of sight or as inconspicuous as possible until we have some more time to run this down.
I've set up routes to and from the places I need to go, but those don't really change. Even if I go in other doors, I'm still going to the same place. And I have a large red cat that goes almost everywhere with me. It's a bit hard to be inconspicuous. Alexant snorted.
She has a point. Caroline does many things, but blending into the scenery isn't one of them.
I see. All I can do is advise you to take caution, Miss Monroe. As you are refusing protection, it limits my options. If you feel or see anything, let Agent Alexan know.
Captain Jessup nodded at me and rose, the meeting clearly over. Alexant walked me out of the station and he stopped outside.
I'll give you a ride back, and I've got the contract for you from Indira.
Does it cover both of you? I asked as I walked with him. I'd thought about refusing the ride, but it made everything easier, so I headed to his car.
Yes, and I have a pamphlet for you to read.
I gave him a quizzical glance as he opened the door for me, but I didn't say anything as I got in and buckled up. I waited until he got back in before focusing on him, expectation clear in my gaze. He reached in back and handed me what really did look like a home-printed pamphlet, made up of copy paper folded in half and stapled. Then he pulled a manila envelope off the dash and handed it to me also.
The contract is in there. Read it and see what you like or don't like. We are willing to negotiate some aspects. To be honest, it's a very generous contract. Just for your information, Indira included the contract she signed when she was a freshman. Granted, it was much more common to have mentors then than it is now. But things are more equal now, especially for women.
He lifted one shoulder.
She didn't feel like she had a choice then. I had a mentor too, but mine was more of an advisor than anything, and our contract reflected that. You'll need to decide, but read up on the legal advantages mentors give you.
I will, I said, but I was more interested in the pamphlet. The title, in Times New Roman, struck me as odd. Techniques to use as a mage. What is this? He started the car and pulled out of the parking lot before he answered my question.
The military realized a long time ago that mages were important and deadly, and the pamphlet, by the way, isn't supposed to exist, but it does.
He had a crooked smile on his face.
The military likes to make instructions for everything. That book talks about how to use any level of magic abilities from hedge to merlin to kill people. I'm sure you're intelligent enough to figure out how to not kill people with that, and just make it so they stop trying to hurt you.
I regarded the booklet with a mix of horror and fascination. I could tell what I'd spend today doing. Well, after classes. Thanks. Can you drop me off at the lab building? I've got lab in about 30 minutes.
Sure. We'll see you tomorrow. Your place, and you can ask all the questions you want.
I still didn't enjoy having them come over, but I figured going out yet again might push my luck. And this way, I had Joe and Sable to help buffer the interaction. I guess, but be aware the others in the house are expecting a suitable offering of food for this imposition. I tried to keep my voice light and teasing, but my frustration and resentment must have slipped out of my voice.
Corey, I hate to say this, but this is part of the price of being a mage. You rarely get to have your own life, and I have an idea of how hard you've tried, but until you are in your late 50s and think you have enough to retire on, you might never be your own person. People will always have control over part of your life. Some controls are good, others aren't.
How are any controls good? I demanded, fighting the desire to throw a tantrum. Magic sucked.
Joe, She has strings and controls on you. I suspect Sable is getting there too. Caroline. All of these are positive effects on your life. If you try, the draft will be a positive effect too. It can help you get into the career you want, and many people, like me, stay in that career all their lives building friends and relationships. For many of us, the draft guaranteed us a job we'd like.
Paul Goines hated his, I pointed out, remembering how many people died because of one insane mage's selfishness.
Yes, but what we didn't cover was he had turned down or torpedoed at least 3 other jobs, all of which would have been much better fits for him. The flame jumper job they ordered him to take, or be considered obstructionary to the draft and sent to the military. A lot of things might have been different if he had been less of a pain.
Alexin had a touch of bitter in his voice, and guilt slammed into me. I'm being whiny and a bitch, and I need to stop it. Okay, I'll try to suck it up, deal, and look on the positive side of all of this. I'll be careful, and if I see anything that I think is odd, I'll let you know.
I really wish you'd accept a guard. It would make a lot of us feel better.
No. My response was instant. I'm not doing that. Most of the students right now regard me as a freak. I start walking around with a guard, and I'll be a stuck-up freak. I need these students. You just told me about how you can make friends. I have at least 3 years to get ready for my med degree and start my internship. I need to be able to work with these people.
True. Indira's bringing BBQ and all the fixins. There should be plenty of leftovers. And they have a familiar carnivore side that she's bringing for Caroline.
That should make everyone happy. We were pulling up to the biology lab building. Thanks for the ride, I said. I slid out, taking a long few seconds to scope out the area.
Corey?
Something in his voice worried me as I turned. I arched an eyebrow, looking at him.
Don't count on that med degree, okay? I think you may need to be open to a few other things.
Wait, what? I stammered out, glaring at him. It's STEM. That's what you told me it had to be.
It is. Just be aware there is pressure for you to go another direction, and this isn't pressure you will be able to ignore as easily as that from the societies. Just think about it. We'll see you tomorrow.
With that bombshell, he pulled away, leaving me staring after him, throttling the desire to scream once again. Chapter 19.
While not commented on often, mage deaths worldwide are higher than any other similar group. While there is a significant increase for young males between ages of 25 and 35, after that, the distribution remains relatively even. Roughly 31% of all mages never make it to age 60, but there is no consensus as to why. Causes of death are varied, and no conclusions have been formed from the evidence.
OMO report. I mulled over his statement all day, trying to figure out what else I wanted, but I didn't know. How do you decide your entire future, knowing if you don't do what some nameless organization wants, they'll force you to do something else? While I respected the people who served in the military, it didn't hold any interest for me. I enjoyed my privacy way too much to want to share with dozens of other women. Caroline pounced on me as I walked through the door, leaping into my arms, forcing me to catch him.
No more leaving me. I come with.
His tone had an absolute imperative, and I petted him. I'm sorry. Today it would have been too hard to bring you. Plus labs. You hate the lab courses.
Bring catnip. I'll sniff instead.
I blinked at that, then shrugged. While Earth Cat's got the equivalent of a high off of it, Caroline had an allergic reaction that had his nose stuffed up and unable to smell anything. It drove him crazy. I had to fight not to sob at his selflessness.
Then I get live mouse.
That cured my desire to cry, and I started laughing. He rarely hunted wild animals, but as far as he was concerned, pet stores were supermarkets just for him. 1 a week, and you have to eat it there. I'm not carrying it home, then letting you eat it. He narrowed his eyes at me.
Let loose in the park. Then I eat.
I narrowed my eyes at him. The nearest park was 3 blocks from the pet store. You carry it in the bag.
Acceptable.
I laughed and hugged him. The apartment was still empty, and Joe and Sable both had late classes on Thursdays. That worked for me. I pulled out something Joe had prepared ahead of time and threw it in our electronic pressure cooker. It finished cooking before they got home. That gave me time to sit down and pull out both the contracts and the pamphlet. I chose the pamphlet first and flipped it open. The more I read, the more stunned and horrified I became. The way they told you to use magic was obvious. If you were a psychopath and wanted to kill people, they broke it down into 12 sections, one for each branch of magic, and it listed ways even people with hedge mage level of magic could kill or disable opponents. The first few chapters focused on the elements as those were still the most common of all the classes. Water and the evaporate spell have excellent applications. It can range from creating a killer hangover to having them drop dead. Most people don't realize how sensitive our organs are to moisture levels. Having the water in the brain evaporate, or actually move into the bloodstream, will kill anyone almost instantly. I fought to swallow past bile and randomly flipped to another chapter. If you do not need your opponent alive, entropy can break all the water molecules into hydrogen and O2, which will kill anyone. If your available offering or skill level isn't enough to do that through the body, focus on doing it only in the eyes. This will cause excruciating pain, and they will be permanently blind. The cold, obvious logic made me realize how much I'd been viewing magic itself with rose-colored glasses. They never talked about this stuff in the books or even classes, but if you could pull the moisture out of an orange, you could pull it out of a human. The area for soul grabbed me, and I read it. Most branches had pages and pages of ways to use the unknown spells. Soul only had a single page. Other than the possibility of projecting devastating emotions into your opponent, Soul has little to recommend it as an offense branch. However, its use in counter-espionage, investigation, and human intelligence cannot be overlooked. Great, so my strengths are all about how to find out things from people. I don't even want to become a spy. I closed the booklet and buried it deep in my backpack. This was something I really didn't feel like explaining to Joe, and if Stinky got a hold of it, her brother would see way too many possibilities in it. I frowned, thinking, it was so obvious. Why hadn't other people figured this out? The answer sat in front of me. They had. This book provided proof, but it wasn't anything that the general population knew about, and I'd never seen it in any of the books or stories I'd read. It took a second, but I pulled out my phone, ignoring the 5% battery warning. I'd plug it in after this. I sent Alexin a text message. Is there censorship about magic abilities? The answer had to be no. I mean, freedom of speech was one of the things that America prided itself on.
Yes.
The one-word answer glowed on my screen, and I sank back into the chair, staring blankly at the walls. Unable to process that, and wondering just how blind I and everyone else was to the realities of magic, I pulled out the contract. It was 2 sheets of typed paper with room on the second sheet for signatures. I stopped, moved over to my computer, and searched for standard mentorship contracts and mentorship, just curious to see what it would tell me. Most of them were full of the duties of the apprentice or mentoree, and only rarely mentioned the duties of the mentor other than to support and guide. Though older ones often included monetary compensation, but after the 1950s, that clause seemed to have disappeared. The OMO mentioned that mentors were falling out of fashion, and the draft had built-in training and career support, just like any job. I pulled out the copy of Indira's agreement and read it, my blood going cold. On the surface, it seemed benign, but as I read, I saw he had locked her in, forcing her to do whatever he wanted, all in smooth legalese. I read what Indira and Alexin offered again and compared the two. Their contract, in comparison, was legitimate and more than fair. It made me feel better and worse. So why tie myself to someone? I'm avoiding the societies for this reason, not sure that I'd gain anything by signing a contract with anyone. I still needed to research exactly what MRIS could give me, but the dude they'd sent to sway me had done the exact opposite. He'd pushed me even farther away from joining. Maybe after I had my master's, or something when there was less chance they'd be able to trap me into owing them, I might try. I still needed to figure out my long-term plans, since Alexant had implied they might block what I wanted. My anger at that had faded a bit, but not the frustration level. I'd wait until they provided their suggestions. Right now, I shifted my attention to the papers laying on the manila envelope. We, Indira Amira Humbert and Stephen Wayland Alexant, agreed to take Corey Monroe as our mentee during her pursuit of her education for a period not to exceed 5 years or earning a doctorate, whichever comes first. It is understood this relationship will be superseded by the start of draft service. We will provide support both financially and for her education. We will act as liaisons between the school, government, or any other organization as might be required. We will provide advice and lawyers if needed for legal action. We will act as wardens of moral behavior to the societies, the government, and the Office of Magical Oversight. In exchange, Corey will pursue her degree to the best of her abilities, will seek the advice of her mentors, and upon completing her draft service, will provide 2 years of research assistance to Indira and Stephen combined. If she wants for any necessity, we agree to provide it at our own costs, and will ensure she is protected and educated to the best of our abilities. There were lines for signatures and dates, but nothing else. I just sat there and looked at the simplistic contract. I'd be an idiot to pass it up. They were both big names and had clout not only in their fields, but they knew people and would be good resources as I got closer to my draft assignment. People like Daniela would have given anything to be offered something as low risk as what I held. Heck, it even said they'd pay my bills if I needed it. Caroline jumped into my lap. He'd been busy grooming, startling me, and I pulled him close, petting his fur in the way he preferred.
My queen is protected.
And what does that mean? I asked, looking at him. Being a cat, he didn't answer, just demanded more pets. So, do you think I need a bodyguard? He glanced up at me and huffed, then rolled over so I could rub his sternum. I see. That doesn't help me much. Life was much easier when I was a nobody and just had terrible parents. I muttered, trying not to give in to moping.
Silly queen. We'll see.
Thanks, I think. You know, you're getting too big to do this. You get much bigger and you won't fit on my lap anymore. He flicked an ear and tail at me. I laughed and obeyed his demands for better scratches. Then I put the contract away on my desk. I had other homework to do, and I could discuss it with them tomorrow. It gave me a night to sleep on it and think it over tomorrow. By then, I'd have figured out what to do. I finished getting dinner ready, my skills having improved to the point that I could at least do that. While I waited for them to get home, I worked on my homework. With biology to study, a chem test coming up, and 2 more papers in magic history and magic law, respectively, I didn't have time to waste. There were 2 classes that I hoped I could do as independent study over the summer, but I had to get A's in both magic classes to even have a chance.
Ugh! I'm so glad you're here! You're ignoring your phone again!
Jo gasped out as she burst through the door, followed closely by Sable. Huh? I reached down and picked it up. It was dead. Sorry, it was low and I forgot to charge it. At least I thought that was what happened. I checked for Murphy, but I was clean. I put it on the charger and turned to look at them as they locked the door behind them. What's up? Indira was attacked! Sable burst out, then clamped her hands over her mouth, though they still shook. What? I looked at them, completely lost. Indira? Our Indira? What happened?
I don't know very many Indiras, Jo said as she dumped stuff on her desk. All I know is that someone jumped her after her last class. I think about 2. a mage, and she cleaned the ground with him. Some student got about half of it on vid.
She held out her phone to me. Watch. I grabbed her phone and hit play on the video. It started about halfway in, but I saw a gout of flame burst up around the man attacking her, focusing on his hair. That made sense. You got rid of the easiest offering, and you cut their strength. Then his clothes fell apart around him. He froze for a second, and that was all she needed. That weird effect I'd seen before, and one moment she was 5 feet away. The next, she was in his personal space bubble, swinging a wicked strike at his throat. The video cut off there, and I jerked my head up to look at Joe and Sable. What happened?
Joe shrugged. Don't know about the vid, but she laid the guy out cold. Cops and Omo showed up. I figured you'd know more.
I checked my phone. It had charged enough to turn on. There was one message from Alexant.
We'll discuss what happened with Indira tomorrow.
I showed it to Joe and Sable. Sorry, ladies. Your need for more will have to wait until tomorrow.
Figures. We have an in, and you know nothing. Useless you are.
Joe pouted as she released the pressure on the pot.
But at least you got dinner going, so I'm not complaining.
I didn't mention the contract or the pamphlet. Just let us have a normal evening, even as I wondered who would try to attack Indira and why. I had a horrible feeling it was a way to hamstring me.
Chapter 20. The American Indian Nation encompasses 23 square miles. It is in 5 sections. Umatilla in Washington is 4,000 square miles. Black Hills, section between South Dakota and Nebraska, is 5,000 square miles. Iroquois, between New York and Canada, encompasses 2,000 square miles. Hopi is 3,000 square miles and is surrounded by Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico. The 5 tribes, AIN, located between Texas and Oklahoma, is the largest at 9,000 square miles.
History of Magic. Caroline and I went one of the alternative routes to class that morning, and I only had a brief feeling of being watched. But it faded as I turned to check behind me. Caroline flitted in and out of the shadows. We had a long talk, or more accurately, I talked to him, and we'd agreed that while I traveled, he'd leave the harness on. But I'd leave off the leash so he had plenty of ability to move without being obviously next to me. It had the odd effect of me being hyper-aware of my surroundings, always trying to spot him. Today, I'd chosen a particularly winding way to class. This meant lots of pine trees, hedges with pokey leaves, and the hint of spring in the almost visible buds on what deciduous trees there were. I never paid much attention to plants, so for me, everything was a pine or deciduous. Anything else didn't register to me. Caroline, on the other hand, thought they all smelled great as he investigated and slunk around everything. But he always showed up if we needed to cross a street. I paid hyper attention to everyone and everything every time we crossed a street, leaving me exhausted on the other side. GA MagTech was huge, and we had to cross at least 3 4-lane streets to get to class. At least with this route. My more direct route cut it down to 2. This did have the advantage of passing by at least 2 different coffee shops that I hadn't tried yet. I walked towards my first Friday class. Students fell silent as I approached, and I could feel the weight of their eyes on me. I resisted the urge to ask what, and instead made myself stand up straighter and walk with a confident pace.
What's the matter, freak? Already get your familiar killed? Or did he realize what a loser you are and dump you? I mean, people trying to kill you? What do you expect? I wouldn't be around you either.
I didn't have to turn to know it was Daniela speaking, but I paused and pivoted slightly so I could see her. As I expected, her pretty face twisted up in a sneer. Then why exactly are you risking your life talking to me? You know, I don't understand a lot of you. I'm apparently super powerful and people are trying to kill me. Shouldn't you be bending over backwards to make me like you? To make sure I don't accidentally lose control of my magic and hurt you? Guess it proves that people are sheep and don't know how to think. As I spoke the last words, Caroline came bounding up next to me, brushing by some of the students who'd been staring at me. Their jumps and shrieks amused me as I turned and continued my way in, letting Caroline walk with me as he wanted. Rules be damned. They can all go take a flying leap. The thought didn't help much, but it still felt good.
You shouldn't push her too much. She has a powerful family.
Charles spoke from a shadowed alcove inside the doors. I think there used to be a landline telephone there. Now it was just an awkward space out of sight of most people. Right now, I don't care. I will not let them stop me. I almost hissed out that last part, just frustrated and feeling oddly impotent with all of it.
Stop you from?
He had a funny look on his face, and Ericina poked her head out and waved at me. I sighed. Sorry. Long story. Doesn't matter. Thanks. I muttered.
For?
He asked, still giving me a funny look. Not being them. I jerked my head back at the milling students, who now seemed too scared to follow me into the building. Whatever.
I hope I'm never like them. I won't say having a familiar makes you a better person, but I suspect the one you get amplifies certain personality traits. At least it seems that way. You have a cat. Are you more independent and stubborn?
I looked at him, then at Caroline, who stared intently at Ericina. I gave up and shrugged. Maybe, but to be honest, I always was. What about you? What do you think Ericina amplifies in you? Curiosity had raised its head, and now I wanted answers, though I resisted the urge to research it. I didn't have time.
More calculating, less emotional. But then I never was all that touchy-feely, so who knows?
He shrugged and turned.
Ready for class?
As much as I'll ever be, I guess. We headed towards class, and I hoped today would be interesting enough to keep me from thinking about people trying to kill me, classes, and the rest. The one bright spot, Daniela wasn't in any of our classes as she was a sophomore. Small blessings. They were focusing on how the spells and chaos worked, starting with entropy. Today, though, I thought beyond what he said. One of the common aspects of chaos was decay for non-organic. All the applications he talked about were laboratory or research-based. The entire attitude was that, for the average mage, there wasn't much use in it outside of the setting. But my mind took it and went down the path. Why couldn't you cause scaffolding to rust out and break? A tube on a brake line to crack? A pacemaker to corrode? The more I thought about it, the more nauseous I grew. You could kill people without effort, and without a pattern or time mage investigating, they'd never know it was anything besides an accident. Caroline purred in my mind, but it was more like he was complimenting what I figured out rather than reassuring me. I wanted to ask him a question, but here in public wasn't the right way. I hadn't figured out if he could read my thoughts, as he only responded to spoken words, so that aspect was still up in the air. And if asked, he pretended not to hear the question. I headed out, not talking to anyone, but all too aware of the gap that appeared around me as I moved. Look on the bright side. It makes getting out of classes easier. The thought didn't help much. A sudden need for sugar and caffeine gripped me. Come on, Caroline. I have the need for a fix. A nearby snicker made me roll my eyes. Whatever. They could think I was doing drugs on top of it all. Not like my reputation could get any worse at this point. And what did it matter? The draft didn't care about your grades, only your proven skills. I started out, headed towards one of the coffee shops I liked. It was a bit of a hike, but I had time, and I wanted to use the walk to clear my head. I still hadn't 100% decided about the mentorship. I needed to figure out my feelings for sure by tonight. Coffee and sugar sounded like a splendid way to do that. Caroline appeared by my side at the crosswalk of the one main road on this route. Once across, the coffee shop was on the next block. The light changed. I checked both ways, still paranoid, then crossed. 4 steps in, my shoe stuck, and I looked down, trying to figure out what I had stepped in. It took me way too long to figure out what I saw. The asphalt had melted, and my foot had sunk into it. What in the world? I muttered and looked around for a mage, but other than some guy giving me a funny look, I didn't see anyone. The flashing Walkman changed to a red hand, and I started trying to tug my foot out. An explosive bang, followed by a crash of metal, jerked my attention ahead of me. I felt my heart skitter a beat. Streets in downtown Atlanta were almost always busy, and everyone used the lanes near the sidewalk for loading and unloading large trucks for the businesses in those blocks. Seeing a lineup of semis or box trucks on the lane closest to the sidewalk was normal. The trailer that had just disconnected and started rolling directly towards me did not qualify as normal. Shit! Already, I could hear people screaming, and I tried harder to get my foot loose, but the other one had now sunk into the strangely warm asphalt. I could feel the heat of it even through my boots.
Corey, my queen!
Caroline's cry ripped through my head, leaving physical pain in its wake. I whimpered, tears springing to my eyes as that pain laced through me.
Lady, get out of there!
More yelling and screaming as the trailer tore through the beginning of the intersection, still on a course that would hit and kill me. There wasn't anything to stop it, and even if I could cut my feet off, I couldn't get out of the way at this point. I'm going to die. My heart pounded, but I couldn't inhale. I couldn't even scream. Terror beat at me, mine and Caroline's, and I saw him dashing towards me, his fur standing on end, hissing as he raced on the outside of the crossing markings. No! I reached for my magic, any of it, all of it. I didn't care what the price was. I didn't care what it did, but I wouldn't let anything happen to Caroline. Magic shoved into my hands, and I accepted the cost before I could figure out what it was. It didn't matter. The ground shook and rippled. I heard the impact, felt it, even as I smelled gas, sewer, and water hitting the air. Car horns started blasting and people screamed, but none of it registered as anything other than background noise as Caroline jumped into my arms, purring, his claws poking through my sweater and drawing blood. I didn't care as I squeezed him tight and stood there shaking. It wasn't until someone tapped my shoulder that I bothered to look up from where I'd buried my face in his fur.
Ma'am, can you move?
The man repeated. I looked down at my feet, but they still stuck to the asphalt. I think, I murmured, my voice barely loud enough for me to hear it. I swallowed and tried to speak louder. I think I can balance. I can unzip my boots and pull my feet out. The cop nodded wordlessly and just offered his elbow. I let Caroline down with a pang of loss, but I fought it down. I held onto the cop's elbow, reaching down and unzipped my boot. After a bit of wiggling, I pulled my foot out of the boot. A minute later, I had the other one done, standing there in my sock-clad feet on the street. I realized the asphalt was barely warm, not almost hot as I had felt through my boots. I knew I should care, but I fought not to shake with the adrenaline dumping in my body and the chill settling in as sweat dried on my skin.
Ma'am, if you come with me, we need to talk to you.
I focused on the man and realized he was being extremely polite, but I could see everyone staring at me and then back to the hole in the street. Yeah, of course. May I call someone?
We'd like to talk to you first,
he said, his voice still very deferential. Defeated, I sighed and moved to where they had cleared out the inside of a Subway on the corner. They ushered me to a back booth and settled me in it.
The captain should be here in any minute, ma'am.
The officer backed away, but not far, and I saw other cops, who, from the bright splashes of color on their temples, would be mages. I could see more lights flashing, and more vehicles arriving through the windows. Power, sewer, Department of Transportation. I just watched, a sinking feeling in my stomach. I really hope I don't have to pay for this.
Chapter 21.
Studies indicate most hedge mages rarely share they are mages, and often even their closest friends are unaware. There is a disturbing evidence that their mage abilities are rarely used. Add in the predominance of male pattern boldness, and even wizards and magicians avoid magic due to the offerings needed. This must be addressed immediately, as an entire segment of a society is abandoning the gift they were given.
House of Emrys newsletter article.
Damn it, Corey! We told you to be careful!
Alexin had been yelling at me for 10 minutes. and I hadn't even the energy to be angry. He chewed me out for reckless use of magic, endangering civilians, and putting myself in needless danger. He was almost foaming at the mouth. The door opened and Indira came striding in. The cop stopped her at the door, but whatever she said convinced him to let her enter. Alexin had just shown his badge to get in. The captain, who must be getting sick of seeing me at this point, just asked me to stay put for a while until he had some more information.
You need protection. This isn't...
Stephen, enough. Indira's soothing voice cut through everything, and the man sagged. It creeped me out to watch him almost shrink.
She doesn't understand.
He rasped out.
She needs to understand.
Did you, at her age? Did you really understand? She patted him on the back and turned to look at me. Are you okay? I need shoes. I liked those boots. It was a nonsensical statement, I knew it, but I didn't know what else to say. Indira looked at my feet and my bright pink socks and arched an eyebrow. So I see. They still haven't managed to get your shoes out of the asphalt. Whoever did that meant for you to not move. They succeeded, I muttered, feeling my face flush. I pushed it away and tried to be strong. Am I responsible for the damage out there? I mean, I know I caused it, but am I liable? They glanced at each other and sighed.
Ugh, let's talk about this back at the apartment. I think all three of you need to hear this.
Alexin finally said. He spun on one heel, a trick that when I tried to copy usually made me fall over, and headed towards the captain. Indira slid into the bench across from me. You're not hurt? Physically? No. I shook my head, though I hadn't quit petting Caroline the entire time I'd been in here, and I'd missed class. That had added to my upset and frustration. At this rate, I'd fail because of the classes I was missing. Good. I'll let Stephen get you out of here. I'll dash over to the CVS and get you at least a pair of slippers to wear home. I'll be back in a few minutes. Before I could respond, she had slipped back out, and Alexin and the captain were headed my way.
Miss Monroe, I'm sure you understand we have some questions.
Captain Jessup said, his voice as neutral as I'd ever heard. Yes, please, I'll answer everything I can. The captain started questioning me with a detective by his side taking notes. I told them everything, but there wasn't much to tell them in reality. Alexin kept quiet until we got to the magic and me ripping open a hole in the ground.
What was it?
Pulled out of my rote answers, I looked at him, not following his question. What was what?
Your offering. What did it cost?
Oh, I closed my eyes and tried to figure it out. I still wasn't used to accepting costs after all this time, because I'd done it unconsciously for so long. I had to pull the ask and my response from my memory. I reached up to touch my hair, and while it wasn't a huge difference, it was shorter. About an inch of hair? I said, letting my hand drop. Both men froze and looked at me.
That was the entire offering? An inch of hair?
Alexin asked this quietly as his eyes grew distant, and I could tell he was thinking about something.
Nothing else? No blood?
No, just the hair.
Where was Killian?
In my arms. They exchanged glances again. Then the questioning picked back up, and I explained that I just pulled, desperate. There wasn't much more asked after that. By the time they finished, Indira had come back with some slippers, and I gratefully pulled them on. Exhaustion hit me like a wave, and all I wanted to do was sleep.
I'll take you home, Corey,
Alexin said, standing. I knew I should follow up on what happened, but the weight of weariness overcame the desire to ask. You'll explain things tonight? Yes, said Indira. Go home, nap. I'll be by about 6 with food and we can talk then. Her voice was soft, and I couldn't figure out anything from her voice other than vague worry. I followed Alexin out, and we walked to his car, parked a tortuous block away. I climbed in, ready to pass out. I'd been getting more in shape, but walking that one block, I thought might kill me. Caroline never strayed from my side, and we got more than a few looks, but it didn't matter. I slumped in the seat, closing my eyes seconds after I managed to buckle in. Caroline wrapped himself around my feet. I could feel his purr through my skin and in my mind. I must have fallen asleep, or maybe just been that unaware, because I didn't register anything besides his purrs until Alexin shook my shoulder.
Come on, Corey. I'll get you into your apartment.
I nodded and let him carry my bag. The thought of even lifting the book-filled bag up to my shoulder brought tears to my eyes. 15 minutes later, with the door locked, I fell onto my bed and the world went away.
Corey, what happened?
Joe shook my shoulder hard, pulling me to consciousness. I pried my eyes open to stare at her and Sable. Memory returned, and I blinked at the surge of adrenaline. Oh, yeah.
It's all over the news. You're the only person I know with a large red feline familiar. They got a pic of you on the news camera, too.
I groaned and pulled the cover over my head.
No! Up! Talk!
I sighed and sat up, giving them the overview of what happened. By the time I finished, we were in the living room, and I almost felt like I could handle all of this. Caroline was still sleeping. But there are questions I need to answer, too. They said they'd be here around 6. It was 10 till. Sure enough, by the time I had finished sending a few emails to teachers, there was a knock on the door. Joe sprang up and pulled it open, letting in Indira and Alexin and the scent of barbecued meat. The sweet, spicy odor flowed into my nose. Hunger flared in me like ravening fire, and I wanted the food now. Okay, down girl, food in a few minutes. Indira must have seen something in my face because she didn't bother with small talk, just put the dishes on the table. There was general chatter and clanking as we dished things up. In 5 minutes, I had a plate loaded with smoked pork, cornbread, green beans, and coleslaw. We let them take the chairs near the table. I curled up in the club chair while Joe and Sable sat on the couch. We all ate, and even Caroline deigned to wake up to come eat before sliding under the club chair and going back to sleep. His snoring was a dead giveaway. Corey, I believe there are a few issues that need to be discussed today, correct? Indira's voice forced me to resist the urge to shove another cornbread muffin into my mouth. I nodded warily at her. If I'm correct, we need to discuss mentorship. The attacks on your life and the ramifications of what you did to the intersection. The image of torn pipes, crumpled metal, and jagged asphalt appeared crystal clear in my mind, and I wished I hadn't eaten so much. Yeah, can we start with the intersection? I asked. I saw Joe and Sable glance at each other, and the fierce gladness I felt at having them here surprised me. Joe had always been my rock, but Sable fit as if she'd always been here and was meant to be. That thought resonated in me, but Indira spoke, distracting me. Very well, but I need to step back and talk about societies. I frowned at her but didn't say anything. There are dues as members, and they are hefty, but some of that goes to lawyers. That, in part, deal with situations like this.
I've never heard of something like this happening before, blurted Joe. She blushed but held her chin up defiantly.
Oh, you have,
Alexin drawled, and that just sounded weird with his northern accent.
But it's only a story for a day or so. Then the news is encouraged to find something else to report. You'll see that by tomorrow, there will have just been an incident downtown, and by Monday, no one will remember it. The only reason the stadium stayed active so long is there was no harm in showing the awesome things we did, because most of it was focused on the monsters who took care of the bad mage. No one is ever encouraged to do stories about the damage mages can do. In fact, they're actively discouraged from it. We don't want people getting ideas. Too many do it as it is.
The censorship! I jerked up, looking at him, remembering the text I'd sent.
Yes, I'll let you in on a dirty little secret. Most of the rogue mages the U.S. or OMO hunt down are not those that refused the draft. They are mages that realized how deadly they were and started using their magic in ways that would be considered unethical at best. The first year of the draft is spent with both the Omo and government beating into you exactly what the consequences are of using your magic in such ways, and how easy it is for them to kill a mage that doesn't toe the line. Note that I said the OMO. This is global, and outside a few tightly locked down countries such as North Korea or some African dictatorships, all governments understand that magic use like that will not be tolerated.
His voice had no humor, and threat weighed down every word. I couldn't stop my swallow and sink further back into my chair. The pale faces of Joe and Sable under their darker skins didn't make me feel any better.
Why didn't our parents ever tell us this?
Joe asked, her voice smaller than I'd ever heard it.
They did. Remember the stories reminding you to be an obedient girl? Of the disdain of anyone that uses the magic to hurt? How many books and movies have you seen where the mage dies a horrible death because they use their magic to hurt? Granted, the smart ones never get caught. From friends over in ATF, I know there are a few major drug manufacturers that are mages, but they stay low and no one knows who they are. They don't do anything regular drug dealers don't do. And we are damn sure there are a few professional assassins that are mages. The moral of the story boils down to don't use magic to hurt. The Omo comes down hard, and their hit squads don't follow the orders of any government.
His harsh words broke what few illusions I had, and for a desperate moment, I wanted to never have emerged, to be a normal person and never deal with any of this.
But then I would be without my queen.
I didn't see him, but his words filled my head, and I swallowed. What Stephen isn't pointing out, though, is for most mages to do what you did, Corey, would have eaten up most of their offerings for months. Indira's voice was calm. That is why Merlins serve a decade compared to the 4 Joe and Sable will serve. To understand how serious this is, let me give you some numbers. Of all the Merlins that go into the draft, only 43% make it out the other end. It's that dangerous? Sable squeaked, her hands and Joe's tightly clenched together. Indira just looked at her, and after a moment she paled even further. Oh, that many aren't allowed to leave alive because they are that dangerous? Or they never prove they can be trusted to use their power wisely. Indira shifted her gaze back to me. Which brings us to you. You are insanely powerful, and your little stunt proved just how powerful you are. One of the benefits of societies is they use your dues to protect you in legal cases, and they help you get good rates on insurance for inadvertent uses of magic. It is why I suggested Emrys. They have decent rates, and it lets you protect yourself. Nothing is free, and societies expect a lot from mages, including smarter use of their abilities. Her voice went dry at that.
However,
Alexin interrupted.
It is acknowledged, or will be, that you are young, still untrained, and at fear for your life. It will come out of a special account for mages in training to cover. However, the pressure to get you under control is increasing.
Oh, I muttered. The meaning was clear. My options were running out, through no fault of my own.
Which means you are most likely only to be tasked during your draft to do a few favors for the city of Atlanta. An easy price to pay.
Favors? I didn't like the sound of that. Yes, most likely construction. Dig out a trench or do emergency repairs, things like that. You'll be asked to help regularly until the cost of repairing the damage you did is regarded as recouped. Most cities just put it in their leisure. There is nothing sinister. They'll ask for your help, and if you're available, you'll show up and help. Gratefully. She stressed the last word, and I ducked my head, feeling like an idiot. So, at this point, I need to ask, do you want us as your mentors? There wasn't any pressure in her voice, but I could feel Alexin's intense stare. I heaved a sigh. I was going to say no, say I'd rather just be friends, but I get the feeling that really isn't an option. I seem to have fewer options than what I thought, so the answer is yes. I watched some of the stress bleed out of them and wondered what else I didn't know, and if I really wanted to know it. But I stressed the word and watched them stiffen. I want to change the contract. Indira started to look at Alexin, but she stopped herself and shrugged.
To say what?
I reached in and pulled out the paper I'd shoved in my bag. I smoothed it out and wanted to make sure I remembered it. This. What does 2 years of research assistance mean? They frowned at me.
Exactly what it says. Most Merlins usually have some research project going on, and you'd be excellent at assisting. I have my studies in planar rips, and Alexin has forensic projects that he does for the government.
Do I get paid? Why not just hire me? What if you want to research something I find objectionable?
Corey, this isn't you being Igor and us being mad scientists.
Indira huffed out an exasperated sigh.
Yes, you'll come in as if we hired you off the street and just work with us. For me, it would be as a teaching assistant, and your job would be to help me do my job and my research, while Alexin would probably have you come in as a junior agent and perform fieldwork. That part is all very legitimate and often used to get people you really want into your teams and then hope they like it there.
That made me feel much better. The reading had made me think it was under the table or something. Can it be reworded to say 1 year with each of you? I didn't demand, but it was clear it mattered.
Of course. Anything else?
What does wardens of moral behavior mean?
We are saying we will put our reputations and, if necessary, our assets behind you to ensure you don't, for lack of a better word, be an idiot.
Alexin smiled at me as he answered, and I wanted to throw something at him. Who wants this in here? I doubt it's you.
No, but the government's draft liaison and the OMO suggested that clause. They're anxious about you, Corey.
What happens if I don't sign it? He shrugged.
I'd wager daily visits or the presence of an OMO officer or draft board officer in your vicinity. Worst case...
Indira cleared her throat, but Alexin gave a sharp shake of his head and continued.
You'll be killed as an uncontrollable threat.
I froze and looked at them, the reality of all of this sinking in. What you're saying is you're putting yourselves up as scapegoats if I go rogue?
In essence, yes.
We went back and forth for an hour, Joe and Sable watching with wide eyes, but finally I signed it. I didn't really have a choice. What about Emrys? Do I still need to do that? I really don't want to owe them. I had planned on making them beg me to join. I felt silly admitting it. This whole thing felt like I kept thinking I knew everything, only to find out it was just the tip of the iceberg. And the blasted iceberg kept being bigger than I expected.
You really need to join one. They offer group assurance policies, networking, legal advice, and yes, sometimes you will owe them favors. But most of the Merlins that make it out of the draft alive are very scrupulous about sticking to the straight and narrow. They know the consequences of not.
I broke off. Whining served no purpose. Will they try to assign me a mentor?
Probably not. Especially as you have one. Though...
She trailed off and shook her head.
Have they approached you?
Yeah, some guy saying he was the head. Tried too hard to impress me. Left a bad taste in my mouth.
Let me make a call. I have a friend who is one of their outreach people. Let me get her to contact you, if that's okay.
I shrugged. I didn't have anything to lose at this point. We done? This time they did look at each other. Oh, would you two stop doing that? I snapped. My patience was at an end and exhaustion was creeping back up on me. All I wanted to do was go back to bed. I was glad I decided not to work this weekend. If I had a shift tomorrow, that might have been too much.
How much did Caroline help with the offering?
Alexin asked.
I couldn't have done that. I don't have enough unless I was willing to bleed, and you didn't have time to remove blood from your veins. I don't know of any merlin that could have pulled that off for an inch of hair, no matter how much hair you have.
I don't know. I didn't have time to think. They sighed and stood.
Ladies, it's been a stressful day. I'll get someone to contact you soon, but be careful. People hired to kill you don't quit because it gets harder. They just become more determined.
Before I could say much else, they were gone, leaving me feeling like I'd been run over by a train. Chapter 22. Magical inheritances are things of story and mystery. Not that you can inherit magical abilities, but having things left to you by a powerful mage. While most mages make excellent money and have solid careers, merlins can have things from other realms, and often seem to have done things not possible according to what we know about magic. Some governments claim estates of merlins at the time of death. The U.S. does not currently, but more than one resolution has narrowly failed to do the same. History of magic. My paranoia kept me jumping at shadows all week. I think it also affected Caroline. He'd barely leave my side. I spent every minute that I wasn't doing homework looking at the pamphlet Alexin had provided. I had asked him why people kept using mundane means to kill me. Why not just stop my heart or cause an aneurysm? Either way, I'd be dead. His response didn't make me feel better.
Part legal ramifications. If a mage kills you, and it was at the order of the Emperor of Japan, there would be hell to pay, and the OMO would enforce it. Also, the people very good at assassinations aren't going to knock off a budding merlin because of an inheritance. But otherwise, you should already be dead. A few people are surprised you aren't.
After that text message, the entire class of Magic Basics retreated to a distant blur. As I struggled to focus on anything, I wondered if this is what a panic attack felt like.
Queen
rippled into my mind, and Caroline licked my wrist. That brought my attention to the 2 pinpoints of color on the inside of my wrist. I stared at it for a long time, then leaned back in my chair, letting Bernard's lecture wash over me. Is that why I'm not dead? Or is it something else? This makes no sense. But they can all take a flying leap. I'm going to do this. I'm going to own the damn world if I have to. But I'm done being the patsy. I stewed on that for the rest of class, thinking about how to create shields with my magic. If you could wrap luck around you, why not air? Or something that would prevent things from hitting you, like bullets. But how would I fuel it to keep it up all the time? There had to be stuff about personal protection, which meant research. By the time I left, nodding at Charles, who still was the only person even semi-friendly, I'd built up a head of steam. First the library, and a game plan. I still needed to challenge courses this summer and make sure the classes I needed to take were offered. But now I needed the resources the library offered. Excuse me, are you Coy Monroe? I stumbled as I came to a stop, the unexpected hail throwing me off of my burn down the world plan. A woman at least a decade older than me, but not as old as Marisol, stood to one side, dressed in nice jeans and a blouse, with long blonde hair pulled up in a ponytail. The only thing that stood out was the merlin tattoo on her face, a pattern merlin. You are? All the incidents lately had severely whittled away my ability to trust. Her smile was warm, and it didn't make her pretty, but softened her from being stern to friendly. Joanna Snowden, Indira asked if I could come by and talk to you. I heard that Gaylord didn't go over well. You could say that, but why should what you say be any different from what he said? I moved over to the side, out of people's way. Even so, more than a few students gazed at me as they walked by. In essence, it won't be. Look, I know Indira. I know most of the Merlins. There are only 40 in Georgia. I'm the liaison for the Southeast, so I manage all the chapters for Georgia, Florida, Alabama, and South Carolina. I don't normally come out and chase after mages. Usually people just apply about their junior year. You seem to be an unusual case, though. Yeah, everything about me lately is unusual. My voice held more than a fair amount of bitter, and she glanced at me, eyebrows raised. Am I missing something? Yeah, not your problem. Why should I join Emrys? Heck, why should I join any of the societies? So far, all I've really heard is the unpleasant aspects. You have a class to go to? Can I buy you a coffee? The reminder of how Caroline had almost been killed the other day because of coffee had me flinching. How about we talk at the library? It's quiet there, and if we get one of the small study rooms, we can talk with something approaching privacy. That works. She didn't say another word as we reached the library and checked in. When we were settled, she spoke again. I will give you the standard spiel, then you can ask any questions. The House of Emrys. Her voice dropped into a tone I recognized from saying the same thing over and over again. I dubbed it the customer service voice. Is a society of and for Merlins. We provide a safe space to discuss theories, foster friendship, and create networks of like-minded individuals. We have a pooled plan for health insurance, legal representation, and retirement. We do require dues, but we place no onus on how Merlins live their lives. She cleared her throat, then continued with her spiel. We have houses in Berlin, London, New York, Seattle, Rio, Paris, and Sydney. If you're traveling, they are always available for a meal, drinks, shower, and a simple room if needed. Our library, one of the best in the world, is located in London, and access is available upon request. Access to our resorts around the world is provided at a discounted rate. Help with loans, business setup, and other situations can be found among our members via the monthly newsletter. When she finished, she smiled at me, again something warm and welcoming. Any questions? That sounds too good to be true. What about people expecting favors if they help you? I challenged her, expecting something. Last time I checked, that is the way of the world. Very few people do things just to do them. If you help someone move, you expect them to help you. I've never seen the society be much different. She shrugged, a half-bewildered look on her face. Bottom line, don't need a favor to get yourself out of a situation that can be used against you. You work to build friendships, not acquaintances. I blinked and then slumped. Indira's story was the exception, not the rule. And as long as I didn't do things that encouraged people to break the law, then there wasn't any reason to not join. And the library and clubhouses around the world sounded cool. It would give me reason to travel. Are you allowed to bring friends? To eat, and if we needed a room? Yes, up to 4 other people, not including family members. While only Merlins are allowed to join, very few of us end up marrying another Merlin or having children that are. It doesn't seem to run in families consistently. She provided this answer immediately, without hesitation, like all of her responses. If the other guy had been this nice, I wouldn't have had so much of an issue. He regards being eligible to belong to Emrys as an honor, rather than something forced upon you without you having any say-so in the matter. That surprised me, and I stared at her. You're one of the few I've talked to in a while that doesn't babble on about how great magic is. She shrugged. All of us have dreams. Reality doesn't always allow them to come true. I take this means you're interested? I've had it pointed out by multiple people that having access to the legal aspects, given what is going on in my life right now, would be very advisable. I paused, thinking. Right now, between the gym membership and what money I had in savings, I should be okay through getting my degree. But if the dues were too much, I couldn't afford it. Maybe up to $25 a month. How much are the dues? $35,000 a year, she said calmly. I choked and started coughing. Are you insane? Well, that's only after you finish your draft service. She started, and I gaped at her. That is more than I've ever made. Ever. I can't afford that. I still was trying to breathe at the idea of paying more for dues than what I'd expect to put out for a new car. We know that. The membership is extended basically on credit until you start the draft. You get the membership and most of the perks, but until your draft is finished, your yearly rate is 1/10 of that. So, $3,500 a year while serving. And I've never seen a Merlin not working in a draft service that doesn't pay upwards of $125 a year. The $3,500 is cheap and gives you access to everything, though your service covers health insurance. While you are still going to school full-time, there is no cost, though there is a contract committing to staying a member once service is over for a decade without penalties. To be honest, I've only seen one Merlin ever quit the house before their decade was up. Sado O'Shaughnessy? I said. Why, yes. For the first time, Joanna looked shocked. How did you know? I know Shay, and that sounds like something he'd do. He's a weird one. That he is. Look, Corey, there is no pressure. Most students don't join until they are working on their master's or doctorate, and you can get legal coverage without joining, though it would be much more expensive. I'll leave you our information and our charter, and let you think it over. Thanks, I muttered, glancing at my phone. Because I need to get to class, I'll let you know. Please do. My number is on my card with the information. Good luck, Corey. I headed to class, but spent the rest of the day pondering the offer and the information. I chomped a bit at not having as much time to research as I wanted. I still thought the idea of air as a shield would work. Just one problem. I was null in air. Earth was the only element I registered in, but that hadn't stopped me from using fire, so maybe? I twisted what I'd learned about my strong areas, but none of them jumped out as being very helpful, especially if you didn't know you were about to be attacked. Joe called as I got out of my last class. Hey, I need to get groceries. I forgot this weekend since you kicked me and Sable up to Rockaway to see my parents. Want to meet me at the store? There's just going to be too much to carry by myself, and Sable has the test she needs to study for. Which means she could really use you out of the apartment because you're distracting? That too, Joe admitted, and I could hear the smile in her voice. Sure, I'll meet you there. I hung up and glanced at Caroline. I need to get some exercise in, and we need to change up, so run to the store? The Publix we shopped at was only 2 blocks from our apartment, and it wasn't a way I normally went. So me running and headed that way should help confuse anyone watching us. At least that was the theory.
Run,
Caroline agreed and took off, his bright red fur blending into the shadows better than anything that bright had the right to. I laughed and started out at a steady jog. Luckily, students were always late or exercising, so no one even looked as I headed out. For a moment, as I left the shadow of the buildings, I thought I felt something, or maybe heard it, like a flap of wings. But when I looked behind me, I saw nothing. Shaking my head, I focused on running and not hitting anyone. We got to the store in record time, and Caroline lay in front of the windows panting. You okay?
Water.
I crouched, pulled my sports bottle out of its pocket, and grabbed a collapsible bowl I kept with me. It was silicone, so super lightweight, and didn't make noise, which had become the bane of my existence. Things clanging. I poured water into the bowl, and he sat up to eagerly drink. Remember to tell me if you need water, silly, I admonished him. Put the water bottle away and dug for the leash. The store would allow him in, but only if he was on a leash. Odds were he'd curl up under the cart and snooze as we shopped.
Yo, Corey!
I heard Joe call as she walked up. Hey! I waved at her, trying to figure out what else we needed from the store. Study snacks, absolutely, and Caroline needed some more food.
Hey, Fuzzy,
she said, dipping to scratch his ears, then standing back up. Ready to go? She stood looking into the store behind me a bit. Yep, let me snap on his leash. I said, bending down and snapping it on his harness. I stood back up. Oops, wait, need to grab this. I darted back down to grab the bowl. The crack of a high-powered rifle sounded, and all the hair on my body stood up. Ugh, Joe choked out. I spun to see blood spreading across her shirt. Chapter 23. Assassins are not unknown, though nowhere near as widespread as popular fiction would have you believe. Usually a bit of money to a local gang or thug is more common, and it makes the death much more deniable. However, both countries and individuals occasionally hire experts to eliminate threats or competition. This is different from the rogue mage squads governments and the OMO employ. Magic explained. Joe! I screamed. Caroline snarled, and I took all the ideas I'd had and pulled on Earth. There is dust everywhere outside. We breathe it, see it dance in the sun, and all of it answers to the pull of Earth. I yanked. The cost an inch of hair, and I didn't care. I felt Caroline with me, adding to the magic. I snapped it into a hard shell surrounding both of us. I felt like I looked through the windshield of an off-roading truck, but I could see figures and shapes around us. The shield arced from behind Joe to the other side of me, with nothing above. There was another crack, and I felt and saw the bullet impact the shield I had created. I pulled on more dust, only half an inch this time, and caused the impact where the bullet hit in a bullseye spiderweb. Another sharp retort, but this time I saw the trail of the bullet through the dust in the air, and I followed it back with my soul branch. My magic reached out towards the other person, and with the magic, rage followed. I reached for the essence of the person trying to kill me. Then I yanked out the shooter's soul, or life, or magic. I don't know how to describe it. All I knew was that I reached in, and everything that made him who or what he was, I pulled out, shredded, dissolved into motes of nothingness. The cost was one drop of my blood. It came from my mouth, my teeth splitting the inside of my cheek with no hesitation.
Yes, kill them, my queen. Kill those that would hurt my queens. They are mine.
Caroline's voice sounded like a buzzsaw of vengeance in my head. It was done. I knew I had just killed someone, even if the body hadn't realized it was dead yet. I felt once more like someone watched me, but I turned and grabbed the first aid kit out of my bag and caught Joe as she crumpled to the ground. Everything, the magic, the second attack, my response, had not even taken 10 seconds.
Someone shot me?
She asked, her voice quavering, and it was everything I could do not to snarl my rage. No one hurt my Joe. No one. They were trying to shoot me. They missed. I had her shirt ripped open and was checking the damage. My heart slowed a bit. They'd been aiming for my head, but Joe is taller than me by about 4 inches. The shot had been at a downward angle from where the shooter was, and it had slammed into her right shoulder. It nicked where the cup of her bra ended. This is going to hurt. I need to pull you up for a minute.
"'Kay,"
she muttered, face paling. The dark spread of blood meant she was still bleeding. I ignored her whimpers and pulled her forward onto my chest. Sure enough, blood spread across the back of her, too. A clean through and through. That made my life easier. I took a split second to glance up and saw the glint of metal mixed with red on the wall where she'd been standing. I stared at the bullet for a heartbeat, then turned my attention back to Joe. People were rushing out towards us as I laid her back down. Sorry, Joe. Looks like you're going to get naked in front of strangers, I said as I ripped off the rest of her shirt.
Damn, no one has any singles.
She choked out in between gasps of pain. Caroline curled up next to her head, purring, his head laying on hers. Oh shit, she's been shot! Someone exclaimed, and somehow I resisted the urge to respond with pure snark. Call 911. Female injured, gunshot to the upper right chest. I snapped as I put pressure on the wound, strapping her arm down, and did everything I could to slow the bleeding. I didn't want to try to heal. I didn't know enough. Indira had made that very clear in class, that until you had that medical degree and had practice on a lot of cadavers, trying to use magic to heal might just kill you both. Instead, I stuck to what I knew, my training.
If I die, tell Sable I love her. And my parents?
Joe whispered, pain in every word. Oh, don't think you're getting out of exams that easy, I responded. It's a flesh wound. You'll get a sexy scar. Sable can baby you. But you will still have to do your homework. I could hear the sirens and looked up, surprised by the number of people surrounding us. Not good. Someone else could have tried to kill us just now. Is she going to live? Asked one of the bystanders. Assuming the paramedics get here, yes. Can you wave them in so they get here quickly? The man, wearing a Publix vest, nodded and raced over to where the vehicles were pulling into the parking lot, followed by the cops. Why me? I muttered and felt Joe squeeze my hand.
'Cause you scare them. And you're awesome. Call parents. Sable.
Her voice was weak, and I was worried about how pale she was. I didn't think it had nicked a major artery, but nobody was the same, and I hadn't inspected the bullet to see if it had splintered. The medics raced up, and I rattled everything off. I'd been keeping track of her heartbeat with my hand on her wrist as we had waited. Caroline didn't protest as they got her on the gurney, but he crouched near me, ears back every time someone got too close, his puffed fur and tail making him look cute and fluffy if you completely ignored the ready-to-kill look in his eyes. They were taking Joe to Ruby, and I nodded. I itched to pick up the phone and call people, but I knew the police needed to talk to me first.
You again?
An officer spat, and I just looked at him blankly. I'm sorry?
You found the dead body, the girl in the park? What are you, a magnet for trouble?
It was the young officer, the one who had tossed his cookies when he saw her. I had just gotten to Atlanta, and my luck caused me to stumble across a body that started this whole weird spiral of connections with Alexin and Indira. I stood and forced a smile I didn't feel, my heart in the ambulance with Joe. You could say that. I turned, and a small petty part of my mind grinned as he saw my tattoos and paled.
What the hell are you?
The way he said the words hurt, but I just looked at him.
You need to stay until officers get here.
Fine, but I need to make some phone calls. I didn't ask permission. I just moved over to an out-of-the-way area with Caroline at my heels and dialed Alexand.
Corey?
Someone just tried to kill me. They hit Joe. I need you. I didn't stop the bleakness in my voice. All I could do was think about the next 2 calls I needed to make, and I had no idea in the world how to say the words.
Where are you?
No condemnation, no exasperation, just asking where I was. I told him, then hung up, already trying to steel myself for the calls. I'd do the easier one first. I dialed the number and held my breath, trying to formulate the words in my head. Hey, Corey, what's up? Need me to check the fridge? Her voice bright, but distracted, and I could almost see her curled up reviewing her meticulous notes. Sable? My voice cracked, and I had to clear it, but I could hear the sudden stillness on the other end of the line. Joe was shot. They're taking her to Ruby. What else do I say? Do I tell her it was my fault? Will they let her in? Only the knowledge that, barring complications, Joe should recover from the wound kept me from having a full breakdown. Okay. Were you hurt? Her voice shook, and I heard her moving and keys being grabbed. No, I'm fine. It's my fault. The words slipped through and created a crack in the dam I had my emotions behind. Yeah, like you put a bullet in her. You aren't to blame. They chose this, not you. But now they've created a lot more enemies. Her voice had an odd, distant tone to it. Corey, do what you need to. I'm headed to the hospital. Are you calling the Guzmans? Yes, calling them next, I said, my voice quavering, but I fought it down. I didn't have time to be weak or passive. Good. Tell them I'm headed there. I'll see you there later, right, Corey? Her voice hard as I heard the apartment door close. Yes. Bye. I hung up, looking at all the police staring at me. I ignored them until ranking officers showed up or Alexant. I had nothing to say. I stared at my phone. Call the house. They still had a landline. Or the shop. I didn't have either Marisol or Henry's personal numbers. Shop. Henry will go get Marisol. He'll take it better. I hope. I backed further into the corner. Shopping carts on one side and the crowd of people and cops on the other. Caroline at my feet. I wanted to hide, but I forced myself to stand there looking as if I was perfectly fine, not the girl who was panicking over her best friend being badly hurt. Why didn't it register for me? They told me, but I never thought Joe would really be at risk. Because even after everything, I didn't think they were really trying to kill me. Because I was an idiot. I hit the button for the Guzman's shop and waited. Marco answered.
Guzman's Auto Repair, what can we help you with?
Marco, it's Corey. Can you get Henry for me, please? I thought I sounded horrible, but maybe I could act better than I thought, because he didn't seem to notice.
Sure, Corey. 1 minute.
A click and staticky hold tunes piped through. They really needed better hold music. Click.
Corey, what's up?
I credited the cheer in his voice that I rarely called with bad news. I'd do anything to make sure this wasn't a habit I was forming, but I couldn't think of any way to lead into this kindly. Maybe being a doctor wasn't smart if I couldn't tell someone this in a way that didn't feel like swinging a sledgehammer. Henry, Joe was shot. She should be fine. They are taking her to Ruby right now. My throat was so tight as I said that. This made the second child in a year to be seriously hurt. Sanchez had gotten lucky, and at least that one I was sure I had nothing to do with. Though it was possible Lady Luck had helped save him. That was one more unknown question to deal with later.
Mary, she'll be fine. What happened?
His voice shook, and I wanted to die that second, right then, to prevent him from ever speaking in that tone of voice again. It looked like a flesh wound, so yes, she'll be fine. I put every ounce of assurance into that and prayed to anything listening that it was true. My life without her wouldn't be a life. I heard him yelling and responses from inside the shop.
Thank you, Corey. I'll go get Marisol. You haven't called her, have you?
No. I figured it would be better to come from you.
She's in class. I'll head there now. Are you okay?
Why did everyone keep asking me that? I didn't know, and I didn't know what to do. I'm fine. I'm talking to the police now. Go. You have my number.
Sí. Gracias, Corey. Ten cuidado.
The phone clicked, and I wanted to sag to the ground, scream, cry, rage. But I put it away and glanced down at Caroline, who hadn't moved away from me since they took Joe. You okay? I wasn't sure what I was asking, but I was. I still didn't understand this strange creature that had attached itself to me, but I had no doubt he cared about the three of us, though I still didn't know exactly what that meant.
They hurt one of my queens. Tried to kill my queen.
I could hear the capitalization in his words, and it tickled inside my head. She'll be okay. She has to be. He growled and lashed his tail across my calf, which hurt more than I expected it to. A black car pulled into the parking lot, light flashing on top, followed by another police car. I knew that would be Alexin and the captain. Being honored with important people needing to talk to me was getting old.